Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated, "In the end, the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of." Ha! When everyone heard this, they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, "No matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it's only a foundation establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know, it's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix?" Fellow Daoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered. "Not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple, even Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua? He wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right?" Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, "Fellow Daoists, what's wrong with my Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples?" Wang Yi smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect's disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him?" Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix, could it be that Xiaohua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. At the same time, he's also a Foundation Establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiaohua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiaohua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiaohua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Mo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiaohua have a phoenix dharma body? Hung Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiaohua in advance and vaguely knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was profound. At this time, he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiaohua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It said that he saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield's Spirit Stone Mine. And this Xiao Mao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiaohua's words. He looked up and sure enough, the faces of Heng Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, "Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Xuanyan School didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake?" Who knows? Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. I'll let all the teachers know. Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiao Hua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiao Hua reveal any Dharma body, let alone a phoenix Dharma body. When Heng Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Xuanyan School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath. Gao Wei said coldly. So what? Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the terror phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiao Hua is the terror phoenix, why didn't he reveal his Dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Martial Uncle Gao of Xuanyan School, please sit down. Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder sect. Why did he drag Xuanyan School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. Golden Core Stage teachers, this time, our Utopia faction, Changbai sect, and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword sect, Black Phoenix Sword sect, and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the three sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the three sects, only Senior Li Feiyu of the Changbai sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The 2 teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley, fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? Heng Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. Instead, he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? It turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Heng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, it seems that fellow cultivator Li Qingxiu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else. What? Li Qingxiu? Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xian Lu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't kill Li Qingxiu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. De Sun said anxiously, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the sword Xiu. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiaohua's actions, he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example, driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it, they would definitely not think that Xiaohua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiaohua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Heng Ming and said, Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo. Disciple brought them back. In addition, there are a few storage bags. As long as the 3 of us saw the corpses, we put them in these storage bags. Heng Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who took out the other storage bags and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jian's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable." When Heng Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jian did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit-binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley, they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The three of them must be heavily rewarded." "That's right, it should be so." Gao Wei and Qian Nimo also nodded. "This old man feels that it's not right." Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story, you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. "Changbai Sex Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sex Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away?" Wang Yi sneered and asked. Chapter 2550. Didn't you hear what Zongbao said? Qin Jian was also seriously injured. I'm afraid he went back to treat his injuries in a hurry. Did he not care about the corpses of the two of you? Gao Wei said coldly before Li Zongbao could speak. Why do I feel that I don't believe him? Wang Yi tilted his head and asked, what about the rest of you? Junior Zongbao is right. Sooner or later, there will be a battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. De Sun smiled. Junior Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage in Dao sect. I believe his words. Li Zongbao said coldly, I don't need Junior Uncle Wang to believe me because I, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao have already killed Qin Jian. The entire arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, and then everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qin Jian was able to kill 2 Gold Core stage cultivators, and although it was because of the spirit binding juice, he had to be at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, he was definitely not someone that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao could deal with. Furthermore, Qin Jian did not have any illusory sword disciples. Did he not have any unsheathed sword disciples? Did Qin Jian not know how to escape? Zongbao, do you have any evidence? Unlike the others who did not believe him, Heng Heng knew that his disciple would not claim credit for nothing. He suppressed his excitement and asked softly. Of course I do. As Li Zongbao spoke, he took out another storage bag and handed it to Heng Ming. This is Qin Jian's corpse. However, he self-destructed before he died, so his corpse was incomplete. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao found his keepsake and some other bits and pieces. They can prove that what I said is true. Quick, let this old man have a look. Heng Heng impatiently waved his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his hand. Killing Qin Jian was a mission that had a bounty on it for many years. He had always heard of people and cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian. However, he had never heard of Qin Jian being killed by a single cultivator. Furthermore, Qin Jian was killed by 3 people led by his own disciple. How could Heng Heng not lose his composure? After Heng Heng took out Qin Jian's bloody head and some pieces of his body and carefully identified them, as well as the sword token that could prove Qin Jian's identity, Heng Heng didn't look at anything else. His white eyebrows slightly trembled and his long eyebrows seemed to be fluttering. Yes, this is Qin Jian's sword token, the token of the Void Heaven Sword School. It's Qin Jian's. Fellow Daoists, please take a look. With a flip of his hand, Heng Ming passed the storage pouch to Black Sky Sec's Xiong Huasong beside him. His eyes were filled with joy and even a hint of showing off. It was as if their own child had achieved something, and now that it was placed in front of them, they were admiring it. Xiong Huasong and the others naturally didn't dare to believe it too much. After all, this matter was too inconceivable. Moreover, when Li Zongbao first received the special order from the conference hall, although the group of Jindan stage cultivators didn't have the intention to laugh at him, they wanted to train Li Zongbao and even the younger generation. Who would have thought that Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiaomao actually did it? Heng Ming looked lovingly at Li Zongbao, revealing an indescribable feeling. Who was Qin Jian? Even Heng Ming himself didn't dare to say that he was a match for him. But in front of him, this child who was still cultivating qi in front of him dozens of years ago had already surpassed him and killed Qin Jian. Zongbao has grown up. Sigh, this old man, has also grown old. Heng Ming couldn't help but sigh. Then he felt a sense of sadness. Junior brother Chu Hui. Why are people's encounters so different? Some people rise to the top, some people have a bumpy life. Some people can step on the shoulders of others to become the center of attention, but some people can only be the stairs of others, unable to shine. Master. Li Zongbao looked at Heng Ting's eyes and naturally knew what his master was thinking. His heart ached as he said in a low voice, "Actually, this is all thanks to Martial Uncle Chu Hui and the others. We were just lucky." Lucky? Your Uncle Chu Hui led thousands of disciples of the Utopia faction. There were also tens of thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley who participated in the Battle of the Flowing Ice Valley. Which of their disciples were so lucky? When Heng Yi heard Li Zongbao's humility, he was somewhat disapproving. Your Martial Uncle Chop Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo have also contributed. My discussion hall will definitely not let them die in peace. At this point, Heng Ji dragged out his words. The three of you have contributed greatly. This bounty for killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the discussion hall. After that, there have been other bounties of various sizes. However, none of them were too difficult. Many cultivators have completed them. Only this one. This bounty has never been settled. In the past few years, countless cultivators have died in Qin Jian's hands because of this bounty. The masters in the meeting hall also think that we should wait until the nascent soul masters come to Sky Patrol City before the bounty can be cancelled. We even said just now that for the sake of the meeting hall's reputation, we should personally kill Qin Jian. These words were actually not suitable for Li Zongbao, but who asked Li Zongbao to be Heng Ming's disciple? Who else could they talk to but him? Moreover, as time passed, the number of disciples who died in Qin Jian's hands increased and the bounty increased by a lot. Even now, even this old man is a little jealous. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Masters who were checking their storage bags and said, Actually, the moment I saw Qin Jian and saw him fighting with the Uncle Masters, I finally understood that I was truly ignorant of my own abilities when I clamored to kill Qin Jian back then. It was truly too. Hee, it's all right. Heng Ming did not wait for Li Zongbao to finish and waved his hand with a smile. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't had lofty aspirations? I was afraid that if you really met Qin Jian, you would be too arrogant to know your place and not know how to escape. However, I thought about it later. Who is Qin Jian? How could you find him so easily? Yes, I understand the intentions of Master and the other masters. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, This is Xiao Mao from Xuanyan? Heng Ming looked at Xiao Mao with a smile and asked. Li Zongbao hurriedly replied and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed again. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Uncle Heng Ming. Yes, you are not bad yourself. Heng Ming smiled. I have seen Xiaohua and knew that he would achieve great things with Zongbao. I did not think highly of you back then, but I did not expect that I was still blind. The three of you were able to kill Qingjian together, and your names will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. It is all thanks to senior brother Zongbao's support. Xiao Mao said obediently. If not for his command, senior brother Xiaohua and I would not have been able to obtain such great merit. Senior brother Zongbao deserves the most credit this time. Yes. Heng Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Gao Wei from Xuanyan, and Gao Wei also smiled and nodded at him. Gao Wei had just seen Qingjian's remains and the items in the storage bag, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Mao, this unknown disciple, had really made him proud. Although Xiao Mao did not have the greatest merit in killing Qingjian, he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be compared to Li Zongbao? Among the three of them, the other disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiaohua, was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter what, Xiao Mao still had the second most credit. Furthermore, even if Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not as close as Xiaohua and Li Zongbao, it was still amazing that Xiao Mao could only obtain the third most credit. Among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, who could compare to the three of them? Even if he was ranked third, it was still eye-catching. Looking at Qianemo, other than excitement, there was only astonishment in his eyes. He had not carefully examined Qingjian's remains, but many cultivators had already examined it and no one had raised any objections. It must be true. Furthermore, who would dare to fake Qingjian's remains? Qianmo's excitement was needless to say, but his astonishment was not something that Heng Ming and Gao Wei could understand. After all, in his impression, Xiaohua's credit was really too much. Not to mention the Imperial Thunder Sect's first meritorious deed that was done by Xiaohua in the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect. Following that, the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect went to Golden Spring Mountain. Before they even reached Golden Spring Mountain, they had already saved the disciples of the three sects and were recorded as meritorious deeds by Tu Hong. There was no need to talk about Golden Spring Mountain. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and the 10 that were brought back by Tu Hong were also heavily injured. However, the 7 people of Imperial Thunder Sect's first group were completely unharmed and their cultivations even increased. Among them was Xiaohua. After the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect left, Xiaohua was actually chosen by Li Zongbao and went to the Gale Snow Plains. Following Li Zongbao, he saved hundreds of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not Dao sect disciples, and the discussion hall did not ask these cultivators to verify. However, since Li Zongbao said so, this meritorious deed was also recorded. The meritorious deed of the Gale Snow Plains had not cooled down, and Xiaohua had actually charged into the Spirit Stone Mine. Regardless of whether Qingjian went easy on him or Xiaohua's luck was good, those hundreds of people from Xuanyan School were saved by Xiaohua. This meritorious deed was also recorded. Not to mention the Spirit Stone Mine, there was also the corpse of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core cultivator from Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain and the news he brought back. This was another meritorious deed. There was no need to talk about these. Moreover, this time, the three of them actually saved tens of thousands of people. Listening to Li Zongbao's explanation, this must be true. Xiaohua's meritorious deed was definitely worth 30%. Furthermore, there was also the unverified corpse of Qingjian. This meritorious deed was even greater. It seems like Xiaohua's meritorious deed is much more than Li Zongbao's. While Qianmo pondered, he was also a little jealous. This fellow's luck, isn't it a little too good? Suddenly, an extremely daring thought appeared in his mind. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. Damn it, this Xiaohua wouldn't be like what some people had guessed, a terrifying phoenix? Moreover, if he has the cultivation of senior brother Wu Ming, it is also extremely possible for him to have such meritorious deeds. Chapter 2551. However, Qianmo couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, how is that possible? Xiaohua was with Li Zongbao at Flowing Ice Valley, while senior brother Wu Ming was at Seven Extremes Ridge. However, Qianmo was shocked again. How is that possible? If Xiao Hua knew how to control the thunder, he could have rushed to flowing Ice Valley from Seven Extremes Ridge. But Li Zongbao said that the three of them were together. Just as Qian Mo realized the truth of the matter, the storage bag containing Qin Jian's corpse was handed to him. Haha, I'm overthinking. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. Xiao Hua just joined the Thunder sect not long ago. How could he reach the later stage of the Golden Core Realm? If he was at the later stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have been overjoyed. Qian Mo opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. As one of the three sects that made such a contribution, he couldn't let anyone criticize him. He had to be careful. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Realm Masters and laughed in his heart. This was the real thing, how could it be fake? However, he had to be serious about the questions that followed. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao. After the two of them separated from Xiao Hua, they discussed for a long time before coming to the meeting hall. Sure enough, after an hour, all the Golden Core Realm Masters had checked Qin Jian's corpse. Heng Zhao took the storage bag and sighed. Zongbao and the other two have made such a great contribution, but they did it when Chu Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo severely injured Qin Jian. To be honest, it's a little unfair. I'm Zongbao's master and Chu Hui's senior brother, so I won't say anything. My friends, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Changbai Sect's Li Jijie immediately said, Xie Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo died in order to kill Qin Jian. They also saved tens of thousands of disciples from flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine. Their contributions, we cannot forget. Although we can't forget about it, the ones who killed Qin Jian were Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Their contributions are greater. Even Heng Heng had given a portion of the credit for killing Qin Jian to Li Feiyu, who had not even seen Qin Jian. How could he not be tactful enough to make the first move? Yes, this old man also agrees. Cool Breeze Valley's Zhu Junwei nodded and said, When I offered the reward in the meeting hall, I made it clear that as long as you kill Qin Jian, no matter what method you used, no matter which sect you are from, and even if you are not a disciple who participated in the battle, you will still be rewarded. Since it was my son who took part in the battle that brought Sword Qin's corpse back, what else is there to say? This merit naturally belongs to the three of you. I feel that although the merit of killing Qin Jian is not small, the benevolence of the three of them is even better. Not only did they avenge the cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian, they also brought back the corpses of the 3 Golden Core Stage Seniors and countless Foundation Establishment Stage Seniors and Juniors. This is the most commendable deed. Qian Mo voiced his opinion. Tai Ching Sect's De Sun's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, the disciples from Shi Country and Lian Country teamed up to kill Qin Jian. This is indeed a great story. As a cultivator from Meng Country, this old man is somewhat jealous. If Xiao Hua was a disciple of my Tai Ching sect, he would have been killed by the 3 countries' cultivators. This would be an even better story. Seeing that the few Golden Core Stage cultivators had made the final decision, 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi was not happy. He hurriedly said, after listening to everyone's words, it seems like you all have already determined that the 3 of you killed Qin Jian. However, this old man is still a little curious. Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. How could Su Bo and Xie Hui injure him so severely? That year in the Spirit Stone Mine in the Gale Snowfield, Xuanyan School's dozens of early Golden Core Stage disciples were not able to harm Qin Jian at all. Furthermore, even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, the 3 of you. It seems like you couldn't have killed him so easily? Why aren't the 3 of you injured? That Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect could still fly out to send a message? Of course, it's not that I don't admit that Qin Jian was killed by the 3 of you. I'm just curious. How did you guys do it? Wang Yi obviously saw that Qian Mo, Heng Heng and Gao Wei's faces were not friendly. Even Li Jijie and Zhu Junwei's faces were pulled long. Therefore, he added this last sentence. However, this sentence was obviously superfluous. Heng Heng looked at Wang Yi coldly and said to Li Zongbao, Zongbao, tell us what happened. You can satisfy your senior Uncle Wang's curiosity. Yes, this old man is not the only one curious. Even when the meeting hall announces the battle achievements of the three of you, you still have to explain. Otherwise, who would know if Qin Jian was real or not? Wang Yi smiled and said, also, Sky Patrol City. Qin Jian assassinated Tu Hong. In this reward, Sky Patrol City has added quite a bit of weight. If Shui Yu Jinren asks about it, wouldn't it be hard to explain it to the meeting hall? Senior Uncle Wang, don't be anxious. I've already prepared to explain it to all the seniors. Li Zongbao gave a rare smile and told Xiao Mao everything that he had discussed with him beforehand. Xiao Mao also added in from time to time, describing the heroic scene with exceptional clarity. Qin Jian actually had 4 flying swords? Not only Wang Yi, but the entire meeting hall was shocked. It wasn't that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were eloquent, but that the two of them were talking about the original version of how Xiao Hua killed Qin Jian. However, Xiao Hua was replaced by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. Yes, when Qin Jian fought with senior uncle Su Bo and the rest, he already lost 2 of his flying swords. Li Zongbao explained calmly, when he was surrounded by the 3 of us, he actually took out 2 more swords. This was really out of my expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that we had already surrounded Qin Jian and that the sword light of the 2 flying swords dimmed, I would definitely have brought the 2 junior brothers Xiao and escaped. You said that when Qin Jian was fighting with Xie Hui and Su Bo, the sword light dimmed? De Sun frowned and asked, could it be that he was already injured? Yes, it should be so. Li Zongbao glanced at Wang Yi and said, didn't senior Uncle Wang have the same question just now? But, when he was surrounded by the 3 of you, Qin Jian, no matter what, he should have some means to protect himself, right? It's impossible that he couldn't break through the joint attack of the 3 of you who were in the Foundation establishment stage? Wang Yi still didn't believe it. I've already explained it clearly. That Qin Jian was insatiably greedy and wanted to save his face. He didn't want to escape from the 3 of us. Didn't he use a very strange flying sword? That seemed to be his unique skill. It was as if the flying sword had pierced through our heads. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Hua obtained a strange shield from the sword cultivator. That shield blocked the flying sword and shattered together with the flying sword. And at the same time that Xiao Hua fell, Qin Jian also fell. Just when Qin Jian was about to transform into a flying sword, senior brother Zongbao continuously activated the immortal piercing whip. He beat Qin Jian until he couldn't transform into a sword. Xiao Mao added, no, I'm asking. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, what method did the 3 of you use to surround Qin Jian? Was it a magic array? Otherwise, I would only be able to escape from your encirclement easily, let alone Qin Jian. I've indeed obtained a secret technique. It's precisely through the joint attack of the 3 of us, using a method similar to a magic array to trap a cultivator. It can also transfer the magic power of 2 people to the other person. Although Martial Uncle Wang is a middle-stage Golden Core Master, I'm confident that when you're heavily injured, we can surround you. Li Zongbao's skin and flesh moved, as if he was sneering, if you don't believe me, we can try when Xiao Hua sends a message back. The group of Golden Core cultivators all laughed softly. That's right, if they surround Wang Yi when he's heavily injured, how can Wang Yi verify it? And they still have to wait for Xiao Hua to return. Who knows when Xiao Hua will return? Alright. Zongbao, your martial uncle Wang Yi is also asking on behalf of the cultivators of the 3 countries of the Xiaoyu continent. His inspection of the details is also for your own good. Hung Feng held back his laughter and scolded Li Zongbao, your contribution is indeed great. If you don't ask clearly about the details, how can we be at ease and give you the rewards? Yes, I understand. I feel that it's a fact that I killed Qin Jian. I'm a little conflicted with Martial Uncle Wang's questioning. I seek Martial Uncle Wang's forgiveness. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, also, if Martial Uncles have any other questions, I'll answer all of them. When the other Golden Core cultivators heard this, they all smiled and began to ask questions one by one. Naturally, these Golden Core cultivators were also very curious. They wanted to get to the bottom of many things, but they were definitely not making things difficult. They just wanted to know if what Li Zongbao said was true, They even asked many questions about the underground of Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he answered them one by one. He did not slack at all. Everyone saw clearly that what Li Zongbao said just now really happened. That Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao and the other two. Xiao Mao, who was listening by the side, could not help but sigh secretly. He was not sighing at Li Zongbao's ease of handling the situation, but at the group of golden core cultivators' questioning of Li Zongbao. Instead of saying that this kind of questioning was to blame, it was better to say that it was to give Li Zongbao a chance to perform. They wanted him to explain the situation in more detail. Their questions had also become highlights for the show. If there was anything that was too difficult to explain, the group of people would definitely not ask. Especially since Qin Jian was heavily injured, why didn't the disciples who drew their swords come to protect him? Why did they let the three of them surround Qin Jian and attack him? This was completely different from the questioning of Xiao Hua when he returned from the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain. At that time, Xiao Mao was also standing in the meeting hall with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. The only difference was that the one facing the group of golden core cultivators was Xiao Hua, a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Mao remembered that Xiao Hua was forced into a corner by Li Qingshu that day. He was practically unable to deal with it and directly threw the question to Li Zongbao and himself. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua's storage bag contained the extremely tragic corpses of the male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiao Hua would have been interrogated by Li Qingshu. Chapter 2552. Luckily, I have a powerful sect. Xiao Mao looked at Gao Wei. Gao Wei seemed to have sensed something and nodded at him. As for Qian Mo, who had previously flaunted himself, he also cooperated with Xiao Hua. A few times he asked about Xiao Hua's outstanding points. Li Zongbao was also not stingy with his praise. This is ridiculous. Xiao Mao shook his head. All of this was done by brother Xiao alone. Oh right, I suddenly thought of something. Wang Yi suddenly realized, since Qin Jian is heavily injured, why didn't those disciples come to protect him? Why did they let the three of you surround Qin Jian and attack him? If 10 or 8 grade 6 swordsmen came, the three of you wouldn't be a match for them, right? Instantly, the discussion hall fell into silence. Hee, look at what Uncle Wang said. Li Zongbao laughed. I am not Qin Jian, nor am I a sword cultivator. How would I know why they didn't come? Uncle Wang should ask the sword cultivators. Ha, Gao Wei laughed and clapped his hands. When I capture Qin Jian's disciples, I will interrogate them and find out where they went that day. If they give this great merit to my Xuanyan school's disciples, I might even give them 2 top-grade spirit stones. Ha, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Ye's face turned ugly. At this moment, Li Zongbao said seriously, I was joking with Uncle Wang just now. The truth is what the disciple said. We all escaped from the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. Our numbers far exceeded Qin Jian's estimation. His disciples were chasing after the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. That was why he didn't protect us. Of course, they also thought that Qin Jian would never be injured. I even thought that with Qin Jian's competitiveness, his disciples didn't even know that he was injured. Brilliant. Xiao Mao almost gave him a thumbs up. This explanation was flawless. Furthermore, it highlighted the merits of the three of them in the karst cave. Wang Yi was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that Li Zongbao and the other two were the ones who did it. Do any of you have any other questions? Heng Ju said with a smile. If you don't, I'll report this to Daoist He Ping. We have already confirmed it. Gao Wei glanced at Xiao Mao, then looked at the crowd and laughed. Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. This matter can be reported to the various teachers. Yes, this old man hasn't contacted sect leader for a long time. This is great news. Chinamo also laughed. Congratulations, fellow cultivators. De Sun seized the opportunity and said with a smile, the number 1 bounty in the conference hall can finally be closed. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Heng Zhao and the others replied, rewards are secondary. The most important thing is to let sword cultivators know, and more importantly, let the cultivators of our Dao sect know that 3 foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect were able to kill a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. Swordsmen are nothing in front of us cultivators. That's right, this award should be given out as soon as possible. Before we launch a large-scale attack on the swordsman, we must let all the cultivators know about it. Several Golden Core cultivators said in unison. Hengju nodded. This old man also thinks the same. Since we have Qin Jian's head, this merit belongs to Zhong Bao and the others. It is not appropriate for us to ask about the details. What we want is the result of killing Qin Jian, not the process. Indeed. Desun spoke again. If it were any other time, the conference hall would have to carry out such a big move like killing Qin Jian. We would even have to look for the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. However, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley has not arrived yet. Our conference hall cannot wait any longer. This old man agrees to give out the award today. All right, it's I's turn to be on duty today. I will take advantage of this and report this good news to the sect first. Heng Zhao said with a smile. He stood up and took out his token. The other Golden Core cultivators also hurriedly stood up and respectfully lined up behind Heng Zhao. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood beside Heng Zhao. A light flashed in the conference hall. An old man with white hair and a youthful face wearing a feathered robe appeared in midair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a kind smile on his face. Greetings, Zhenren Hiping. The group of Golden Core cultivators hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Please rise. Zhenren Hiping said with a smile. I haven't heard any news from Sky Patrol City for a long time. How's the situation now? I know that the sect leader doesn't like to fight. If there's nothing special, I wouldn't dare to trouble the sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly bowed and said, It's my turn to be on duty today. It's also a critical moment, so I had no choice but to disturb the sect leader. Heng Zhao, you've always been experienced and prudent. You also have some strategies. I'm very relieved to leave the Utopia faction's disciples to you. Zhenren Hiping praised Heng Zhao first. Heng Zhao looked delighted. After thanking him, he told him about the current situation of the battle. Zhenren Hiping listened and frowned slightly. He was puzzled and said, It hasn't been 10 years, right? Your attacks are very fierce. Yes, sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, The sword cultivators' attacks are also very fierce. They seem to be cutting off all means of retreat. Moreover, this time, the conference hall has been planning for a long time. Us Golden Core cultivators are also going to compete with their illusory swordsmen. I don't understand these things about attacking cities and seizing territories. Zhenren Hiping said frankly, What do you need me to do? Just tell me. No, we haven't done anything yet. There's no need for the sect leader to do anything. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, Today, I have good news for the sect leader. What good news? Zhenren Hiping asked curiously. Sect leader, do you still remember the number 1 bounty order in the conference hall that I reported to you a few years ago? Heng Zhao asked tentatively, but there was still some anxiety in his eyes. He was afraid that Zhenren Hiping would forget about it. Oh, I remember. Zhenren Hiping laughed and said, That's the number 1 bounty order in our Taoism sect. It seems to be a bounty for an illusory swordsman. Yes, it's the illusory sword level 3 swordsman called Qin Jian. Heng Zhao hurriedly added, feeling relieved. Illusory sword level 3. Zhenren Hiping frowned again. This kind of swordsman? I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. This bounty order. Could it be that a disciple of our Utopia faction killed Qin Jian? Good. Heng Zhao's face was full of smiles. Li Zongbao stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Oh? Zongbao? It's you who killed Qin Jian? Apparently, Zhenren Hiping knew Li Zongbao, so he smiled brightly. Li Zongbao said respectfully, My cultivation is not enough to kill Qin Jian. However, several Golden Core cultivators injured Qin Jian. Together with 2 junior brothers from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyan school, I killed Qin Jian, who was seriously injured. Ha ha, not bad. Zhenren Hiping laughed. Since you killed him, it's your credit. Zongbao, you've really brought honor to our Utopia faction. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't dare. Li Zongbao said hurriedly with a smile. Master notified the sect leader because he wanted to make him happy. Master and I have no intention of rewarding you. Ha ha ha, in a war, those who have done well will be rewarded and those who have done wrong will be punished. I'm not senile. How could I not know that? Moreover, if you want to finish the war in one stroke, your momentum is the most important thing. Although I don't know how to command troops, I can still encourage the disciples of our Utopia faction. Zhenren Hiping stroked his beard with his hand and said happily, as long as I can promise you, I will promise you. Heng Zhao was overjoyed. Isn't this how his little abacus always works? Hearing Zhenren Hiping's words, Heng Zhao squinted his eyes. He knew Li Zongbao's big opportunity had arrived. However, Heng Zhao was still so respectful. He lowered his head, as if he had not heard Zhenren Hiping's words. This. Li Zongbao was surprised. It seemed that this was not something he had expected. However, Zhenren Hiping's words were also very clear. Whatever he asked for, he would agree. For a moment, Li Zongbao was full of thoughts. He did not know what to ask for. The discussion hall was completely silent. Many of the Golden Core elders were envious of Li Zongbao. This was the approval of a sect leader. If not for the impending battle, even if it was the great merit of killing Qin Jian, it would not have been exchanged for such a sentence. Li Zongbao's hesitation was reasonable. What about a cultivation method? Or a magic weapon? Or perhaps it was a highly sought-after position in the Utopia faction. The Golden Core stage cultivators were all thinking about Li Zongbao. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao bowed calmly and said, "Thank you, sect leader. After thinking about it, I think I'd better ask for a special pardon." What? Even Heng Zhao, who had lowered his head in silence, was shocked, let alone the other Golden Core stage cultivators. Heng Zhao had already put himself in Li Zongbao's shoes and thought of a few options. No matter which option, Li Zongbao would be able to take a few more steps on the road to the nascent soul stage and have a greater chance of conceiving a baby. However, he never thought that Li Zongbao would ask for a special pardon. That thing was completely useless for cultivation. Heng Zhao could not help but look sideways at Li Zongbao. He could not speak, but his eyes were full of doubt and blame. A special pardon? Immortal Hiping frowned again. Zongbao? What can you hide from me? What do you want that for? Yes, a special pardon from the sect leader was something that could only be used when a disciple had committed a grave mistake and was about to be killed or his cultivation would be abolished. How could Immortal Hiping not find it strange that Li Zongbao wanted it for no reason? Even some cultivators who were not on good terms with the Utopia faction were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said calmly, "I've been practicing the leeching treasure mirror, and I have the holy whip, the magic treasure of the Utopia faction. My master has taught me many skills, and I don't lack any elixirs. I really don't know what to ask for. If I ask for it in the future, it won't be able to boost the morale of the Utopia faction disciples. Therefore, I chose the special pardon. I took Qin Jian's life in exchange for a chance to correct my grave mistake. Isn't it more useful than any magic weapon or cultivation method?" Chapter 2553. Good. Immortal Hiping nodded almost without hesitation. In that case, I approve the pardon order. Now send a disciple to send the pardon order to the Sky Sentry City. After that, Immortal Hiping flicked his sleeves, and the whole image gradually began to blur, and then disappeared. During the whole process, Immortal Hiping's face was as usual, and there was no change when he said, "Good." No one knew if he was happy or angry. When the image of Immortal Hiping disappeared, Heng Ju raised his eyebrows. When he was about to send a message, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school said with a smile, "Since fellow Daoist Heng Ming from the Utopia faction has reported to the head, I have to let the head know, otherwise I will be negligent." Well, now the crowd did not have to disperse. They still stood in the distance, but Hengju moved back, and Gao Wei stood in front of Hengju. Gao Wei made a gesture and threw the token into the air, but there was a flash of brilliance in the air. After a while, the figure of Fairy Yingzhua did not appear. Gao Wei was a little surprised. He knew that this image transmission method was directly connected to Fairy Yingzhua's magic treasure. As long as he activated his Dharma power, Fairy Yingzhua must have some intuition. In the past 10 times, Fairy Yingzhua appeared immediately after he used it. Could it be that the head has other things to do? While thinking, Gao Wei's face was full of smiles. When he was about to speak, he saw the brilliance suddenly stagnate, and with a slight tremor, the image of Fairy Yingzhua flashed in the air. However, it was obvious that Fairy Yingzhua's face was full of displeasure, and a faint green light flashed in her eyes. Junior and others greet Fairy Yingzhua. All the cultivators bowed and saluted, so they could not see clearly. What's the matter? Fairy Yingzhua glanced at them and said coldly. Disciple Gao Wei is now reporting the situation of the battle in the Sky Sentry's city to the head, and there is also a good news. Gao Wei's words were very similar to Hengju's. But Fairy Yingzhua's reaction was different from Immortal He Ping's. Fairy Yingzhua was a little impatient, and said lightly, "Didn't you just report a few days ago? You have begun to test the sword cultivator's actual situation? Now there is a situation? Then you should launch a fierce attack based on the situation. They are just a few illusory swordsmen. Do you think you can't kill all of the hundreds of thousands of disciples?" Gao Wei looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, the time of his report was definitely not a few days ago, but he did not dare to correct him. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, but..." "There's no buts." Fairy Yingzhua said coldly, "I don't know how to deploy troops. All of you are intelligent people. You only need to work together to spread the name of my Dao sect. Even if you lose, we won't blame you." Seeing that Fairy Yingzhua was about to flick her sleeves, Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Does sect head still remember the first bounty for this battle?" "I don't remember." Fairy Yingzhua replied bluntly. Gao Wei smiled apologetically. "Of course the sect leader is busy. This is just a small matter, so it's fine if you don't remember. But today, I want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Mao, a disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school, together with the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, killed the third-grade illusory swordsman, Qin Jian. Oh? A disciple in the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school killed the illusory swordsman? Fairy Yingzhua was stunned and seemed to be a little interested. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the sect head. Xiao Mao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "You?" Fairy Yingzhua seemed to have some impression of Xiao Mao, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Yes, it's disciple Xiao Mao." Xiao Mao knew that Fairy Yingzhua knew him through the hunting seedlings plan, and hurriedly replied. "Not bad." Fairy Yingzhua rolled her eyes and nodded. "You have made a great contribution to the Xuanyan school. In addition to the bounty on the bounty, after the battle, I will reward you." "Thank you, sect head." Xiao Mao expressed his gratitude again. "Yes, sect head knows." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the conference hall. Xiao Mao and the other two completed this seemingly impossible task and have already received the bounty on the bounty. Also, Immortal He Ping of the Utmost Happiness faction has just rewarded Li Zongbao." "Yes, I know." Fairy Yingzhua said impatiently. "Whatever He Ping rewarded, the Xuanyan school will do the same." "Yes, I understand." Gao Wei was really helpless and hurriedly said again, "Martial nephew Li Zongbao has requested for a special pardon from the Utmost Happiness faction. Sect head, please issue the special pardon to reward Xiao Mao's battle achievements." "Special pardon?" Fairy Yingzhua was slightly stunned, and then she flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, "I know." Seeing Fairy Yingzhua's figure disappear, Gao Wei's mood was like a bucket of cold water being poured on his head. It couldn't be helped. Most of the original infant stage masters were focused on cultivating, and they didn't care too much about the battle. After all, the battle of the Golden Core stage masters was just the prelude. Even if the Golden Core Stage Masters were defeated in this battle, there would still be a group of original infant stage masters with extraordinary strength behind them. These original infant stage masters were definitely not people that the sword cultivators could easily resist. Gao Wei smiled bitterly, and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome. This is what you deserve." Gao Wei stepped back and looked at Qian Imo. Qian Imo was a little hesitant. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't in the conference hall at this time. The effect of him asking for Qian Leizi's help was not as good as that of Daoist He Ping and Fairy Yingzhua. Moreover, he didn't know whether Qian Leizi would be like Fairy Yingzhua and give him a bucket of cold water. "Fellow cultivator Qian, please." Gao Wei wouldn't let Qian Imo go, and he shouted loudly. But Qian Imo had no choice but to take out the token in front of everyone's eyes. As he made a spell, Qian Leizi's red face appeared in midair. "Greetings, Senior Qian Leizi." Everyone bowed again. You all get up." Qian Leizi had shown his face in the conference hall earlier. At this time, he waved his hand and said, "You all have worked hard since the battle started." Qian Imo heaved a sigh of relief, and everyone said in unison, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." "What's the matter now?" Qian Leizi raised his head and looked at Qian Imo. "I have a few important things to report." Qian Imo didn't dare to keep it a secret. He told Qian Leizi about the current situation of the battle and John Doe who could perform the thunder travel. However, before he told Qian Leizi about Qin Jian, Qian Leizi's body shook and he shouted, "Qian Imo, are you sure? He's a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect at the late stage of Gold Core Realm?" "I haven't confirmed it yet." Qian Imo smiled apologetically, "but according to Kansheng, it can't be wrong. Others don't know my thunder escape skill, but how can the disciples of the Canlei Palace not know it? How is this possible?" Qian Leizi widened his eyes, but his voice became lower and lower. Of course, he couldn't believe that there was a disciple at the late stage of Gold Core Realm in the thunder-controlling sect who could surpass him in the thunder escape skill. "Quickly find Kansheng and ask him to return to the Sky Thunder Peak." Qian Leizi raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Qian Imo, tell them that once they find John Doe's trace, immediately." Speaking of this, Qian Leizi hesitated. After all, John Doe was a cultivator who could perform the thunder escape skill. Ordinary disciples of the Gold Core Realm couldn't catch up with him. "Okay, you just need to pay attention to him. If you can find his trace or which Thunder Palace he belongs to, it will be better. After this battle, we will all go to the Sky Thunder City." Qian Leizi sighed and wondered if John Doe was a disciple secretly taught by a distraction stage master. Seeing that Qian Leizi was absent-minded, Qian Imo bowed again and said, "Besides this, I also want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Hua, a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, joined hands with the disciples of the Xuanyan school and the Utopia faction to kill Qin Jian, a swordsman at the thunder-controlling stage 3 of the illusory sword skill." "Qin Jian? Isn't he the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong?" "What? The disciples of our Taoism sect did what the elders of the Shui region couldn't do? Our disciples of the thunder-controlling sect also have a share?" "Xiao Hua again? That disciple of the foundation establishment stage?" Qian Leizi asked curiously with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his eyes. "Where is Xiao Hua?" Qian Leizi naturally knew about Tu Hong. He was extremely dissatisfied with Shui Daoist, so he didn't care if Shui Daoist knew about Tu Hong and Yu Meng. Seeing that Shui Daoist didn't manage to kill Qin Jian, and instead, a foundational disciple from his Imperial Lightning sect and 2 disciples from other sects completed the task, how could he not be happy? However, when he looked around and didn't find Xiao Hua, he asked, "Sect leader, Xiao Hua has another important task. He was sent to another place without returning to the city." Qian Imo replied hurriedly. "Good." Qian Leizi clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Hua has made many outstanding contributions to the thunder-controlling sect in the Sky Thunder City. He should be rewarded handsomely." "Yes, I also think so. Therefore, I would like to ask the sect leader to reward Xiao Hua to boost the morale of our disciples." Qian Mo said with a smile. Well, what should I reward him with? Qian Lei was very happy and asked in an inquiring tone. Qian Mo knew what Qian Lei meant. He said hurriedly with a smile, Xiao Hua was not in the conference hall. Therefore, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school have asked for rewards from Immortal He Ping and Ferrying Zhua. Really? Qian Lei said with a smile, then our thunder-controlling sect can't be stingy. We can't be worse than them. Tell me, what precious rewards did the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school give? Well, the sect leader knows that the Utopia faction and the Utopia faction have rewarded Xiao Hua with a special pardon order. Qian Mo didn't dare to hide the truth, although he also thought the special pardon order was unreasonable. A special pardon order? Qian Lei was stunned. He said casually, well, let's wait until Xiao Hua returns to the Sky Thunder Peak. Anyway, this is a great contribution. I will remember it in my heart. Senior Qian. Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly with a bow, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to do it today. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction? Qian Lei was a little unhappy. I know I can't do that. Li Zongbao's heart was trembling. He still didn't dare to straighten his back. However, he still said in a low voice, I think this matter should not be delayed. Chapter 2554. Following which, Li Zongbao repeated the reason from before. Therefore, this junior begs senior to reward Xiao Hua and greatly increase the morale of our Dao sect disciples. I see. After listening to Li Zongbao's analysis of the battle situation and the reason for the additional reward, he praised Li Zongbao in his heart. He glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a smile, you have a clear understanding of the battle situation. This additional reward is nothing. For disciples like you who killed Qin Jian and cleaned up the filth in Sky Patrol City, the special pardon order is really dispensable. How about this? This old man will give the special pardon order to Xiao Hua like your sect. In addition, inform Xiao Hua that when he returns from the battle, this old man will reward him handsomely. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao was overjoyed, but he looked disappointed and sighed. If I had known, I would have asked Xiao Hua to come back. I will be the last to report. Ha! You don't have to be disappointed. Qian Lei laughed. Your Hepping is not stingy. When you return, there will be more rewards. With that, Qian Lei waved his sleeves and disappeared slowly. At this time, Qian Lei opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something. Because he had not reported to Qian Lei about the horrifying phoenix. Of course, the reason why he put it last and even hid it from Qian Lei was because he was afraid that Qian Lei would ask him about his negligence. Ha! That's enough. After Qian Lei disappeared, Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, the masters of the three sects are indeed wise. With the extra reward, our disciples will be able to kill Jian Xiu. Senior Qian Lei said that the rewards from Sky Patrol City will be great. I will send someone to inform Sky Patrol City now. Let's see what they will reward. On the surface, the crime of Tu Hong's assassination was still pinned on Qin Jian. Xiao Hua and the other two had killed Qin Jian. Even though Shui Yu's spiritual master knew this, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. The rewards would definitely be generous. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the disciple that Heng Ming sent to Sky Patrol City returned. Naturally, there was a Foundation establishment disciple from Sky Patrol City following behind him. This disciple brought a generous reward, but strangely he didn't bring any orders from Shui Yu Jinren, not even a verbal order. Heng Ming sneered in his heart. He even glanced at Li Zongbao. He knew that Tu Hong was not assassinated by Qin Jian, so how could Shui Yu Sage not know it? At this moment, Li Zongbao took the credit for killing Qin Jian on his shoulders. He had completely disrupted Shui Yu Enlightened Master's plan. It was already good enough that Shui Yu Enlightened Master was willing to give him a reward. Fellow Daoists, this old man will now issue an order to withdraw the #1 bounty on my head from the Great Dao Cultivator battle. Heng Li said loudly with a smile, his voice filled with pride. Thank you, Shui Yu Sage. Qian Mo and Gao Wei shouted. The others naturally agreed. Just as the Sky Patrol City's conference hall issued a reward to commend Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, the one who killed Qin Jian, was flying above the boundless snowfield. As he flew, he scanned the area with his Buddhist consciousness without any pattern. He became even more impatient. Damn it, isn't it in this direction? Why do I feel that something is wrong? What's so special about it? Where is the purple jasmine flower? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know what the purple jasmine flower looked like. He only found some information from Marshal Kuen's message talisman. However, at this moment, there were some slight ripples in the Buddha fire that had not reacted for a long time. These ripples were somewhat similar to when Zhong Haoren knelt on the mountain and begged Xiao Hua back in Zhongling Mountain Villa. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned and stopped. This feeling was not similar to the throbbing of the hand of karma. It was more appropriate to say that it was a sudden impulse. Why are there cultivators here? Just as Xiao Hua cautiously scanned the area with his Buddhist awareness, he found that there were several cultivators about 100 miles away. When Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness returned to where the cultivators were, his expression became even more wonderful. I knew it. My wife is here. How can this guy be far away? However, why are these two people here? Moreover, the two of them, their expressions are a little strange. Xiao Hua's face was filled with a look of understanding. Moreover, there was still some incredulity in his expression. His figure suddenly slowed down, and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly 100 li away. 100 miles away, it was still a flat snowfield. However, there were some sparse vegetation on the snowfield. Although there were very few vegetation and the color was very light, almost all of it was grayish-white. There were only a few spots of green on the vegetation. However, it was still green. In this endless snowfield, there was a trace of vitality. Unfortunately, this vitality did not arouse the vitality of the world. Instead, above the vegetation, there were more than a dozen people with swords drawn. Their fierce auras were soaring to the sky and annihilated this trace of vitality. The dozen people were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by a dignified person with 2 or 3 arrogant and handsome disciples of the Huanhua sect. Who else could it be but Yun Jiechong? The other group was led by a middle-aged man who was not very tall but had a straight figure. He looked like he was the only one in the world and everyone else had to bow down to him. This person had a strong temperament and was very refined, but at this time, his eyes were filled with anger. Behind him were 4 young disciples. These disciples were dressed in clean clothes and their manners were slightly restrained. The anger in their eyes was even more intense. This refined and determined middle-aged man was none other than Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhong Haoren. However, Zhong Haoren was already at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the few young people near him were around the 10th layer of qi refining. As for the 3rd group, there was only one person. Moreover, this person was a delicate female swordsman. She was also someone Xiao Hua was familiar with, Gu Yu of the Void Heaven Sword School. These 3 groups of people who had no connection with each other were unexpectedly gathered together. No wonder Xiao Hua was surprised. However, if Xiao Hua carefully looked, he would be able to see a palm-sized, pony-like thing above the snow region. He would not be so surprised. However, that thing was now stuck with a yellow talisman and lying motionlessly on the gray-white vegetation. How could Xiao Hua distinguish it? At this time, Yun Jiechong and Zhong Haoren were in a state of mutual hostility. However, Yun Jiechong was unarmed and coldly looked at Zhong Haoren with disdain. Moreover, his vigilant gaze occasionally passed over Zhong Haoren and fell on Gu Yu's body. Gu Yu's complexion was as usual. Although she was in a confrontation with the 2 groups of cultivators and was somewhat far away from them, it was obvious that she was somewhat close to Zhong Haoren. Gu Yu's pretty eyebrows did not reduce her beauty. Because she did not reveal her invisible sword, she gave people a feeling of pity. Fellow Daoist. Although Zhong Haoren was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he was not afraid in the face of Yun Jiechong, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still indifferently said, "This Zhong saw this Ganoderma horse, and the yellow talisman on its body was also struck by this Zhong. How could it now belong to fellow Daoist? Moreover, fellow Daoist indiscriminately attacked me with a magic tool. If this swordsman didn't block it, this Zhong would have already died. This Zhong really doesn't understand. In the eyes of cultivators, is a cultivator a fellow Daoist? Or is the swordsman a fellow Daoist?" After saying this, Zhong Haoren rushed towards Guyu and saluted, "Many thanks to Miss for upholding justice and saving me." However, Guyu did not pay attention to him and only looked at the two people vigilantly. Yun Jiechong sneered and said disdainfully, "Which sect are you a disciple of? Didn't you see I's Daoist robe? What reason does a disciple of my Huanhua sect need for something he wants?" When Zhong Haoren saw that Yun Jiechong was pointing at his sect, he could only reply, "Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, so this Zhong naturally knows. However, since Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you should have the demeanor of a big sect in the country of Xi. You shouldn't have competed with I. You shouldn't have attacked me without saying anything." He, Yun Jiechong sneered. "Do you think that you, a cultivator at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, can capture this Ganoderma horse? Can your yellow talisman easily imprison the Ganoderma horse? Even so, fellow Daoist, you have to make it clear." Zhong Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly. He was really angry, but he still defended himself. "If this Zhong knew that there was something fishy about it, I would definitely return this Ganoderma horse." "Ha! I'm dying of laughter." Yun Jiechong laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He pointed with his hand and said, "If this Ganoderma horse fell into your hands, you would still take it out. Do you really think I'm a baby boy? Others don't know, but this Zhong would definitely return it." Zhong Haoren replied word by word. "Maybe." Yun Jiechong stopped laughing. He looked at Zhong Haoren from head to toe and said, "You see that I have the intention to kill you, but you are still defending yourself. If you are not pedantic, then you have other plans. Do you want to join forces with this swordsman?" Then Yun Jiechong came to his senses and said coldly, "Since you already know that I am a disciple of the Huanhua sect, why didn't you report your sect? Look, you are not wearing my cultivator's battle robe, and now you have the help of a swordsman from the Huan kingdom. Do I still need to say it? You must be the spies of the Huan kingdom swordsmen." After saying that, Yun Jiechong waved his hand and shouted, "Come on, disciples, take down these spies. No matter if they are dead or alive, this is all due to our efforts." Yes, the three disciples of the Huanhua sect received the order and clapped their hands. 3 magic treasures that were overflowing with brilliance flew into the air. Each of them reflected a multicolored light that was dozens of feet long. They swept up all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around them and smashed toward Zhong Haoren and the others with a faint roar. Among the 3 magic treasures, one was in the shape of a staff. In the multicolored light, the green wooden staff formed a wooden wave. The thumb-sized shadow of the staff hit Zhong Haoren and the chi refining disciple behind him. Chapter 25:55. The other magical weapon was a fist-sized fire pearl. Its brilliance was the brightest. Even in this extremely cold snowfield, it still emitted an orange-red brilliance that shot out about 10 feet. Within the brilliance, the 3 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren were shrouded in layers and layers of fire. The scorching heat that assaulted their faces caused the 3 aura refining disciples' expressions to greatly change. As for the third magic weapon, it was a scarlet-yellow silk ribbon. As it flew in the air, there were faint runes flowing on its surface. Following behind the fire bead, it resembled a spirit serpent, shrouding all 4 of them except for Zhong Haoren. Seeing that the 3 mid-foundation building cultivators had unexpectedly used rare magic weapons as soon as they attacked, and under their magic power, those magic weapons emitted a terrifying aura, Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura refining disciples couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Apart from Zhong Haoren, who had stepped into the foundation building realm, the other 4 were only in the aura refining realm. Not to mention 3 middle-stage foundation-building cultivators using 3 magic weapons. Even if a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator didn't use any magic weapons, Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura-refining disciples wouldn't be a match for them. However, as soon as the 3 magic weapons left their hands, they immediately displayed their might and simply smashed down without holding back. Aside from being alarmed, the 5 disciples could only clap their hands together and raise one hand. Unexpectedly, a dozen or so yellow talismans of various colors appeared in their hands, and in their other hands, several flying swords appeared. The swords flickered as they closely followed the yellow talismans and stabbed towards the 3 magic weapons that had already fallen several meters above their heads. Puff, puff. A dozen or so soft sounds rang out. The dozens of activated yellow talismans had just absorbed a small amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth when they were crushed by the brilliance of the magic weapons and turned into fragments that drifted down. As for the yellow talismans, they simply couldn't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Under the magic power of the aura-refining disciples, they only flashed a faint brilliance before being annihilated. The intact yellow talismans were just like scrap paper that drifted in the air. When he looked at Zhong Haoren again, there was only a moment of panic on his face before his eyes flashed with determination. The flying sword in his hand turned into a rainbow as a sword beam pierced through the air towards the green staff shadow. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was actually very fast. The sword light only flashed for a moment before it pierced into the staff shadows. It sounded like it was piercing through bamboo. Nearly 40% of the staff shadows at the front of the green staff magic treasure were actually pierced by Zhong Haoren's flying sword and disappeared without a trace. Oh! The middle foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhong Haoren's flying sword to be so sharp. However, the sneer on the disciple's face became even more pronounced. The remaining shadows of the staff didn't stop. Pa pa! A series of sword cries rang out. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was struck and sent flying backwards. Not good. When Zhong Haoren saw the green staff suddenly emit a brilliance again, he immediately knew that things weren't good. He hurriedly formed an incantation to retrieve his flying sword. However, after the row of staff shadows fell, a thick shadow of the green staff emerged from the staff shadows. Boom! It smashed into the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword quickly converged. Then, with a crisp kacha sound, a wide crack appeared on the flying sword. It extended from the tip of the flying sword all the way to the end of the sword. Zhong Haoren's face suddenly burst into a bright red color. Then, the red color suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a deathly white color. The broken flying sword fell into the dust along with the dark red color on his face. Zhong Haoren was like this, so the flying swords of the other 4 aura-refining disciples were not worth mentioning. Although half of the shadow of the green staff had been destroyed by Zhong Haoren, the remaining shadow hit another flying sword. The flying sword had just flown out when it was immediately knocked down. It simply didn't have any effect. As for the 3 flying swords under the fire bead, they were even more miserable than Zhong Haoren's flying sword. At the same time that the fire pearl struck down the 2 flying swords, the flames inside it emerged and enveloped the 2 flying swords. Seeing the flying swords being refined by the flames, the 2 aura-refining disciples couldn't resist at all no matter how much magic power they channeled. The other flying sword was directly smashed by the fire bead. The aura-refining disciple who had a primordial spirit connection with the flying sword directly collapsed on the snowy ground. The snake-like silk ribbon followed behind the fire bead. At this time, it was flashing with a clear blue brilliance. Countless light silks shrouded Zhong Haoren and the other 4 people, completely isolating the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gradually shrinking force of imprisonment firmly bound the 5 people. Seeing that Zhong Haoren had actually taken out his flying sword, Yun Guichong's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. He turned to look at Gu Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, as I expected, these are the spies of the sword cultivator. Why don't you surrender?" The corner of Gu Yu's mouth flashed a trace of a sneer. He waved his hand, and the flying sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards Yun Guchong. This stream of light was like a fountain, transforming into countless thin sword lights in the air, covering his upper body. Every sword light flickered with a sharp and bright light, as if it could pierce through one's eyes. Yun Guichong raised his head and roared. He clapped his hand and a semicircular magic weapon appeared in his hand. This semicircular magic weapon was very strange. It was orange-yellow in color, as if it was connected with a string of flames. When Yun Guichong threw the magic weapon in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. The runes on the flames flowed, and the flames transformed into a dragon with a head and a tail. It was Su Yenyun's family heirloom, the dragon-driving hoop. Go! Yun Guchong pointed his finger, and the dragon shape suddenly enlarged to the size of a few feet. However, the dragon shape did not fly straight, but circled around a circular area. Woo-woo, there was a sound, and the center of the dragon-driving hoop produced a great suction force, blocking in front of Yun Guichong. Gu Yu's flying sword light fell into the hoop like a firefly flying into a flame, as if there was no resistance at all. A flying sword in the shape of a sharp cone gradually appeared in the center of the dragon-driving hoop. Ha! Yun Guichong chuckled, but before he could laugh, his face became serious again. This was because Gu Yu, who was controlling the flying sword in the air just now, had disappeared from her original place. The way she disappeared was so strange and so sudden. It was as if she wasn't there at all. What is going on? Yun Guichong was surprised. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find out where Gu Yu had escaped to. But at this moment, an extremely sharp sword light appeared on Yun Guichong's left shoulder. Yun Guichong's protective brilliance flickered for a moment before it was immediately annihilated, and the sword light sank into his body. Blood light burst out along with the sword light. Yun Guichong was shocked. He used his flying technique to quickly fly to the right. But how could his flying technique be compared to Gu Yu's? The sword light was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, and there was no sign of it being dodged. Attack! Yun Guichong gritted his teeth and pointed at the dragon-driving hoop with his right hand. Roar! With a dragon roar, the illusory dragon expanded once again and charged towards Yun Guichong's left arm. Above the dragon's head, a beam of light that resembled a sword shot into the air. The dragon-driving hoop was also very fast. The dragon shape fell a few feet in a moment, and Gu Yu's invisible sword could no longer pierce into Yun Guichong's body. But with a wave of her hand, a piece of flesh fell from Yun Guichong's arm, and blood immediately fell down. Boom! The dragon-repelling hoop and Gu Yu's flying sword collided. The dragon-repelling hoop slightly vibrated while Gu Yu's flying sword also flashed. Under the might of the dragon-repelling hoop, Gu Yu's figure also quietly flashed. Invisible sword? Seeing this, Yun Guichong was shocked. Regardless of the injury on his left arm, he hurriedly pointed at the dragon-driving hoop. His spiritual power was activated again, and he fiercely flew toward the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. However, when the dragon-driving hoop flew past, there was no movement at all. Obviously, Gu Yu was no longer there. Not good. Yun Guichong's thoughts turned very quickly. His whole body suddenly flew to the left, and he landed at the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. His right hand patted his forehead. Roar! A huge dragon roar came from Yun Guichong's body. Then, the surface of Yun Guichong's body flashed with crimson flames. As the flames burned, a fiery dragon 5 feet in size, like a huge coiled python, emerged. With the appearance of Yun Guichong's fiery dragon, a faint red color appeared in the surrounding area of dozens of feet. It seemed to be the brilliance of the fiery spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A faint blazing heat turned the snow and ice underground into flowing water in a moment. Withdraw, Yun Guichong stood in the air majestically. The wound on his left arm quickly healed. As Yun Guichong waved his hand, the dragon-driving hoop fell into his hand. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the dragon-driving hoop in Yun Guichong's hand, without the activation of his spiritual power, increased by a few feet. The fierce dragon shape became even more ferocious. Go! Yun Guichong's eyes flashed red. He swung his right arm, and the dragon-driving hoop flashed brilliantly in the air. With a fierce force, it smashed somewhere in the air to the right. Boom! The brilliance in front of the dragon-driving hoop flashed, and a sword light appeared. It was the sword light that blocked the dragon-driving hoop. Then, the sword light flew up diagonally. Obviously, Gu Yu's invisible sword could not resist the great power of Yun Guichong's dragon-driving hoop. Where do you think you're going? Yun Guichong's body flashed with flames, and he rushed to the place where Gu Yu was sent flying. With the movement of Yun Guichong's body, the fiery dragon body also slowly moved. Woo! The dragon-driving hoop roared again. Gu Yu's invisible sword was forced out of its sword shape by Yun Guichong again. With the appearance of the invisible sword, Gu Yu's somewhat astonished face was revealed along with his barely stabilized body. Obviously, Gu Yu did not expect Yun Guichong to have such a powerful fiery dragon body. Moreover, Yun Guichong's strength had already exceeded the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Within the range of Yun Guichong's body, Gu Yu's biggest reliance was suddenly lost. Go! Since the invisible sword was useless, Gu Yu did not say anything. The flying sword in his hand flew out again. The small flying sword spun in the air, and countless white snowflakes gushed out. The sword light was the 6 petals of the snowflakes. The purity of ice and jade was Gu Yu's nobility. Chapter 2556. Haha, ignorant sword cultivator. Do you think that close combat is your world? Yun Guichong laughed without hesitation. He waved his hand and the dragon-repelling ring turned into a ring in front of him, generating a suction force to resist the sword light. The flame dragon's celestial body raised its head and roared. The faint red color around Gu Yu suddenly deepened. Wisps of red fire appeared and surrounded Gu Yu along with the sword intent. Gu Yu's body flashed with a white brilliance. While resisting the red fire, the fluttering snowflakes also melted in the blazing red fire. Why is this cultivator's celestial body so powerful? Gu Yu was shocked. It's even more terrifying than the terrifying phoenix. Moreover, this cultivator has the flame physique. In this area, my ice snow sword intent is restrained everywhere. Gu Yu thought. Seeing that the snowflakes melted by the red fire had already entered the invisible sword, she did not dare to hesitate. She hurriedly waved her hand and the invisible sword quickly fell into her hand. A burning sensation was transmitted from the invisible sword to her hand. Hiss! Gu Yu could not help but gasp again. Kill! Yun Guichong waved his hand as if commanding the 3 Huanhua sect disciples who had trapped Zhong Haoren and the other 4. At the same time, his flame dragon celestial body raised its head and roared. The dragon-repelling ring danced again and turned into a dragon rushing towards Gu Yu. How could Gu Yu not know that the situation was critical? She hurriedly urged the sword origin in her body. The sword light around her body also flashed rapidly. The invisible sword suddenly turned into a rainbow, carrying Gu Yu to rush out of the red fire area. Gu Yu knew that as long as she rushed out of this area, she would immediately become invisible. Yun Guichong and the others would not be able to find her. However, Yun Guichong's face showed a hideous smile. The red in his eyes became more intense. The red fire area around Gu Yu increased again and the flame became brighter. When the disciples of the Huanhua sect received Yun Jiechong's order, without saying a word, one of the disciples formed an incantation gesture and trapped Zhong Haoren and the others. Another disciple who held a fire bead pointed his finger. The fire bead that had been suspended in midair suddenly enlarged, emitting countless sparks that were about to fall. At such a critical moment, Xiaohua still hasn't arrived at the scene. He can ignore Gu Yu's life and death, but Zhong Haoren has an old relationship with Xiaohua. Xiaohua even made a move on his path of growth. How could Xiaohua just ignore it? A powerful divine sense swept down from the sky and locked onto everyone. Then, a cold snort was heard. How dare you? Ah! This voice seemed to come from very far away, but in everyone's ears, it was extremely shocking. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears, and they even felt a tremor coming from the bottom of their hearts. The fire pearl couldn't help but stop in midair. Yun Guicheng's fire dragon celestial body also stopped quietly. The ferocious dragon lifted its head slightly and stared at the sky in the distance. There seemed to be an aura that terrified it. Yun Guicheng raised his red eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. He was really looking in the same direction as the fire dragon celestial body. Yun Guicheng had already sensed the strength of the divine sense and knew that the cultivation of the newcomer was extremely strong, but he still waved his hand and ordered. Yes. The disciple of the Huanhua sect hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger again. The fire bead flashed again and was about to be activated by the disciple's incantation. But at this moment, 2 green and red sword lights flashed from the sky thousands of feet away. These 2 sword lights interacted with each other and chased after each other. They were as fast as meteors, and the distance of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, among the green and red, the dark red color was particularly enchanting. A kind of fear that made everyone's heart tremble shrouded the entire area. Roar! Yun Guicheng's fire dragon celestial body was the first to realize that something was wrong. It raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire light red area was filled with brilliance, and the small fire light from before flashed again. Buzz! The 2 sword lights hummed together and suppressed the roar of the fire dragon celestial body. 1 sword light pierced toward the flashing fire bead, and the other toward the fire dragon celestial body. Boom! The green and red sword light in front of the head hit the fire bead first. The fire bead flashed with extremely bright brilliance, and then it was quickly annihilated. A hot and strong wave of air rushed out from the fire bead. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the fire bead. The crack spread rapidly and almost covered the entire surface of the fire bead. On the fire bead, a small flying sword flashed and appeared. Puff! The disciple who took out the fire bead spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was so weak that he was about to fall to the ground. Obviously, his primordial spirit was severely injured. Fortunately, the disciple next to him was quick enough to support him. As for the second green and red sword light, it fell directly in the light red area and pierced toward the fire dragon celestial body on top of Yun Guicheng's head. In the light red area, the green sword light became brighter and brighter. It was like a bolt of lightning that split the light red area. Although the sword light was not as swift as before and seemed to have sunk into mud, the green light was still incomparably sharp and unstoppable. In a breath's time, it pierced through all obstacles and arrived in front of the fire dragon's celestial body. Along the way, all the bright crimson flames were cut apart by the sharp sword intent, and all the flames were extinguished like candles in the wind. Roar! The green and red sword light pierced into the fire dragon's celestial body. It seemed that the sword light went through it as if it was nothing, but the celestial body's shadow was wailing as if it had been seriously injured. Even Yun Guicheng felt the throbbing deep in his heart. The fire dragon's celestial body could not hold on any longer and slowly disappeared into his body. With the disappearance of the fire dragon's celestial body, the light red area of more than 100 feet immediately disappeared. Gu Yu, who was trying her best to escape, became invisible in the light red area. Go! Yun Guicheng did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the dragon-repelling hoop that could not resist the sword light. The dragon circled around his body, and his body leaped into the air and flew toward one direction. The 2 uninjured Huanhua sect disciples were already frightened. When they heard Yun Guicheng's order, they had already activated the flying technique to pull the seriously injured disciple. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they followed Yun Guicheng's back and fled. As for their magic weapons, they had already retracted the green and red sword light that broke the fire pearl before Yun Guicheng's order could attack. It seemed that they were already prepared to escape. They knew that their magic weapons were no match for the green and red sword light. Of the 2 sword lights, one circled above the heads of Zhong Haoren and the others, protecting the 5 of them. The other sword light chased after them like a poisonous snake. However, It only chased for a few hundred feet before it flew back and quietly floated in the air. 1,000 feet away from the green and red sword light, Guyu revealed her figure. Her eyes were vigilant and puzzled as she looked at the small sword in the air. That invisible sword was still in her hand, and she did not relax at all. However, Guyu's divine sense had already swept out in the direction where the two sword lights came from. However, after such a long time, she still did not see any figure coming. She was frightened, and at the same time, there was a trace of expectation. A moment later, she saw a figure dressed in camouflage flying over from the distant sky. She could not see clearly whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator. However, Guyu had already distinguished from the divine sense that shrouded this place. This person who came from afar was definitely not a swordsman. Guyu hesitated for a moment and looked at the flying sword that was still in the air. At this time, there was no longer any evil spirit. The green and red sword light was restrained, like a small grass that grew there. Guyu's heart was slightly calmed. She put the invisible sword into her sleeve and quietly hid it. She stood in the air with her hands folded. As for Zhong Haoren and the others, they climbed up from the ground. They tidied up their robes and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting. The cultivator dressed in camouflage seemed to be flying very slowly. However, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The distance of a few li was quickly covered. When the cultivator landed in the air, the two green and red flying swords flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator stretched out his hand and entered the swords. "Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives." Zhong Haoren and the others could not distinguish the cultivator's face. However, they knew that he was at least a Jindan senior. How could they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly bowed and saluted. They also reported their names. In addition to Zhong Haoren, the other 4 10th level Qi refining disciples were also from Zhongling Mountain Village. The cultivator dressed in camouflage was naturally Xiaohua. "And you all get up." Xiaohua's voice was somewhat ethereal. It was impossible to tell whose voice it was. "What is going on? Why did the Huanhua sect disciple kill you all just now?" Seeing that the camouflage cultivator did not ask the distant Guyu, but instead asked him first, Zhong Haoren hurriedly took a few steps forward and explained the sequence of events. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, "Junior naturally did not know that the Ganoderma horse had been injured by the Huanhua sect disciple. I only thought that it was Junior's doing. If the Huanhua sect disciple had examined the Ganoderma horse with me, I would have definitely returned the Ganoderma horse to them. However, I did not expect that they would use a magic weapon to kill me. If it were not for that girl, I would have already died. Moreover, they knew that I was a disciple of the Dao sect, yet they still wanted to accuse me of a crime and kill me. Nothing more than taking a fancy to this Ganoderma horse." Xiaohua glanced at the Ganoderma horse imprisoned by the confinement talisman and said coldly, "This Ganoderma horse is at least a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. Moreover, because of the special spiritual energy in the place, it can form a weak spiritual intelligence. It is beneficial to the cultivation of swordsmen and cultivators. How could they not be jealous?" Speaking up to here, Xiaohua slanted his eyes at Zhong Haoren and said, "This Ganoderma horse is already in your hands, can you still return it to them? Not to mention the Huanhua sect disciple, even this old man, doesn't believe it." Zhong Haoren's expression was calm as he said with a smile, "There are countless strange objects in the world, and the ones that can help this junior's cultivation are even more numerous. However, these strange objects are born from heaven and earth, and are nurtured by heaven and earth. They are not this junior's personal belongings. If this junior is fated to obtain them, then it is this junior's fortune. If this junior is not fated to obtain them, then it is also this junior's fortune. This junior only takes what belongs to this junior, and is not willing to sully this junior's cultivation with other people's belongings." Chapter 2557. Hee, who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Xiaohua praised in his heart, but then he sneered, "You go and see if that Ganoderma horse is injured. If it is, then it belongs to Huanhua sect and not you. Yes, this junior understands. Zhong Haoren's expression was very indifferent. He waved his hand and the Ganoderma horse fell into his hand. After he scanned it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, "Senior, this Ganoderma horse really has a wound from a fire-type magic weapon. I'm afraid it was done by Huanhua sect disciples just now. This thing was not made by this junior alone. Senior, please deal with it." Seeing Zhong Haoren respectfully hand it over, Xiaohua rolled up his sleeve and the Zoisha horse disappeared without a trace. As for the 4 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren, their eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. "What are you looking at?" Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Guyu, who was 100 feet away, and said coldly, "Now is the time of the war between Dao cultivators. As a cultivator, it's normal for me to kill you. If Senior wanted to kill this junior, why wait until now?" Guyu was not afraid. He raised his head and replied, "Moreover, Senior is at least a middle gold core stage cultivator. Can you kill this junior without caring about your face?" Xiaohua quietly stood in the air, seemingly thinking about something, but after a moment, he laughed again. "Haha, you're right. Why didn't this senior take advantage of the situation to kill you just now? Now that you ask these questions again, who wouldn't answer?" Until he heard this sentence, Gu Yu's heart fell to the ground. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." At this time, Gu Yu also bowed and thanked him. "No need to thank me." Xiaohua waved his hand. This senior was just doing it casually. However, this senior is also a bit strange. "You, a swordsman, why did you suddenly help these Zhongling Mountain Village disciples? Could it be that you have a relationship with Zhongling Mountain Village?" "Senior," Gu Yu whispered, "this junior doesn't know about Zhongling Mountain Village, nor do I know these cultivators. I was just passing by and saw Huanhua sect disciples attacking them. I felt it was unfair, so I helped." "That's strange." Xiaohua felt a little strange, but he immediately thought of the inexplicable words that Gu Yu had said in the 7 Extremes mountain range. Thus, he asked, "This old man saw that you were using the formless sword. Are you the formless sword Gu Yu that was widely rumored in the great battle?" When Gu Yu heard this, her face changed greatly. Biting her lips, she nodded and said, "Junior is indeed Gu Yu." Junior didn't think that Senior would actually know Junior's name. "You don't have to be afraid." Xiaohua said, "Even though this old man hates sword cultivators, I also know that some sword cultivators are of noble character. This old man will definitely not bully the weak." "Thank you, Senior. However, according to what I know, the invisible sword has killed many Foundation establishment cultivators with the invisible sword. She seems to be a vicious and merciless swordswoman. How come you actually saved several Qi refining cultivators today?" Xiaohua asked very strangely. "This..." Gu Yu hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that Junior is unwilling to tell Senior the reason, but it involves Junior's privacy, so forgive Junior for not being able to explain in detail." "Say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." Xiaohua nodded. "I'll let Senior know," Gu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Junior participated in the Dao Cultivator War, and just like Senior said, I was ruthless. Whenever I encountered a cultivator, I wouldn't let them go. Junior even led a group of my Void Heaven Sword School's Bright Sword disciples to ambush and kill all the cultivators I encountered. However, not long ago, when Junior was killing a cultivator, he actually saw through my weakness and cut off Junior's right arm in one fell swoop, taking Junior's invisible sword away. However, when Junior was disheartened and was waiting for that cultivator to kill Junior, that cultivator actually did something that Junior couldn't even dream of. He actually returned Junior's arm and invisible sword to Junior. Not only that, but he also put a rare immortal pill into Junior's mouth. If it weren't for that immortal pill, Junior's arm wouldn't have recovered so quickly and so well. Since then, Junior realized that cultivators are far from the rumors of my sword domain swordsmen. They are all shameless people who love to kill. Junior even thought about it carefully and felt that this Dao cultivator war was really boring. Whether it is a swordsman or a cultivator, They are all cultivators and should focus on cultivation. These killings can only affect one's sword heart and Dao heart, and can only be obstacles on our path of cultivation. All the cultivators and swordsmen who participated in the war were chess pieces in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators. They are all innocent and should not die. Therefore, Junior made an oath to never kill a cultivator in the war. Unless that cultivator wants to take Junior's life. Guyu said without concealing anything. It seemed that this thing that others thought was inconceivable was very common in her eyes. What? There is actually such a strange thing? Even Xiao Hua, the instigator, was shocked when he heard Guyu's words. That day when he returned the invisible sword to Guyu, it was purely a kind of instinct. To put it bluntly, that was the true nature of a man. Seeing a woman who met his eyes, that kind of care from the bottom of his heart, a kind of unbearable disturbance. Moreover, at that time Xiao Hua ruthlessly chopped off Guyu's arm. It was simply a kind of blasphemy to Guyu's beauty. Xiao Hua naturally gave Guyu a Wuxia pill, hoping that it could compensate him for destroying a kind of beauty. However, Xiao Hua never thought that his Wuxia pill was different from the rest. In the eyes of sword cultivators who lacked medicinal pills, to say that it was an immortal pill, it was absolutely not inferior. Guyu had already raised Xiao Hua's seemingly casual action to a certain height, even to the extent that she obtained the principle of compassion for the world. It couldn't be said that Guyu's thinking was right. However, in this dangerous battle, even Qin Jian was killed by Xiao Hua. Guyu was just a little drawing swordsman. How much certainty did she have to protect herself? Such a delicate and pretty girl with such noble and pure thoughts in her heart, in the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators were fighting, I'm afraid only death awaits her? Little girl. Xiao Hua sighed. That cultivator may not be as kind as you think. Perhaps he is drooling over your beauty. Guyu's face blushed as she lowered her head and said, that cultivator is our swordsman's great enemy. The bounty offered by the sword transformation masters is extremely heavy. How could he possibly covet this junior? Xiao Hua, who was under the bewilderment, was extremely embarrassed. He merely spoke casually and even wanted to change some of Guyu's meaningless good thoughts. However, Guyu actually asked and didn't answer. What great enemy? No matter how he listened, it didn't seem to be an answer to Xiao Hua's question. In this way, Xiao Hua had some suspicions of ambiguity. If it was before, he could still lift the bewilderment, but now it was absolutely impossible. Cough cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and didn't know what to say. After thinking hard for a while, he said, Guyu, your good heart is also what we swordsmen think. But since it was sword cultivators who started the war, we cultivators can't not fight. This old man is very gratified to be able to see such a righteous swordsman like you. Moreover, this old man also hopes that there will be more and more swordsmen like you. This way, this kind of meaningless war won't continue. Not only swordsmen, even us cultivators won't have to die here for no reason. AI, it's difficult. Guyu sighed and didn't say much. According to what this old man knows, that female sword cultivator called Zhang Yutong has already returned to Huan country. Moreover, she wasn't captured by our Dao sect cultivators. If there are no accidents, she will have some influence on this war, right? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and said, Is that so? Guyu was startled. A trace of surprise flashed through her lively eyes as she said curiously, This junior has never heard of such a thing. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he met Zhang Qingxiao. How could Zhang Yutong not have arrived at the Clear Sword sect? Moreover, with Zhang Qingxiao's ability, how could there be any accidents on the way? Perhaps Zhang Yutong has returned to my sword domain, but there is still no news of Zhang Yuha. The Clear Sword sect won't let this matter go? Guyu hesitated for a moment and almost blurted it out. But after saying that, she was shocked. Even if it was her fellow disciple, she couldn't casually say such words. How could she easily believe the other party now? Although the other party had just saved her, he was after all a Dao sect cultivator. Senior, thank you for saving my life. If senior doesn't have any other instructions, this junior will take her leave. Gu Yu didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly bowed. And it's nothing. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with a smile, however, this old man still wants to ask. What are your plans now? Why did you suddenly fly here? Gu Yu really wanted to fly away, but after hearing Xiaohua's question, she had to stop and say with an apologetic smile, this junior fought in the 7 Extremes mountain range. I didn't even use my sword, but my sword cultivator was defeated. A swordsman blamed this junior, but my fellow disciple couldn't protect this junior, so I had to, this old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Gu Yu's independence had been rejected by the sword cultivators, so he couldn't help but feel pity for her. This junior wants to come to the sword tomb to see the gorgeous purple jasmine flowers. Then, I will return to the Void Heaven Sword School and concentrate on cultivation. I will no longer pay attention to this meaningless battle. Gu Yu said, sighed, and flew away again. Little girl, wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly called out when he heard that Gu Yu wanted to go to the sword tomb. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Gu Yu had no choice but to stop again. Where is the sword tomb? If Xiaohua wasn't embarrassed before, he really wanted to go with Gu Yu. At least he wouldn't get lost. But how could he invite a beauty to go with him? Senior wants to go to the sword tomb? Gu Yu was somewhat curious, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, she pointed to the north. There was indeed a lot of deviation from the direction Xiaohua was flying in. In fact, the sword tomb is not the name of a place, but a large area. Senior only needs to fly straight to the north. You don't need a specific location. Plus, they're within 1,000 miles. The blood of cultivators and swordsmen is everywhere. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Chapter 2558. At this point, Gu Yu hesitated a little and reminded, however, the sword tomb is not suitable for cultivators to go. If senior goes there, you have to be careful. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. Then this junior will take her leave. Gu Yu urged the flying sword again. Wait. Xiaohua's mind moved and said urgently. Gu Yu frowned, but she didn't dare to flare up. She only asked, does senior have any other instructions? This old man wants to ask, you blocked Huan Hua Sek's magic weapon. Do you have other thoughts? Xiaohua asked with a smile. This. Gu Yu didn't understand. Xiaohua was wearing a camouflage robe, so Gu Yu didn't know where he was looking. This junior really doesn't have other thoughts. Gu Yu shook her head. Then the Ganoderma horse? Xiaohua pointed his hand and asked, you don't have any thoughts? Hehe, thank you senior for reminding me. Gu Yu smiled sweetly and innocently. Junior indeed didn't think so much at that time. But if senior wants to bestow a reward, it would be impolite for this junior to refuse. This item is also beneficial to my sword cultivation. Yes, now the Ganoderma horse was in Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua mentioned it at this time. Of course he has the intention to reward her. Can the Ganoderma horse be eaten directly? Xiaohua asked. Or does your sword cultivation have a special secret technique? Gu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Senior's idea is wrong. This junior needs this Ganoderma horse to refine pills or make medicine. Eating it alone is not good. It's even a waste of natural resources. Xiaohua hesitated. There were many spiritual herbs in his space. Not to mention 10,000 years old, 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old, but these spiritual herbs didn't have any spiritual wisdom. He was somewhat reluctant to destroy this Ganoderma horse. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Gu Yu immediately understood and smiled apologetically. Senior only needs to bestow some juice, there's no need to take the Ganoderma horse's life. Good. Xiaohua also understood and was about to take out the Ganoderma horse, but his heart was moved again. He turned his head and asked Zhong Haoren, when you use the Ganoderma horse, is it also the same? Alright, I'll let senior know. Zhong Haoren listened for a long time. When he heard Xiaohua suddenly ask him this question, he immediately bowed and said, that is indeed the case. One of Junior's senior apprentice sisters. Previously, due to a lucky coincidence, she obtained a heaven mend pill. Relying on this spirit pill, she reached foundation establishment in one fell swoop, and her cultivation base was extremely fast. Junior and the others obtained a pill formula that can be used to refine a different type of spirit pill. Although this spirit pill can't compare to the heaven mend pill, for us. No need to say any more. Xiaohua nodded and looked at Guyu. What Zhong Haoren said, do you know? Yes, this junior understands. Guyu's eyes lit up as if she understood something from Xiaohua's words. She hurriedly nodded and said, although the Daoist heaven-mending pill is used to mend meridians, it is also extremely beneficial to the physique of us sword cultivators. Even if this junior took the juice of the Ganoderma horse, the medicinal pill refined would still be inferior to the heaven-mending pill. If senior has a medicinal pill similar to the heavenly mending pill, junior can refuse the Ganoderma horse as a reward. Ah, what a smart lass. Xiaohua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and threw it to Guyu. This old man had just thought of it and you could already sense it. You are indeed a dragon among sword cultivators. Many thanks, senior. Guyu received the jade bottle and was extremely excited. She hurriedly thanked him, but when she opened the jade bottle, she frowned again. This ugly pill was a far cry from the heavenly mending pill that she knew of. However, the runes on the medicinal pill had a faint brilliance and its essence was so restrained. It made her intuition tell her that this medicinal pill was not ordinary. Ha, little lass, if you don't want it, then this old man will not give it to you. Xiaohua laughed heartily when he saw the situation. This old man saw your benevolent heart and also saved the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple. That's why I gave this item to you. Guyu was enlightened and no longer hesitated. She hurriedly kept the jade bottle and bowed. This junior thanks senior for the generous gift. This junior has obtained this medicinal pill. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will definitely remember today's matter and also remember this junior's oath. Good. Xiaohua said with a smile, the heavenly Tao is in the human heart. Whatever you say, the heavenly Tao is listening. You have a kind heart and the heavenly Tao is kind. This is the will of the heavens. You don't have to thank me. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will take her leave. Guyu said goodbye again. Right? Xiaohua patted his forehead again. Guyu did not frown this time. She was very happy and laughed. Senior, do you have any other instructions? It turned out that when Guyu said goodbye, her figure did not move. She seemed to know that Xiaohua would speak again. Ha! Xiaohua laughed again. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. Little lass and this old man are fated. This item is for you. However, do not mention it to others. What is this? Guyu took the jade bottle. It was another ugly medicinal pill. She really did not understand. Face-retaining pill. Xiaohua knew that Guyu might not know about the auction in Sky Patrol City. He could only transmit his voice. What? This is a face-retaining pill? As calm as Guyu, when she heard that she had a face-retaining pill in her hand, she also exclaimed. She had long lost her usual calmness. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to her. Wasn't it to let her keep quiet? Even if there were only Zhong Haoren and the other 4 people around, this face-retaining pill was very likely to be related to the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua did not want to leave any clues behind. And this is the item. Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man was in Tongmu City more than 10 years ago. I competed with the people and bid for this item. However, this old man has no use for it. Today I will give it to you. Alas, youth is fleeting, brilliance is hard to stay. I hope this little lass can stay pure forever. Many thanks, senior. Guyu's face was slightly red. However, the shyness in her eyes could not suppress the surprise in her eyes. If Xiaohua and the others were not here, she was afraid that she would have swallowed it in one gulp. All right, little lass, you can go now. Xiaohua saw that Guyu actually stopped in midair and still did not leave. He said with a smile, this old man does not have any more good things here. Yes, this junior is truly grateful to senior. Only I do not know. Guyu summoned up her courage and said, only, I do not know if senior can bestow a name. Obviously, Guyu was truly grateful. No need. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, not transmitting his voice, you and I have met by chance. Moreover, there is a difference between Dao and sword. I am afraid that we will not meet again in the future. Whether or not I know your name has nothing to do with it. Guyu's face was full of disappointment. Biting her lips, Xiaohua's unusually young face inexplicably appeared in her mind. It seemed that from the moment she saw his battle, the trajectory of her life had already changed. These words, even if it was said by Xiaohua, it was also extremely appropriate. This junior is leaving. Guyu hesitated. She was about to urge her body to leave, as if she was expecting Xiaohua to call her again. Be careful on the road. Xiaohua no longer spoke to urge her to stay. Many thanks, senior. Guyu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I forgot. Just as Guyu flew for about 10 feet, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the ground where Zhong Haoren's flying sword was destroyed by the Huanhua sect disciple. Suddenly, his heart moved and he hurriedly said, little girl, please wait. Yes, senior. Do you have any other orders? Guyu cheerfully flew back. Unexpectedly, she was extremely happy. The last sentence. Xiaohua pointed his finger at Zhong Haoren and said, this is Zhong Haoren from Zhongling Mountain Village. You two meeting today can be considered as fate. Moreover, this old man observed that Zhong Haoren also practiced flying swords. If there is any opportunity in the future, you two can learn from each other. How about it? Guyu's face showed slight astonishment. There was also a trace of disappointment. Looking left and right at the 5 people, she nodded and said, since this is senior's order, if there is an opportunity in the future, this junior can give some guidance. Mrs. Life-Saving Grace, this Zhong will never forget it. How could Zhong Haoren not understand? He hurriedly bowed and said, however, this Zhong's cultivation is shallow and it is difficult to repay. Now I can only remember it in my heart and hope that there will be an opportunity in the future to repay. No need. Guyu flicked her sleeve and said, this senior has already repaid the favor of saving you all. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can come to the Void Heaven Sword School. This sword will definitely fulfill her promise to the senior. Immediately, Guyu looked at Xiaohua and said, this junior will be leaving now, and Xiaohua smiled and said, this old man has nothing else to do. Little girl, quickly go back. Sure enough, this time, Guyu flew for several hundred zhang. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't call for her, Guyu had no choice but to urge her invisible sword to quickly fly away. Junior Zhong Haoren once again thanked senior. After Guyu left, Zhong Haoren knew that a mere sword cultivator could obtain so many benefits from this senior. He and the others were cultivators of the Dao sect, so how could they not benefit from this senior? He immediately bowed and thanked him again. The 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples also hurriedly bowed. Strange. Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked, Haoren, this Xiao remembers that you didn't practice flying swords before? Why did you suddenly use a flying sword? Ah? When Zhong Haoren heard Xiaohua address him so intimately, he was already greatly alarmed. When Xiaohua addressed himself as the Xiao, he almost cried tears of joy. With a voice of disbelief, he called out, Xiao? Martial Uncle Xiao? Nonsense, of course it's the Xiao. As Xiaohua spoke, he removed the mist and said with a smile, that sword cultivator was here just now, this Xiao didn't dare to be too ostentatious. Who would have thought that when Xiaohua revealed his true face, without waiting for Zhong Haoren to speak, those 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes emitted a crazed expression. Plop, 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 4 times in a row, the 4 of them actually all knelt on the ground and said with their heads bowed, this lowly one, cows to Daoist Xiao. So much so that a slightly younger disciple was practically clenching his fist. His body was trembling as he shouted somewhat hysterically, this lowly one was able to see Daoist Zhao's true face in this lifetime. Even if this lowly one dies today, I have no regrets. Another disciple also shouted, "This lowly one was just silently calling Daoist Zhao's name in my heart, and Daoist Xiao immediately flew over to save this lowly one. Daoist Xiao is indeed a supreme Daoist." Where did this all come from? Xiao Hua saw the four people lose their composure like this and was startled in his heart. He then bitterly smiled and looked at Zhong Haoren. "Haoren, what's going on?" Chapter 2559. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't use the title of Daoist Master Xiao much. Apart from Zhang Qingxiao, he only used it in Zhongling Villa. Only Zhong Haoren could explain this. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoren was also shocked? He also looked at the four people strangely, not knowing why they worshipped Xiao Hua so much. As for Xiao Hua's question, Zhong Haoren could only smile bitterly and answer awkwardly, reporting to Martial Uncle Xiao, "This junior really doesn't know." However, from their tone, I'm afraid they know about Martial Uncle Xiao's deeds. Moreover, all the people of Yunqing, Jiqing, Fanqing and other places in Meng country are indebted to Martial Uncle Xiao's grace. At this point, Zhong Haoren's heart moved and he said with pleasant surprise, "Junior understands. These aura-refining disciples are indebted to Martial Uncle." Is that so? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. When he was in the barren mountains of Meng country, he saw the desolation and discovered the fine seeds. Then he spread the fine seeds throughout the three countries and saved countless people. However, based on this matter, it had only been 10 years, right? Those children couldn't have cultivated to the 10th layer of aura refining all of a sudden, right? If that was the case, Xiao Hua would have eaten it himself. Why would he need to work so hard? All of you get up. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, hinting the four disciples to get up from the ground. As for the four disciples, except for their loss of composure when they first saw Xiao Hua, they didn't even dare to say a word. They only looked at Xiao Hua respectfully and listened to Xiao Hua ask Zhong Haoren. At this moment, hearing Xiao Hua's command, the four hurriedly got up and stood with their hands hanging down. Their eyes were filled with worship. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. Just now, all of his words were directed at Zhong Haoren. These disciples didn't dare to interrupt him and simply wouldn't answer. If he were to ask them, he would have already known the answer. "What's your name?" Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the slightly tall disciple with extremely dark skin. "This junior is Fei Yunshu." The disciple was extremely respectful. He didn't slack off just because he had already introduced himself and answered word by word. "Oh, so you're a disciple of Fan City's Fei family." Xiao Hua nodded. "Daoist master knows." Fei Yunshu replied. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhong Haoren. He had killed Fei Xiqing at Zhongling Mountain Villa that day, but he had let Qin Kai go. As for whether the Fei family of Ji City belonged to Zhongling Mountain Villa or Qin Kai, or whether Qin Kai had been destroyed and the Qin family of Fan City had been swallowed into Zhongling Mountain Villa, he was too lazy to ask. "How do you know this Xiao's appearance, or are you so respectful towards this Xiao?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Fei Yunshu's face lit up with excitement, and he replied respectfully, "This humble one has a statue of Daoist Xiao in his home. Although the statue's carving isn't detailed enough, this little brother can recognize the real person at a glance. This time, when I return home, I must carve the statue more vividly." "At home?" Xiao Hua frowned. "Yes, this humble one is a distant relative of the Fei family. That year, during the Great Wilderness, this humble one was sent out and didn't know that there was a disaster at home. When this humble one returned home and saw that the road was barren, I was already flustered. I thought that I would never see the 37 members of my family again. However, when this humble one finally managed to return home, I discovered that everyone in the family had eaten Daoist Zhao's rice during the disaster. That was how they survived. Every single one of them kowtowed to Daoist Zhao's statue in the morning and at night, offering incense to the statue." Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, "Fei Yunshu, you've already refined qi. Why is your family still so poor?" I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Fei Yunshu replied without hesitation. This humble one had only just reached the third layer of qi refining at that time, and could only enter the Fei family. Besides, our blood relations with the Fei family were too distant. This humble one had already spent a lot of money to enter the Fei family, and this humble one couldn't cultivate, so he couldn't help the family much. What? You were only at the third layer of qi refining at that time? Not only was Xiao Hua flabbergasted, even Zhong Haoren was shocked. It had only been a dozen years, and this Fei Yunshu had actually cultivated from the third layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could this be? This Fei Yunshu was a cultivation genius. This was all thanks to Daoist Zhao's great kindness. Fei Yunshu said anxiously, this humble one's aptitude wasn't good at that time. Even in the Fei family, I was only a third-rate cultivator. However, when this humble one returned home and saw that not only was everyone in the family alive, but there were also a few of my nephews with excellent aptitudes, an idea came to my mind. When this humble one heard my family's gratitude to Daoist Xiao, this humble one knelt in front of Daoist Zhao's statue and prayed. As a result, this humble one received Daoist Zhao's guidance. Under the condition of fasting, this humble one ate the Daoist Zhao's immortal seeds. Thus, this humble one's cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks, and I cultivated all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining. Ah? There's such a thing? Xiao Hua was stunned again. Yes, this humble one didn't dare to say too much about this matter. If this humble one didn't see Daoist Xiao in person today, this humble one definitely wouldn't have revealed it. Fei Yunshu's eyes fell on Xiao Hua, ignoring Zhong Haoren and the others. Xiao Hua looked at the other three people. Their eyes were flickering with fanaticism, as if they were extremely respectful towards Xiao Hua. Thus he asked, what about the three of you? This humble one's name is Zhong Pei, a distant branch of the Zhong family. A slightly pale disciple with delicate features hurriedly replied, this humble one's family isn't as poor as junior martial brother Fei's family. My family didn't worship Daoist Xiao before. However, this humble one was seriously injured and was stranded in the wilderness. There were some commoners there who worshipped Daoist Xiao. This humble one ate Daoist Zhao's immortal seeds, and my injuries were greatly healed. Even my cultivation had a breakthrough. Thus, this humble one asked for Daoist Zhao's statue from the commoners and hid it close to my body. Every day, I would worship it and eat a lot of rice. Thus, this humble one's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. As he spoke, he carefully took out a silk ribbon from his neck. Sure enough, there was a small person inside. Looking at his appearance, his phoenix eyes and sword-like eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's. Granny, is this young master really that godly? Xiao Hua pinched his nose. It was very strange. He really didn't think that the rice he planted in his space could actually have such an effect. You two are waiting for? Xiao Hua asked again. He knew that if he didn't ask, they definitely wouldn't say anything. This humble one is Qin Ji. I live in Jiqing, but I'm not related to the Qin family by blood. Another extremely simple and honest disciple said, this humble one's experience is similar to that of senior brother Fei. However, the difference is that this humble one went home to visit his family and saw that his nephew was only 4 years old. He could actually understand the qi refining method that this humble one accidentally obtained. He could even easily draw qi into his body. However, when this humble one recommended this nephew to Jiqing, the martial uncle who tested his physique said that this nephew's aptitude was not good enough and he couldn't cultivate. Thus, this humble one asked someone to let this nephew enter Zhongling Mountain Village. Finally, this humble one found the miracle of Daoist Xiao in his home. It turned out that this nephew was born after his sister used Daoist Zhao's immortal seed. This humble one tried to use the immortal seed and worship Daoist Xiao. This humble one understands. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, then, what about the other nephews in your family? This humble one has 2 nephews. Although they are very smart, they don't seem to have an immortal fate like this nephew. Qin Ji said without hiding anything. What about you? Xiao Hua looked at the last disciple, who was a little short and fat. This humble one's name is Zhongzhan. The disciple's face was a little red as he whispered, "This humble one has always been bad at fasting and often takes secular things from time to time." Later, this humble one was also curious. "After taking Daoist Zhao's immortal seed, my cultivation improved greatly. Only then did I really worship Daoist Xiao." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, waved his hand and said, "This humble one's giving of good seeds is the virtue of the heavens. The heavens borrowed this humble one's hand to save the common people. You all have this opportunity and can see the way to progress. It is also the will of the heavens. This has nothing to do with this humble one. Fellow Daoists worshipping this humble one like this really makes this humble one panic." Daoist Xiao. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhong Haoren was a little puzzled. However, the faces of Zhongzhan and the others changed greatly. With a few putong sounds, they fell to the ground again and anxiously said, "Daoist Xiao, are you despising this humble one? If Daoist Xiao thinks that we shouldn't cultivate and shouldn't have this opportunity, then this humble one will cripple our cultivation." Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand and used heaven and earth in the sleeve to cover the 4 people. He was really afraid that these 4 people would suddenly attack and scatter his magic power. This humble one only thinks that this humble one has only done some extremely insignificant things for the sake of the heavens. If other ordinary people mistakenly think that this humble one is some Daoist Xiao, then so be it. After all, they don't know the truth. Xiao Hua patiently explained, but fellow Daoists have already stepped into the 10th level of qi refining, and foundation establishment is just around the corner. And this humble one is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If I were to be worshipped by you all, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of others? Daoist Xiao is lacking. Fei Yunshu was the most devout. Now that he saw Xiao Hua deny him, he couldn't help but become anxious and argued, "If Daoist Xiao is a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could you easily drive away a middle-stage foundation establishment Huanhua sect disciple? How could you make the sword cultivators of Huan country be respectful to you? Besides, when this humble one saw that danger was imminent, I immediately prayed for Daoist Xiao in my heart. And Daoist Xiao immediately drove his sword over. If this isn't the power of a Daoist Xiao, then what is it?" "Right, senior martial brother Fei is right." Qin Ji also kowtowed and said, "This humble one also prayed just now, hoping that Daoist Xiao would be able to rescue this humble one from the hands of these vicious Huanhua sect disciples. And if Daoist Xiao really did come, this humble one will no longer worship Daoist Xiao in the future. How can I be worthy of Daoist Xiao's rescue? This humble one can't control what others think." Fei Yunshu said sincerely, "This humble one's family of dozens of people worship Daoist Xiao in order to survive. Not allowing this humble one to worship you is impossible." Daoist Xiao. Hearing this, Zhong Haoren also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Others don't know Daoist Xiao's divine ability, but how could this humble one not know?" Actually, this humble one was also silently praying in his heart. When Daoist Xiao appeared just now, this humble one already had some premonition in his heart. However, to be honest with Daoist Xiao, this humble one really didn't dare to believe it just now. After all, this is too miraculous. But now, it seems that this humble one and the others' piety was able to summon Daoist Xiao. In the future, this humble one will also be like them, worshipping Daoist Xiao in my heart. Chapter 2560. Haoren, Xiao Hua was suddenly pushed to the altar by others. He felt somewhat uncomfortable and said with a bitter smile, "Don't you feel that worshipping a cultivator with a similar cultivation level as you is very unnatural? Moreover, no matter how high this Xiao's cultivation level is in the future, you will still have the opportunity to cultivate to this Xiao's current cultivation level, or even surpass this Xiao. At that time, will others also have to worship you?" Daoist Xiao. Zhong Haoren said sincerely, This lowly one has cultivated to this point completely by relying on Daoist Zhao's strength. This lowly one knows that without Daoist Xiao, this lowly one would still be a qi-refining cultivator and would absolutely have no chance to set foot into foundation establishment. Not only that, even if this lowly one has Daoist Zhao's cultivation level, this lowly one does not have Daoist Zhao's heart, does not have the compassion of the world, and does not have the magical ability to save thousands of people from water and fire. Therefore, this lowly one can say that in this world, only Daoist Xiao can worship, even if Daoist Xiao is only a foundation establishment cultivator. As for other cultivators, even if they are nascent soul cultivators, they are only our teachers, not the Daoist we should worship. Daoist Xiao. Qin Ji and Fei Yunshu shouted, "Please accept this lowly one's worship." Unfortunately, these four people were restrained by Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. Although they could speak, they could not worship him. Hearing the words of the five people, Xiao Hua's heart was also shaken. The Buddhist fire in his Buddhist heart flickered slightly, seemingly echoing. Could it be that this is really a magical ability? After Xiao Hua sensed it, he was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Damn it, if this young master continues to refuse, this young master will really be suspected of selling dog meat under a sheep's head. If this young master did not want to have a false reputation, this young master would not have mentioned his name when the people of the secular world wanted to worship him. Even when the Zhongling mountain villa and the heavenly demon sect scattered spirit seeds everywhere, this young master would not have mentioned his name. Now that Daoist Zhao's name has been spread out, and there really are people coming to worship this young master has to pretend to push them out. Is this interesting? Forget it. Xiao Hua made a decision. He immediately waved his Daoist robe and laughed loudly. This Xiao is wrong. The human heart is the most back. The common people are the heavenly Dao. Since the heavenly Dao wants to borrow this young master's hand to save the common people, this young master. What's the harm? Thank you, spiritual master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua agree, Zhong Haoren and the others were overjoyed. They kowtowed 9 times before standing up. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out 5 jade bottles, and handed them over to Zhong Haoren. You can't just greet me for nothing. Here, each of you will get 1 heaven-mending pill. Thank you, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. He respectfully stepped forward to receive it and then distributed it to everyone. How could Fei Yunshu and the others not know what the heavenly mending pill was? Seeing that Daoist Master Xiao, whom he regarded as a deity, had once again bestowed him with a spirit pill, his heart was filled with boundless gratitude. Choked with sobs, she couldn't even say the word, thank you. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly when he saw Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. However, he immediately felt a trace of pride in his heart. Xiao Hua rarely gave things to others, but when he did give things to others, they were all extremely good things. If one were to think about it, which cultivator would be able to shed tears of gratitude like these 4? This wasn't just a simple shedding tears of gratitude, but rather a level of worship towards Xiao Hua as if he were a god. In the entire Dawn Rain continent, how many cultivators could do this? Xiao Hua naturally had a reason to be proud. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. He had an idea that he had never thought of before. Thank you, spiritual master. Fei Yunshu came to his senses and blurted out again. Yunshu. Xiao Hua said faintly, since this is something bestowed by this spiritual master, you should have it. In the future, don't mention the word, thank you. Yes, spiritual master. This little one understands. Fei Yunshu's heart trembled and he hurriedly replied. Xiao Hua swept his gaze over the others and asked, just now, you all said that the baby who ate this spiritual master's immortal seed would have excellent aptitudes, right? Yes, spiritual master knows. Qin Ji hurriedly said, this little one has specially inquired. Boy who ate the immortal seed was more flexible and intelligent than the babies this little one had seen before. But when it comes to aptitudes, right? Not necessarily. Just like this little one's nephew, his physique isn't suitable for cultivation, but his cultivation method is far superior to ordinary people. Maybe. At this point, Qin Ji was somewhat hesitant. Zhong Haoren said, "Spiritual master, this little one thinks that our Zhong family's method of physique testing might not be able to test the physique of the babies cultivated by spiritual master's immortal seed." Correct. That's exactly the case. Xiao Hua instantly understood. Now that the world's spiritual energy had changed, his immortal seed was able to adapt to the current world's spiritual energy after being cultivated by the space. Moreover, the babies who ate this rice had also adapted to the current world's spiritual energy. In this changed world's spiritual energy, it was more suitable for cultivation. Of course, the original method of testing babies was no longer suitable. More suitable testing methods for these babies were needed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua recalled the time when he was in the Imperial Thunder sect. He helplessly said to Xiang Yang that when Zhen Lei Palace was selecting disciples, they often found that the disciples with great potential didn't have any special progress after being accepted into the sect. Some disciples who didn't perform well at that time actually advanced by leaps and bounds after being accepted into the sect. This was probably the reason. And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, "Like you, who ate rice? Are there other cultivators?" This. Zhong Haoren looked at the four people and shook his head. "This little one doesn't know. This little one has been fasting for a long time. If the four of them didn't mention it, this little one wouldn't have thought that they still ate rice. When this little one and the others ate rice, we did it behind their backs. We only ate it after worshipping spiritual master," Fei Yunshu said in a low voice. Zhong Zhan and the others replied in the same way. Although Xiao Hua was a bit curious about the relationship between worshipping him and eating rice, when he thought about how the people of the secular world did it, he was afraid that they would also do the same. As for why qi refining cultivators were so devout, Xiao Hua could only attribute it to miraculous. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. In the future, when you return to Zhongling Mountain Village, you can carefully investigate it. There are many immortal seeds there. In this Xiao's opinion, I'm afraid that all the rice has been replaced by immortal seeds. When Zhong Haoren heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He lowered his head and said, "You're right, spiritual master. With spiritual master's support and the Zhongling Villa's arrangement, the rice in Mongolia is being replaced by good seeds in Yunqing, Jiqing, and Fanqing. Moreover, in the secular world, these immortal seeds have been called immortal seeds. Many influential people in the secular world have gathered in Yun City in order to obtain immortal seeds from the Zhong family. Because of this, the Zhong family has benefited greatly." Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong family? When Xiao Hua heard Zhong Haoren's words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be the Zhongling Mountain Village, or Zhong family, that he often heard. Xiao Hua couldn't help but notice the embarrassment on Zhong Haoren's face. Sure enough, Zhong Haoren said in a low voice, "Spiritual master, if you insist on investigating around Zhongling Mountain Village, I'm afraid that this little one won't be able to complete it. However, the immortal seeds around Yun City have already been popularized. Even if this little one isn't in Zhongling Mountain Village, I can still complete it." "Haoren, what's going on?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people beside him. The four people's excited eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness, and he couldn't help but ask, "Just now, this Xiao saw the five of you alone in the vicinity of this sword tomb. It's currently a great battle between Dao cultivators. How did you all come to such a dangerous place? Zhong Zhan and the others are only at the 10th level of qi refinement. A sword cultivator can kill all of you with a single flying sword." Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said with extreme grievance, "I'll let spiritual master know." Actually, this little one is no longer a disciple of Zhongling Mountain Village. Earlier, what I said to that female sword cultivator was only out of consideration for this little one's face. How is that possible? Xiao Hua was even more astonished. You're already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This is a pretty good realm in your Zhongling Mountain Village. Moreover, You and this Xiao can be considered to be fated. How could Zhong Tianyao possibly expel you from Zhongling Mountain Village? This has nothing to do with Patriarch. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment and explained the reason for the matter. It turned out that back then, Xiaohua killed Patriarch Fei Xiqing of Ji City's Fei family and also expelled Patriarch Qin Kai of Fan City's Qin family. Although Patriarch Zhong Tianyao of Yun City's Zhong family was poisoned, under Xiaohua's detoxification technique, he quickly recovered to his original state. When Xiaohua was comprehending the ancient refining technique, Zhong Tianyao, who was strategizing, sent troops to attack Fan City's Qin family. That's right, it was Fan City and not Ji City. Qin family's patriarch was scared to death by Qin Kai. When he saw that Zhong Tianyao didn't go to Ji City and instead attacked him first, he was even more frightened. He thought that it was Xiaohua's instructions. In the end, under Zhong Tianyao's bluff, he only resisted for a few days before hurriedly retreating. He gave half of his family's territory to Zhong Tianyao in exchange for Xiaohua's forgiveness. Zhong Tianyao naturally knew when to stop and immediately sent disciples to Ji City. A Ji City without a patriarch was practically an empty city without a city gate. The Zhong family's disciples weren't in a hurry to attack Red Crane Mountain. They only surrounded the mountain peak and sent people who were eloquent to persuade them to surrender. Long before the Zhong family came to Red Crane Mountain, the Qin family had already sent disciples over. Not only did they inform the Fei family of Fei Xiqing's death, they even revealed a ferocious face and wanted to take Red Crane Mountain into the Qin family's pocket. However, before the Qin family could succeed, they couldn't protect themselves. That was why they hurriedly retreated. Now, the Zhong family that defeated the Qin family came again. The Fei family's elders discussed slightly and reached an agreement with the Zhong family. The content of the agreement was naturally not something that Zhong Haoren could know. But since then, the Qin family had submitted to the Zhong family. This was something that all the disciples of Yun City and Ji City knew. Chapter 2561. Of course, Xiaohua had already left Zhongling Villa, so he didn't know about Zhong Tianyao's actions. Xiaohua still thought that it was good enough that the Zhong and Qin families could divide the Fei family equally. But how could he know that Zhong Tianyao's strategy was far beyond his imagination and far beyond his estimation? Since the Zhong family's strength had greatly increased, the Zhong family naturally had to strengthen their control over the Fei family and half of the Qin family. Therefore, many disciples of the Zhong family were sent out. Zhong Haoren couldn't speak, so he was treated as a mute. But after all, he was a 12th level Qi refining disciple and was also sent to guard a place in the Qin family. Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were his subordinates. Although Zhong Haoren was disheartened emotionally and was ridiculed by many of his fellow disciples, and even after he was sent to guard the Qin family, there were still some disciples who occasionally used his feelings for Zhong Xiuhan to mock him. But Zhong Haoren didn't care, and instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more firm. His mind also became clearer and clearer. The Qin family was the same as the Fei family, both of them were weapon refiners, and they also had some cultivation methods. After being annexed by the Zhong family, these cultivation methods naturally flowed into the Zhong family. However, the Zhong family's direct descendants and accomplished disciples didn't care about these foreign cultivation methods, so Zhong Tianyao ordered the disciples guarding the Qin and Fei family to choose the cultivation methods they liked to practice. And the place Zhong Haoren was guarding just happened to have a cultivation method for practicing flying swords, and he even found a good quality flying sword in the Qin family. The moment Zhong Haoren saw the flying sword and studied the sword art, he was immediately attracted by the piercingly cold sword qi of the flying sword. In addition, his cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, so he tried to practice the flying sword art. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoren's character was exactly suitable for flying swords? That sharp true qi carrying sword qi, under the impact of day and night, Xiaohua's seal on Zhong Haoren's acupoints was actually loosened. The moment the earth crystal Yao milk merged with his true qi was also the moment he built his foundation. Not only did Zhong Haoren easily build his foundation, he was even able to open his mouth and speak. At that time, how could Zhong Haoren not know that this was Xiao Hua's painstaking effort? Previously, he hadn't complained at all, but now he revered Xiao Hua even more. Although he hadn't reached the level where he worshipped Xiao Hua daily like Fei Yunshu did, every time he thought about it, his heart filled with gratitude. Zhong Zhan and Zhong Pei were also disciples of the Zhong family who started to rise after the Qin family. Because they weren't valued in the Zhong Ling villa in the beginning, they were very close to Zhong Haoren. After Zhong Haoren built his foundation, they paid more attention to him and gave him pointers. Although he couldn't be considered a master, he was better than a master. As for Qin Ji, because he originally practiced flying sword, although his cultivation was not satisfactory, he had been practicing since he was a child. Sometimes, Zhong Haoren would even ask him. When the Great War of Dao cultivators began, the Zhong clan of Yun City was not considered a big aristocratic family. Although Zhong Tianyao was a golden core cultivator, he was not worthy of the attention of those cultivation sections. Hence, they did not transfer disciples from their clan. However, Zhong Tianyao saw the opportunity of the Great War. He knew that training disciples in the Great War could not only improve their cultivation, but also discover disciples with strategic talents. In his opinion, disciples with strategic foresight were more useful than disciples with high cultivation. After all, he took down the Qin family and the Fei family mostly by relying on his strategy, not by force. Of course, Zhong Tianyao still had the same thoughts as the other disciples who didn't participate in the Great War of Dao cultivators. Not only would there be spirit stones and sword arts, but there would also be flying swords, magic tools, and so on. It was really killing two birds with one stone. In this regard, Zhong Tianyao was even more eager than the disciples of the cultivation sects who didn't participate in the Great War. What supported a family or a sect was not only disciples, but also cultivation techniques. If the Zhong clan obtained more systematic cultivation techniques in the Great War of Sword cultivators, the Zhong clan might be able to leave the ranks of aristocratic families and become a cultivation sect. And wasn't his annexation of the Fei family and the Qin family the most crucial half-step? Therefore, Zhong Tianyao selected disciples to go to the Huan country to participate in the Great War of Sword cultivators. In order to control the Fei family and the Qin family, while the Zhong clan dispatched their own disciples, they also dispatched the disciples of the two families to the Huan country. Fei Yunshu was also among them. There were also thousands of disciples in the Zhong Ling mountain villa. The structure was similar to that of a cultivation sect. A dozen people formed a small team, and each team was led by a foundation establishment disciple. In addition, there was another disciple with a slightly lower cultivation to assist. Zhong Haoren, Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were in a small team. The leader of this team was a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple named Zhong Jinka. Logically speaking, Zhong Haoren was in the early stage of foundation establishment. It was precisely because he complimented Zhong Jinka that they had a good rapport. However, when Zhong Haoren saw Zhong Jinka, he was extremely embarrassed. It was very simple. Zhong Jinka was Zhong Xiuhan's dual cultivation partner. Ever since Zhong Xiuhan set foot in the foundation establishment realm, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the support of the mending heavenly pill that repaired her meridians. She had long become a fairy in the eyes of the Zhong clan's male foundation establishment cultivators. Zhong Jinka had also used countless methods to pursue Zhong Xiuhan. This was also normal. However, Zhong Xiuhan inadvertently revealed some of Zhong Haoren's matters. Although she didn't mention Xiao Hua, her apology and gratitude towards Zhong Haoren couldn't be concealed. If Zhong Jinka was a magnanimous person, then it would be fine. However, Zhong Jinka was quite scheming and narrow-minded. When he saw his former lover's follower whose cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, he had long been displeased with him. As a result, the ugliness in human nature was revealed. First, he wanted to isolate Zhong Haoren. In the case of Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qin Ji, and Fei Yunshu, the four Qi refining disciples who used flying swords, Following Zhong Haoren, he also isolated these 5 people, dividing a team of more than 10 people into 2. This wasn't all. Over the past 2 years since they arrived at the battlefield of the Cultivation War, Zhong Jinke had constantly placed Zhong Haoren and the others in danger, making them complete nearly impossible tasks. And every time they completed a task, he would take all the credit for himself. Every 6 months, the Zhongling Mountain Villa would send disciples to exchange information and reward and punish everyone. However, Zhong Jinke got all the credit for the team, and Zhong Haoren got none. How could Zhong Haoren stand such a cowardly act? Although he was an upright person with a neutral character, after practicing the flying sword, he was also influenced by the flying sword cultivation method's unbending principle. He had long been cold to Zhong Jinke. If it were not for the strict rules of the Zhongling Mountain Villa, where everything on the battlefield was decided by the captain, he would have returned to the Zhongling Mountain Villa long ago. Zhong Jinke naturally saw Zhong Haoren's reaction and secretly rejoiced. 2 months ago, when Zhong Jinke sent Zhong Haoren to intercept and kill more than 10 sword gestation swordsmen, Zhong Haoren completely turned hostile. Those are 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said, "Although I'm at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, I can handle 5 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. But what about the 8 swordsmen at the sword gestation realm? How can Zhong Zhan and the other 3 deal with them? This is a sure-death situation." Therefore, I immediately objected and proposed that the whole team of 23 disciples of the Zhong family should attack together. However, Zhong Jinke actually said that he had other arrangements for the other disciples, and that he had a more important task. If I don't intercept and kill them, I won't listen to the captain's orders. If I delay this matter, I'll bear the consequences. It's not right for you to go, but it's also not right for you not to go. Of course, you definitely can't go. Xiaohua said with a smile. If you go, you'll definitely die. Secondly, if you come back alive, he'll ask all kinds of questions and say that it's strange that you escaped from the hands of 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. He'll even say that you were captured by the swordsmen and became their spy. At that time, I didn't think so much. I only knew that I couldn't possibly be a match for those swordsmen. If I went, I would only be throwing away my life. Zhong Haoren honestly replied, so I turned hostile. I resolutely refused to go. Well, in fact, you might as well go. Xiaohua said again. After you went, you could have avoided the battle and let them make a fuss about you. It's better than falling into their trap. This Zhong Jinke is just a scheming person. He's a careful person. He just wants to expel you from the Zhong family so that Zhong Yuehan's heart won't be obstructed. Unfortunately, I didn't see it clearly at that time. It wasn't until half a month later that the senior brothers of Zhongling village came to inspect. This guy took the opportunity to report this matter to the senior brothers of law enforcement. At once, he listed several crimes of this little one, such as not listening to orders, delaying the battle, affecting the morale, and so on. He asked the senior brothers of law enforcement to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Zhong Haoren angrily said, "It wasn't until that moment that this little one understood that the human heart is sinister." Of course. Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "The most sinister thing in this world is the human heart. The most fickle thing is also the human heart. The most unpredictable thing is still the human heart. You've gone through so many things and you finally understand." Yes, this disciple has thought it through these days. Zhong Haoren said with relief, it's not that Zhong Jinke didn't have the means to kill this little one, and it's not that he didn't have the opportunity to kill this little one, but he was extremely cautious and didn't act rashly. He has been provoking this little one for the past few years, and I'm afraid that he wanted this little one to make the first move so that he could take advantage of the situation. When this little one didn't do as he wished, he took a step back and wanted to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Yes, or perhaps his original goal was to expel you, so that his wife can cultivate with ease. Xiaohua nodded. After all, it's more risky for him to kill you, and it will also damage his Dao heart, so it's not worth it. The human heart. Zhong Haoren sighed. If it was a little purer, how good would that be? Then it wouldn't be the human heart. Xiaohua said, moreover, without this fickle and sinister human heart, where would there be the current Zhong Haoren? Zhong Haoren shook his head sadly. This little one was expelled from the Zhong family, but Zhong Zhan and the others were also implicated. This little one feels very guilty in his heart. Martial Uncle Zhong. Fei Yunshu and the others said respectfully, Martial Uncle's character is noble and pure, and we all admire you. Following Martial Uncle is also our choice. What spiritual master said just now was extremely true. If we didn't follow Martial Uncle, I'm afraid our lives would be in danger in the war. Chapter 2562. Hiss. Zhong Haoren came to his senses and took a deep breath. How did you all get here? What are your plans for the future? Xiaohua asked with a smile. We left the Zhong family's disciples and had to act alone. We wanted to return to Yun City, but it's too far away. We didn't have any spirit stones with us, so we couldn't use the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City. If we flew back directly, I'm afraid we would die, so we were at a loss. Zhong Haoren did not hide and said, but there are many sword cultivators here, so we couldn't stay for long. We decided to go to Sky Patrol City first and see if there was anyone we knew, then find a chance to return to Yun City. At the very least, we had to stay in Sky Patrol City to save our lives. However, I don't know what happened, but in this month the number of swordsmen here suddenly increased. Our cultivation was shallow, so we had to hide and hope that the swordsmen didn't notice us. Zhong Haoren smiled bitterly. In fact, we were discovered by the illusory swordsmen several times, but they were extremely disdainful and let us go like flies. 4 hours ago, I had just escaped from an illusory swordsman. When I was fleeing in panic, I found the Ganoderma horse. The Ganoderma horse flew in front of me, so how could I not be happy? However, the Ganoderma horse was too cunning. I chased it for a long time before I could catch up with it and put the confinement talisman on it. When I was about to pick up the Ganoderma horse, the Huanhua sect disciple appeared and took out her magic weapon. If it weren't for the female swordsman, I wouldn't have been able to see her. Zhong Haoren's mouth was dry after talking for a long time. Xiaohua smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a lot of spirit fruits and gave them to the 5 people. Seeing the 5 people eating happily, Xiaohua was also very happy. Then he asked, you said that the number of swordsmen in the vicinity suddenly increased? Many of them are illusory swordsmen? Can you tell? I'll let you know. Zhong Haoren ate a spiritual fruit and smiled apologetically. My cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, but I've killed a few embryonic swordsmen. Naturally, I have some understanding of the swordsman's cultivation. The illusory swordsman's sword light is reserved, and their divine thoughts cut people like a blade. Of course, I can tell. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. The Dao sect's cultivators wanted to fight to the death with the Huan Kingdom swordsmen near the Spirit Stone Mine. Why would so many illusory swords appear near the sword tomb? The vicinity of the sword catacomb has always been patrolled by the sword cultivators' bright sword and nurturing swordsmen. Even the city guards of the Sky Patrol City would occasionally come over. Zhong Haoren was also puzzled. But recently, the city guards of Sky Patrol City have almost disappeared. Instead, there are more swordsmen like Yu Jian. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the Zhongling Mountain Villa wander around the sword tomb? Are the other cultivation families the same as the Zhong family? Xiaohua was used to seeing cultivators from the Dao sect, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, all the big cultivation families will come. Zhong Haoren nodded. I've also encountered quite a few. After all, we can obtain benefits from sword cultivators or fallen cultivators. It's extremely useful for the development of aristocratic families. However, even if we meet, we will carefully avoid each other. There won't be any great conflict. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nods. I thought only the cultivation sects were interested in war. These cultivation families also come to participate. Although there won't be any conflict, there should be a lot of small conflicts, right? That's right. Zhong Haoren smiles apologetically. The Zhongling mountain villa has had many conflicts with some aristocratic families. The one that left the deepest impression on me is the Yu family from the fallen gold mountain in the country of Xi. They are extremely overbearing. When they see other aristocratic families, they will provoke them. In the past 2 years, the Zhongling mountain villa has had 6 conflicts with them. Every time, they suffered a great loss. Some of my crimes are that I didn't put in effort when fighting with them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohua snorts, but he doesn't ask why the Yu family is so overbearing. Then, Xiaohua looks to the north where the sword tomb is located. He ponders and says, could it be that the sword cultivators have some hidden cards here? However, that's not right. If Zhong Haoren and the others encountered it, how can the disciples of the other cultivation sects not encounter it? If I can think of it, how can others not think of it? Although the group of gold core cultivators in the discussion hall are proficient in internal strife, they should be clear about this simple logic, right? Looking at Xiaohua's thoughtful expression, Zhong Haoren turns to look at the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples seem to understand Zhong Haoren's meaning and nodded slightly. Then, the 5 of them throw themselves on the ground again without hesitation. "Io, what are you waiting for?" Xiaohua hears the noise and immediately turns his head. He asks curiously, if there's a problem, we can talk it out. Why make such a big fuss over nothing? Daoist. Zhong Haoren kneels on the ground and says with a bitter smile, we have been expelled from the Zhong family and are already rogue cultivators. Moreover, if we are not wrong, when the Zhong family receives Zhong Jinka's message, they will definitely send disciples to find us. There is an 80 to 90% chance that they will cripple the cultivation of us 5. Even if Zhong Tianyao shows mercy for Daoist and doesn't cripple our cultivation, we will have nowhere to cultivate. We regard Daoist as a god or an immortal and are willing to serve Daoist for life. We ask Daoist to take us in. We hope Daoist can be merciful and take us in. Fei Yunshu is the most pious and has already kowtowed on the ground. Oh, wait a moment. Xiaohua slowly nods and flicks his sleeves. The 5 of them can only stand up. Zhong Haoren, since he wants to cripple your cultivation, why didn't he do it when he expelled you? Why wait until later? Isn't it the same if he imprisons you first? Xiaohua asks. Seeing Xiaohua ask such a trivial question, Zhong Haoren is overjoyed. He knows that Xiaohua has tacitly agreed to take them in. He answers with a smile, not all the disciples who were expelled by the Zhong family had their cultivation crippled. Moreover, don't we have some fate with Daoist? Zhong Jinka doesn't know, but that patrolling senior brother knows. Therefore, he doesn't dare to judge whether we have our cultivation crippled or not. What's more, the Zhong family still has to send people to keep an eye on us while we're imprisoned. If they don't, what if we lose our lives and Zhong Tianyao disagrees with Zhong Jinka's decision? Wouldn't they have to bear the responsibility? Actually, at that time, I wanted to return to Zhongling Villa with that patrolling senior brother to argue with Zhong Tianyao. However, the patrolling senior brother has to go somewhere else and it's not convenient for him to bring us along. I'm afraid you only thought of relying on me when you saw me just now. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren nodded slightly and said without hiding anything, you're right, Daoist. We didn't hear any news of Daoist here. We only thought that Daoist is still in Imperial Thunder Sect. How would we think of relying on Daoist? Even if we wanted to, we had to go to Sky Patrol City first. It was only when Daoist revealed his face just now that we suddenly realized. We stayed here to wait for Daoist. Ha! Well said, well said. This is fortune, this is karma. If all of you leave, then you won't have this fortune. Xiaohua roared with laughter. Thank you, Daoist. Zhong Haoren thanked him again, but then he said with some worry, however, Daoist is now only in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that in Imperial Thunder Sect, it's still, if it's inconvenient for Daoist. Zhong Haoren naturally knew that the threshold for cultivation sects to recruit disciples was very high. The 5 of them might not be selected. Although he said that he was serving Xiaohua, he still had some thoughts about this in his heart. Haha, who told you that I'm only in the late stage of foundation establishment? Xiaohua laughed and patted his forehead. The pressure on his body was released, like bamboo shoots after a rain, rising steadily. Daoist. Seeing Xiaohua's pressure rise straight to the late stage of golden core and firmly suppressing the 5 of them, an indescribable fear came from their hearts. It seemed that the space around 100 feet around them was frozen. Zhong Haoren and the others cried out in surprise, so Daoist cultivation is already so high. Hehe, Xiaohua smiled and slowly retracted his pressure. His realm also slowly fell until it returned to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Since Daoist already has the cultivation of golden core, then we have some connections to join Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. When did this Xiao say that he would let you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua was still all smiles as he spoke. Yes. When Zhong Haoren heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was extremely embarrassed and said, "This little one is thinking too much. This little one is already satisfied to be able to serve Daoist." Haoren. Xiaohua pointed. Do you think I'm playing with you? Daoist's meaning is? Zhong Haoren didn't understand and looked at Xiaohua strangely. As for Fei Yunshu and the others, they didn't have the right to speak and could only listen quietly. You wait and see. Xiaohua smiled and took out many sword slips, jade slips, and some of Li Xiubai's and Daoist bright sword arts. This is... Zhong Haoren saw so many things and was immediately stunned. When he used his divine sense to look at some of the things inside, he was wild with joy. This is the sword arts for sword cultivators, from the gestation sword to the drawing sword and the illusory sword. There's also my Dao Sect's flying sword cultivation method. Zhong Haoren stammered. There's also these. Xiaohua clapped his hands and dozens of flying swords fell into the air. Ah? So many. Zhong Haoren and the others were dumbfounded. It seemed that the 1,000 of them didn't obtain many flying swords in these 2 years, right? With these, do you still need to join Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Of course there's no need. The 5 people looked at the flying swords and their eyes widened. They had been training in the war for 2 years and their horizons had long been broadened. They knew that these flying swords were used by 6th stage swordsmen and their quality was extraordinary. Moreover, when they heard Zhong Haoren say that there were many sword arts, they were overjoyed and even somewhat in disbelief. Although this kind of resources couldn't be compared to Imperial Thunder Sect, it was still much less compared to Zhongling Villa. However, if the 5 of them were to use it, it would be more than enough. Chapter 2563. Unknowingly, the 5 people's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and bowed. We pay respect to Sect Master. Sect Master? Xiaohua was stunned. His surprise was not inferior to the 5 people's. He hurriedly helped them up. When did I say that I want to establish a sect? The Xiao means? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua also stopped. Yes, his original intention was to find an inheritance for Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai's flying sword technique. Zhong Haoren's character was upright, and he had experienced the world's tempering. Xiaohua's test was also easily passed. He was the best candidate to accept this inheritance. When Xiaohua saw Zhong Haoren at Zhongling Villa that day, he already had this little plan in his heart. Now that Zhong Haoren was expelled from Zhongling Villa, it was also helping Zhong Haoren. He just happened to push the boat with the current and settle his own karma. However, after listening to Zhong Haoren and the others' reminder, Xiaohua had another thought. That's right. Since the 5 of them have sword arts and flying swords, and Zhong Haoren's cultivation is at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and I, on the other hand, am comparable to the late stage of the Jindan realm. This kind of strength is more than enough to establish a small sect. Not to mention that there were so many spiritual herbs, pill recipes, and other things in his space. It was more than enough to support a medium-sized sect. Zhang Qingxiao, that guy, could become the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect. Why couldn't Xiao Hua become the sect master? Back then, Shang Huaming's sect master was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Hundred Grass sect had many disciples, the sect master was also at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Thinking about the convenience of Zhang Qingxiao having Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiao Hua was somewhat coveting. Not to mention other things, just those dry distance pills and high thunder pills, relying on Xiao Hua alone, it would take a long time to gather them. And the other side only needed a sect master's command and someone would obediently deliver it to his hands. It was really more efficient than anything else. Grandma, make a sect to play with? Xiao Hua was somewhat moved. But immediately, Xiao Hua shook his head again. Forget it. Not to mention this young master's enemies, making a sect would increase the number of targets. Adding a few more dead people would be irresponsible to the sect's disciples. Besides, this young master's cultivation is good, making a sect? There are many matters in the sect, annoying to death. Just look at the group of old gold core cultivators in the assembly hall. Scheming against each other is really boring. The more people there are in the sect, the more it will be the same. Seeing Xiao Hua deep in thought, Zhong Haoren and the others were delighted, but their hearts were also nervous. When Xiao Hua frowned, Zhong Haoren and the others' hearts sank. Sure enough, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Let's not talk about this matter. These cultivation techniques and flying swords, I'll give them to you. Just focus on your own cultivation. Thank you for your reward, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren put away the cultivation technique and flying sword. He looked very happy, but he was also a little disappointed. Zhong Haoren probed, Perfected One, my cultivation is shallow. If these things are left with me, if they are snatched away, it's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this Xiao has already kept a copy of the cultivation technique and sword art. As for those flying swords, they are all mere worldly possessions. If you want to snatch them, then so be it. Actually, if we have more people, we don't have to be afraid of others. Zhong Haoren took the opportunity to say, Ha, that's up to you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Feel free to accept disciples, this Xiao won't stop you. Actually, didn't this Xiao say it just now? You can look for babies who can eat good seeds and carefully select them. Their aptitude may not be worse than the direct disciples of the cultivation sects. Perfected One. Zhong Haoren said with a bitter smile, what you said, isn't it just to establish a sect? How about we first establish a cultivation family? Why must we establish a family or sect? Xiao Hua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked. I won't hide it from Perfected One. We are now rogue cultivators. We don't have anyone to rely on in the Xiaoyu continent. We don't have any confidence in our hearts. Although we consider Perfected One as our thoughts, aren't by our side. If there is a family or sect, after all, there are many people. We can also protect ourselves. Zhong Haoren didn't dare to conceal anything and said in a low voice. Moreover, Perfected One Zhao's prestige among the common people of Meng country is very high. You are a Perfected One who is worshipped. If it is like what Perfected One Xiao said just now, the heaven and earth spiritual qi will change greatly. If the descendants of these common people can adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi, they will become the mainstay of the Xiaoyu continent in the future. If Perfected One doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to rise and use Perfected One's prestige in their hearts, wouldn't it be a pity? This is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Could it be that Perfected One wants to be used by others? Oh! Xiao Hua's heart shook. That's right. Xiao Hua was born in a peasant family. Now that he had lost all his memories, he still didn't have any great ambitions. When mentioning cultivation sects, his first impression was that they were troublesome. He was too lazy to get involved. When he heard Zhong Haoren's words, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The heaven and earth spiritual qi changed greatly. Every sect was adapting to it in order to protect themselves and strengthen themselves. It wasn't just the dispute between the three countries. For example, the country of Xianxia sect and other sects began to snatch the spirit stone veins. Even this great war between Dao cultivators seemed to be because sword cultivators wanted to break into the Dao sect's territory to snatch the spirit stones. Weren't they all trying to take advantage of the heaven and earth spiritual qi? It wasn't just the spirit stones. In other aspects, cultivation sects were also changing. For example, the cultivation techniques of each sect and the method of selecting disciples had changed. They were exploring and finding a feasible way to adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi. And Xiaohua himself? He really was the key to changing the Dawn Rain continent. Not to mention how mystical Xiaohua's space was, not to mention the spirit herbs in his space, just the improved seeds from his space were the most important changes that Xiaohua had inadvertently made for the Dawn Rain continent. Cultivators were also humans. They were also people from the secular world at the very beginning. It was only because of their outstanding aptitude that they had the possibility to cultivate. Those disciples of cultivation sects and cultivation aristocratic families had more opportunities to cultivate and enter the ranks of cultivators only because of their bloodline. Therefore, the foundation of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivation world was still the people of the secular world. Those billions, tens of billions of people of the secular world were the foundation that supported this world. And what Xiaohua did was precisely to change this foundation. Although it was just the beginning and the number of people involved was still very small, didn't Zhong Haoren already say it? There were already many merchants who started to come to Yun City to ask for spirit seeds. In time, this improved seed would certainly cover the entire Dawn Rain continent. All the people of the secular world would have to change to eating Xiaohua's immortal seeds. This was such a great merit. This kind of merit, not to mention the gold core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, even the nascent soul sect masters of the 3 cultivation countries couldn't imagine it. Of course, when the cultivators who ate the immortal seeds grew up, the change in heaven and earth's spirit qi would have already become the mainstream of the Dawn Rain continent. Those cultivators would naturally turn into countless streams and fall into different sects. Since that was the case, why couldn't Xiaohua at the beginning of all changes, at the beginning of all the cultivation sects' attention, at the beginning of the flow of spirit qi, establish a sect? If he established a sect here at this time, it would certainly be like the great river of flowing ice valley. From small to large, it would be magnificent and even boundless in the end. In short, it could be said that this was an era where ambitious and ruthless people rose one after another, where heroes vied for supremacy, and where the winds and clouds met. Who knew how many famous people would fall here, and who knew how many nameless people would shake the world? And for Xiaohua, he saw this opportunity and seized it. It's a success. But isn't it too troublesome? After all, Xiaohua was a cultivator who comprehended the hand of karma. Once he thought about it, he immediately understood 1,000 miles and saw a lot of the future. But then he muttered again. If Zhang Qingxiao was here and understood so much, she would have already taken the bright scenic bell and knocked his head, right? Troublesome? Xiaohua's whisper fell into Zhong Haoren's ears, and Zhong Haoren was immediately enlightened. His enlightenment came a little late. He, a disciple from an aristocratic family, never thought that there would be a god in the eyes of the secular world who was too lazy to establish a sect because he was afraid of trouble. That's right, Daoist master only concentrates on cultivation. Why would he care about the trivial matters of the secular world? Zhong Haoren thought again. Then, Zhong Haoren waved his hand, and the 5 people bowed again. Damn it, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Xiaohua said anxiously. We asked Daoist Master Xiao to establish a sect. If Daoist Master doesn't allow it, we won't get up again. Zhong Haoren said loudly. Good. Get up and talk. Although Xiaohua was forced by the 5 people, he wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, establishing a sect isn't a small matter. I admit that I don't have the ability. We will discuss it in detail. Yes, Daoist Master. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. He looked at Zhong Zhan and the others and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it to Daoist Master. Do you see, if we force others, they will definitely be angry. Daoist master is different from us. He definitely won't blame us. Zhong Zhan and the others were different from Zhong Haoren. They didn't dare to say much to Xiaohua and could only smile apologetically. It's not convenient here. Let's find a safe place. Xiaohua looked around and brought the 5 people to a low place. After the 5 people respectfully asked Xiaohua to sit, they sat in front of Xiaohua very respectfully. Haoren, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. You also know this. I don't know whether I can establish a sect or not. However, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Once the news of this sect is known by the Imperial Thunder Sect, they will definitely send experts to exterminate it. And I can't even protect myself. Moreover, I have many enemies. These enemies are even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder Sect. If I establish a sect, wouldn't I be pulling all of you into the same boat? Also, establishing a sect is not a joke. It requires a lot of manpower, especially manpower who can deal with the sect's affairs. I know what kind of person I am. The sect master? I really don't want to be. Chapter 2564. Seeing that Xiaohua still wanted to continue, Zhong Haoren hurriedly smiled obsequiously and said, establishing a sect is naturally a major event. It wasn't just what the Daoist master had said. Even the cultivation of spirit herbs, the refinement of medicinal pills, the daily lives of the disciples, and so on. All the details had to be taken into consideration. To be honest, I don't even know where to start. This humble one only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment when I saw the real person. Furthermore, I feel that this path is absolutely feasible. And continue speaking. Xiaohua knew that Zhong Haoren came from an aristocratic family and was very knowledgeable about these matters, so he nodded. Right now, there are only 5 of us. Including you, there are only 6 of us. It's laughable to talk about establishing a sect. However, don't forget that you're not alone. Behind you are all the people in Yun City, Ji City, and Fan City who have received your kindness. The descendants of these people were also the people of the sage. They are our greatest support. Good boy. This guy is really amazing. Xiaohua didn't expect Zhong Haoren to have such foresight and unconsciously nodded his head in praise. Seeing Xiaohua nod, Zhong Haoren is also happy. He bows and says, actually, from what I see, Daoist doesn't need to show up at all. Daoist only needs to make a call, and I don't know how many capable people will join our sect. These disciples will all work for Daoist. There's no need for Daoist to go through any trouble. Even in the early days of establishing a sect, there was no need for a Daoist master to do anything. This lowly one knows that Reverend is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and will be fighting in this place. This lowly one only needs Reverend's permission, and this lowly one, and Zhong Zhan and the others will return to Meng country, find a place with spiritual mountains and clear waters, and prepare everything. Reverend need not worry about anything. I feel that as long as we use the name of spiritual master, everything won't be too complicated. Really? Is that true? When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. Of course. Zhong Haoren smiled and said, in Zhongling Villa, Zhong Tianyao is the patriarch. Other than some important decisions, Zhong Tianyao doesn't need to do anything else. Zhong Peiyuan, Zhong Peifu, and the others were in charge of everything. Spiritual master's reputation is so great. It's really not a big deal to find some capable people and disciples with outstanding aptitude. And when we encounter danger, Zhong Tianyao also has to step forward, right? That's true. If Reverend is in charge of a sect, and others want to attack, Reverend will naturally lead his disciples to defend against the enemy. Zhong Haoren nodded. I understand. This Xiao likes to beat people up the most. Xiaohua replied with a grin. That's right. Zhong Haoren nodded. Moreover, in this lowly one's opinion, our sect simply doesn't need to be like this. Spiritual Master's name is not prominent now, but it will definitely shake the world in the future. He will be the god worshipped by all the secular people of the Dawn Rain continent. Who would dare to touch our sect? Hee hee, you're too naive. Xiao Hua sneered. If we establish our own sect without strong support, it will only be a piece of fat meat. As for the rest of the world? It's a fat piece of meat that any cultivator would drool over. That's right. Therefore, I hope that you can be merciful and make plans to establish a sect as soon as possible to protect all the common people in the world. Zhong Haoren went along with the flow and said, let this Xiao think about it. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he closed his eyes and pondered. Zhong Haoren and the others didn't dare to say anything and sat quietly at the side. Xiao Hua pondered for more than half a day. After thinking about it, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that establishing a sect and leaving Li Xiubai and spiritual master Brightsword's orthodoxy to Zhong Haoren were essentially no different. It's just that the number of people involved would be greater, and he would bear the title of sect master. If this Xiao doesn't take the position of sect master, Haoren, what will you do? Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Zhong Haoren waited for half a day and unexpectedly heard Xiao Hua ask this question. He almost cried and said with a smile, Spiritual master, the core of our sect is spiritual master. Without spiritual master, how can there be a sect? But this Xiao's enemy is really powerful. Xiao Hua hesitated. Actually, Fei Yunshu said timidly, spiritual master doesn't need to show up. Martial Uncle Zhong is the sect master and spiritual master is the sect master. It's also very good. As long as spiritual master knows that this sect belongs to spiritual master can support this sect at a critical time. This little one doesn't dare to be the sect master. Zhong Haoren turned pale with fright and hurriedly waved his hand. If that's the case, we can give it a try. Xiao Hua nodded. Moreover, what sect master, it's all up to us. Haoren, for your future, and also for this Xiao's escape route, this matter of establishing a sect will be handed over to you. Zhong Zhan, Qin Ji, Zhong Pei, and Fei Yunshu, you are now the disciples of my sect. In the future, when the sect develops, you will also be meritorious subjects. Thank you, spiritual master, thank you. Zhong Zhan and the others originally wanted to call him sect master, but thinking of what Xiao Hua said just now, they didn't know how to address him. Hehe, Xiao Hua didn't explain. He scratched his chin as if thinking about something. Spiritual master, Qin Ji asked carefully, what is the name of our sect? Oh? What do you think? Xiao Hua asked with interest. At this time, he didn't have any burden. He couldn't do anything about it. He was only the sect master in name. It was like a child playing a game. Heaven and Earth Unified Sect? Flying Sword Sect? Bronze Tomb Sect? Spiritual Master Sect? Zhong Haoren and the others were full of interest. One name after another, they really racked their brains, making Xiao Hua feel warm in his heart. This seemed to be another Shang Huaming. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't nod his head, everyone was a little nervous. Fei Yunshu stole a glance at them and said softly, this little one's grandmother was old and weak, but after eating the spiritual master's immortal seed, she lived for several more years. When she was on the verge of death, she seemed to have regained her youth. Before grandmother passed away, she said that meeting the spiritual master was her good fortune, and it was also the good fortune of millions of disaster victims. The spiritual master was also a fortune saint. This little one thinks that this sect's name shouldn't be called Fortune Gate. Great. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. When he heard the names mentioned by Zhong Haoren and the others, he felt that he should have a more suitable name, or perhaps he knew of a sect's name, but he couldn't think of a name for it. When Xiao Hua heard the name, Fortune Gate, he became vigilant. Perhaps he had a sect's name, but that was already in the past. Fei Yunshu's Fortune Gate hit the nail on the head and pointed out the good fortune of cultivation methods. Many thanks, spiritual master. When Fei Yunshu heard that his name was chosen by Xiao Hua, his face flushed red. It was really glowing, more energetic than if he had eaten a heaven-mending pill. That's right, Fortune Gate, this is the name. Zhong Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he shouted happily, the world's fortune is in our sect. Those who enter our sect will obtain the fortune of heaven and earth. This is in line with the spiritual master's principles. When the Fortune Gate's name was decided, Zhong Haoren rubbed his hands excitedly. Fei Yunshu and the others were also happy, but then Zhong Haoren frowned and looked at Xiao Hua with difficulty. Spiritual master, although you don't want to be the sect master, this little one's talent is limited, and I may not be able to be the sect master. Most importantly, Zhong Zhan, Fei Yunshu, and the others' status is not easy to decide. Wouldn't it be fine if you were the master of the four of them? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Zhong Haoren smiled wryly. Spiritual master can give us pointers in cultivation, but you want this little one to give them pointers? I'm afraid I don't have the ability. When Fei Yunshu and the others heard this, their hearts beat violently, and they looked at Xiao Hua anxiously. Obviously, Zhong Haoren wanted them to be apprenticed to him. Haoren, you will temporarily take the position of sect master, and all the sect's affairs will be handed over to you. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, other than that, your cultivation. This Xiao has the obligation to give pointers, but now is not the right time. These cultivation techniques will have to be comprehended by yourselves. If Haoren is unwilling to be your master, then all of you can be considered to have entered my Fortune Gate on the same day, and become senior and junior brothers. Yes, this disciple understands. Fei Yunshu and the others hesitated, but Zhong Haoren agreed with a smile. Zhong Zhan and the others stood up and saluted Zhong Haoren, greeting the Fortune Gate's eldest senior brother, officially establishing their seniority. Also, this Xiao has something to discuss with everyone. Xiao Hua was happy to see them following the rules, but he suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Spiritual master, please speak. Zhong Haoren said curiously. On the Dawn Rain mainland, one's cultivation realm is the basis of seniority. As long as one's cultivation is one realm higher, they have to address you as senior. This is even more obvious in some cultivation sections. Regardless of your seniority, as long as your cultivation is fast, other disciples will have to call you martial uncle when they see you. There is no difference in seniority. This Xiao feels a little inappropriate. Xiao Hua explained carefully. This Xiao feels that in my Fortune Gate, regardless of cultivation realm, everyone should be addressed according to seniority. What do you all think? This. Zhong Haoren was slightly dazed. This seemed to be the cultivation world's rule, and it had always been like this. He had never thought much about it. It's like this, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren pondered for a moment, then said, there are only a few of us now, so it's easy to talk about seniority, but what if it's thousands of years later? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. If two disciples don't know each other when they meet, how do they address each other? It should be the most convenient to talk about cultivation realm, right? Moreover, the lifespan of cultivators like us is gradually increasing, and as the number of disciples increases, it's inevitable that there will be some differences in age and seniority. How can a young Qi refining disciple be a foundation establishment old man's martial uncle? Moreover, even if there is a clear seniority in my Fortune Gate, there are so many cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain mainland. The seniority is very complicated. How can it be clearly distinguished? Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. He had just casually mentioned it and had some thoughts of his own, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. AI, it's reasonable to exist. Perhaps, this Xiao's thinking is too simple. Chapter 2565. Daoist Master's Thoughts Are Reasonable. Zhong Haoren smiled. If Daoist Master has such thoughts, why don't we wait until our Fortune Gate has someone capable in this field and let them consider it carefully? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. This Xiao will still give you some pointers in your cultivation. Xiao Hua and the others stayed for several days. Not only did Xiao Hua check their cultivation, he also made them consume the heavenly mending pills and gave them some pointers on Flying Sword's cultivation. Only then did he send them to the Sky Patrol City from the Sword Tomb. When they saw Xiao Hua take out the 7 possibilities sex-flowing cloud-flying ship, Zhong Haoren prostrated himself in admiration, while Fei Yunshu and the others felt that it was only natural. The journey to the Sky Patrol City was naturally not peaceful. They encountered several groups of sword cultivators, most of whom were around grade 6, and there were even 2 groups of illusory swordsmen. However, what made Zhong Haoren and the others flabbergasted was that all the swordsmen, without exception, were envious when they saw the flowing cloud-flying ship. No matter how many people there were, they all surrounded the flowing cloud-flying ship. But all the swordsmen, without exception, fled like rats. The reason they fled was because of a single sentence from Xiao Hua and a single magic art. This magic art was naturally Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting technique. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Crackling lightning flashed in the air. All the swordsmen fell into deep thought when they saw the lightning, and that sentence was, "A terrifying phoenix is here. If you don't want to die, quickly get out of the way." Hearing this, and thinking of Qin Jian's fate, even if Xiao Hua had a huge bounty on his head, these swordsmen were enlightened. None of them dared to stay on the spot. Daoist master. Zhong Haoren saw this several times, and he and his companions were simply stunned. This was really inconceivable. Those swordsmen were comparable to mid-golden core swordsmen and they were scared away by Xiao Hua's words? This Xiao convinces people with virtue. Xiao Hua was immensely proud. With this unforgettable scene, Zhong Haoren and the others were even more confident about their future and the Fortune Gate's future. More than 10 days later, Xiao Hua arrived at the outskirts of Sky Patrol City. He did not go within 100 miles of the city. Instead, he stopped the flowing cloud-flying ship in midair and said with a smile, "Haoren, I will send you here. There will definitely be guards from Sky Patrol City within 100 miles. You will not be harassed by sword cultivators. Nothing will happen." Many thanks, Daoist. Zhong Haoren didn't want to part with Xiao Hua and was reluctant to part with him. When will Daoist Master come to Meng Kingdom? How do we inform Daoist Master that we have chosen the spiritual mountains and rivers? Fei Yunshu and the others had seen Daoist Master Xiao in the past few days. So, they had become a little bolder. They asked in a low voice. "Go ahead and do what you need to do. There's no need to inform this Xiao of anything." Xiao Hua smiled. "Once the battle is over, this Xiao will go to Passage City to take a look. With this Xiao's ability, do you think I won't be able to find you?" "Yes, disciple and the others understand." Fei Yunshu said respectfully, "We will worship Daoist every day. Daoist will naturally know." Xiao Hua chuckled, then took out 5 storage pouches and handed them to Zhong Haoren and the others. "These are used by my Fortune Gate. Take one each and give it to Haoren after you get to Meng Empire. Alright, if others try to snatch it, let them take it. You don't need to pester them. Remember, this is an external object, and you are the cornerstone of my Fortune Gate." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Haoren nodded. However, when they received the storage pouches and looked at the things inside, they couldn't help but feel stupefied. Following Daoist Master Xiao, Zhong Haoren and his companions couldn't help but feel shocked. Their faces were probably stiff from shock, right? These are all my Fortune Gates?" Zhong Haoren bit his lips. The sharp pain on his lips proved that he wasn't dreaming. There was no need to talk about the good seeds inside the storage pouches, the medicinal pills, and the spiritual herbs. Zhong Haoren didn't want to talk about them. That mountain of spirit stones, how could he not be shocked? Moreover, Xiao Hua had clearly said that the 5 people's storage pouches were ordinary. What he saw was only 20%. Only 20%. This Xiao is far away in Huan country, so I can't help. You all have to work the hardest. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Moreover, my Fortune Gate has just been established, so these things are indispensable. Don't look at the many things inside the storage pouches. If the Fortune Gate is really in its embryonic form, these things may not be enough." Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Haoren and the others' hands were trembling as they carefully put away the storage pouches. Of course, these things belong to my fortune gate. This Xiao does not wish for the disciples I value to have other selfish motives. Otherwise, this Xiao's terrifying phoenix name is not in vain. Xiao Hua's tone changed as he said coldly, "Disciple does not dare." Zhong Haoren and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground. "We swear a blood oath in the name of Dao Master Xiao that if we covet the things inside the storage pouches, our souls will be devoured by the spiritual fire, living a life worse than death." As soon as these words came out, Xiaohua felt a strange feeling coming from his Buddha fire. Several drops of indistinct purplish-red beads appeared on the edge of the golden thread. Oh! Xiaohua could only sense it but not feel it. Knowing that the oath was made, he smiled and helped the 5 people up. As long as everyone does their best, when the fortune gate prospers, it will also be the time when your name shakes the world. To be honest, the things inside the storage pouches, how can they compare to your glory in the future? We still need Dao Master Zhao's guidance. Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. There's also this. Xiao Hua comforted everyone, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zhong Haoren, saying, "If Zhong Tianyao comes looking for trouble, just show this to him. Also, if ordinary gold core cultivators come to stir up trouble, take this out as well. After this battle, this Xiao should have some fame, so this item should be of some use." Yes, Zhong Haoren received the jade pendant and looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua nod slightly, Zhong Haoren immersed his divine sense into the jade pendant and saw a faint image of Xiao Hua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhong Haoren could vaguely see Xiao Hua's face clearly, and then Xiao Hua's unhurried voice sounded, "I am Xiao Hua, and this is this Xiao's token. Seeing this token is like seeing this Xiao in person. If any fellow Daoist doesn't give this Xiao face and exterminates this Xiao's descendants, this Xiao will definitely kill his way to your door and exterminate your entire family." Although Xiao Hua's voice was very faint, there seemed to be some kind of magic in his voice. Zhong Haoren trembled in fear and almost threw the jade pendant away. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's hand landed on Zhong Haoren's shoulder, and Zhong Haoren's divine sense immediately came out from the jade pendant. "Many thanks for Dao Master Zhao's generous gift." Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. With this item, he felt more confident. There are also these. Xiao Hua touched his storage pouch again and took out a large pile of fire talismans. He said, "This is what I got from a sword cultivator. It's extremely precious. Take it to protect yourself. If there's no other choice, don't take it out." Jade talismans? Zhong Haoren's mouth almost fell open. "It's good that you know." Xiao Hua nodded. "If this item were to leak out, my fortune gate would never have a day of peace. That's why I'm only using it as a last resort for self-defense." Yes, this disciple understands. How could Zhong Haoren not know the severity of the matter? He hurriedly put away the fire talismans. "All right, this Xiao has nothing else on him. Everything is in your hands." Xiao Hua clapped his hands with a relaxed expression. This disciple once again thanks Dao Master Xiao for his great kindness. Zhong Haoren couldn't help but kneel again. Fei Yunshu and the others also followed suit. Good. Xiao Hua did not stop them this time. After they finished kneeling, he helped them up and said, "This Xiao has done what he should do. The rest is up to you." This Xiao remembers that there was a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken. It was formed by rogue cultivators at the early foundation establishment and Qi refining stage. This Xiao wants to see if you can build my fortune gate into a bigger sect than Heaven Forsaken. Dao Master Xiao, rest assured. Zhong Haoren and the others were full of confidence. How can Heaven Forsaken compare to my fortune gate? My fortune gate will definitely become the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain mainland. This Xiao can rest assured with these words. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao looks forward to it." Yes, this disciple and the others will definitely do our best to strengthen our fortune gate. We will definitely not disappoint Dao Master Xiao. Zhong Haoren and the others loudly agreed and flew out of the flowing cloud-flying ship. When Zhong Haoren and the others slowly flew away, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curved into a faint smile. How could it be so easy to establish a sect? Especially with Zhong Haoren, who was only at the early foundation establishment stage, and Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qin Ji, and Fei Yunshu who were only in the 10th layer of the qi refining stage? To them, it was not a problem to establish a small-scale sect. It was not realistic to develop it further. Rather than saying that Xiao Hua was willing to take out something to establish the fortune gate, it was better to say that Xiao Hua gave them a spiritual promise, giving them a goal to strive for. Even if they fail, what can they do? Xiao Hua put away the flowing cloud-flying ship and turned around with a smile. At least they worked hard, at least they have the opportunity to cultivate. It's better than this young master's pitiful self in the past, right? Of course, who knew what would happen in the future? Even Xiao Hua, who had comprehended the hand of karma, couldn't see through it. Perhaps this fortune gate would be similar to the 100 Talisman sect, claiming to be big behind closed doors. Perhaps it would be like what Zhong Haoren had said, becoming the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Or perhaps it could just barely develop into a cultivation sect similar to the 100 Herbs sect. In short, everything was possible under the heavenly Tao. Which sect's disciple are you, and why are you loitering here? While Xiao Hua was contemplating, a voice sounded in front of him. When Xiao Hua raised his head, he saw a group of Sky Patrol City's city guards flying over. Seeing that the city guards had discovered him, Xiao Hua simply stopped in midair. He waited for a mid-foundation establishment city guard to lead a group of early foundation establishment disciples to stop about 10 zhang away from him, then cupped his fists and said, "This one is lightning controlling sects Xiao Hua. I have received a special order from the main hall to deal with an important matter." Chapter 2566. The Conference Hall's Special Permit? The tall city guard did not let down his guard because of Xiao Hua's words. Instead, he frowned and said, "Please take out the special permit, fellow cultivator Xiao." "Captain." While the captain was talking to Xiao Hua, 2 or 3 city guards beside him were shocked. The city guard closest to the captain hurriedly whispered to him through telepathy. When Xiao Hua took out his token, the city guard had also finished his telepathy. The captain, who was in the intermediate foundation establishment stage, was surprised. He even looked at Xiao Hua a few times before he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect who killed Qin Jian. Chu, sorry for the disrespect. However, fellow cultivator Xiao, please take out your token for me to check and let Chu confirm your identity. It's my duty, please forgive me." They issued the reward so quickly? Xiao Hua was surprised when he heard that. In his mind, he had made great contributions in the past and was repeatedly questioned by the conference hall. They even sent people to check. Killing Qin Jian was such a great contribution. Wouldn't the conference hall take a long time to verify it? How could they issue the reward so quickly? "Fellow cultivator Chu, please check it." Xiao Hua took out his token and handed it to the city guard. Xiao Hua's command medallion was naturally normal. The seal of the assembly hall's special permission medallion was also inside. The city guard surnamed Chu looked at it and very respectfully returned it to Xiao Hua. His previous stern expression changed. However, within this respect, there seemed to be a hint of pretense. Immediately, city guard Chu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Or did you just come out of Sky Patrol City?" Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled and he replied, "Neither. I was ordered by senior brother Li Zongbao to deliver the news. I was just passing by Sky Patrol City and was thinking about whether to return to Sky Patrol City to meet senior brother Li. Fellow cultivator Chu is here." Fellow cultivator Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. City guard Chu's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Chu was on duty in the south of Sky Patrol City some time ago and did not return to Sky Patrol City. I just heard from my disciple that the notorious sword cultivator Qin Jian was killed by fellow cultivator Xiao and fellow cultivator Li. This was truly satisfying. In particular, Qin Jian sneaked into my Sky Patrol City and assassinated Senior Tuesday. You have avenged my Sky Patrol City. Fellow Daoist Xiao, can you tell me what happened that day? You flatter me, you flatter me. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Li Zongbao's profound magic power. Fellow Daoist Xiao Maoxiao of Xuanyan School is also formidable. This humble one only played a supporting role from the side. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself. Xiao Hua hastily and humbly declined. Nonsense, even if Xiao Hua's little tail was raised high, he still didn't dare to casually say it out loud. Who knew how Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao reported it in the conference hall? Fellow cultivator Xiao is too humble. We really want to know how that evil Qin Jian was killed. The city guard surnamed Chu and the other city guards were envious. Evidently, they truly believed that Xiao Hua, a cultivator whose cultivation was similar to theirs, was able to obtain such a great military achievement because of luck. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself. Xiao Hua's face was slightly red, as if he was really ashamed. The more Xiao Hua acted like this, the more the city guard surnamed Chu pestered him. It was as if they really saw that if they had followed Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to Flowing Ice Valley, Qin Jian would have been killed by them. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart, but his face was really red. This guy's blushing technique was absolutely perfect, even more skillful than the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. Fellow Daoist Crooked Soul, farewell. Xiao Hua flew up and activated the command medallion with a flip of his hand. He said, I'll call Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao over and let him tell you about it. I still have a mission to complete. Alright. The city guard surnamed Chu was also proud of himself. He was happier than killing Qin Jian, as if he had caught Xiao Hua's hypocrisy behind the military achievement. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's token didn't shine at all. Obviously, either the Sky Patrol City had blocked the transmission of the token, or Li Zongbao wasn't in the Sky Patrol City. Fellow Daoist Xiao. A city guard next to him smiled and said, as early as a few days ago, the Golden Core Stage Masters in the meeting hall had led the disciples of various sects to the battlefield. I'm afraid fellow Daoist Li Zongbao has also left the Sky Patrol City with the disciples of the Utopia faction? Xiao Hua's face was slightly shocked. They've gone. Why didn't they inform me? I'm afraid fellow Daoist Li has other plans? The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile. Xiao Hua sneered and thought to himself, knowing that the disciples of various sects have already left the Sky Patrol City, they're still here making a fuss and not telling me the news. They're obviously making fun of me. Damn it, it seems that the Sky Patrol City doesn't care about the reward in the meeting hall. Of course, I'm not even at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, so it's inevitable that they'll look down on me. Fellow Daoists, please enlighten me. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, I wonder where Senior Brother Li or the Imperial Thunder sect are going to fight? This is a secret order from the meeting hall, we don't know about it. The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile, at this time in the Sky Patrol City, there are disciples from various sects guarding the city. If fellow Daoist Xiao is in a hurry, you can go to the Sky Patrol City to ask first. No need. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew up and cupped his hands. I still have a mission to complete, I'll look for them after I've completed it. With that, Xiao Hua's figure headed towards the northwest, looking a little flustered. After Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the city guard surnamed Chu burst out laughing. Even the other city guards were swaying back and forth. Damn it, this Xiao Hua is really lucky. With such a cultivation level? And he could even kill Qin Jian? If it weren't for the support of Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan School, who would have been killed by Qin Jian? You're right. Another city guard laughed until he was out of breath and said, look at his blushing face. He also knows how to feel ashamed. Also, when he heard about joining the battle, he immediately flew away, as if he was afraid of knowing where the battle line was. Such a cultivator. How could he make any contributions? He's just lucky, it's not that his cultivation level is high. A city guard said sarcastically. At this moment, A red message talisman flew over from the direction of the Sky Patrol City and stopped in front of the city guard surnamed Chu. The city guard managed to stop laughing and caught the message talisman. After he immersed his divine thought into it, his expression suddenly changed to one of extreme awkwardness and embarrassment. "What's wrong, Captain Chu?" a few city guards hurriedly asked. "The city master's secret order. Send it to all the teams on duty in the Sky Patrol City." The city guard surnamed Chu said word by word, "If you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, do not disturb him. Immediately, directly report to the city master's mansion." Ah! All the city guards were shocked, and the sarcastic disciple almost screamed, What's going on?" As the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, they knew better than anyone else the meaning of the sentence. If you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, do not disturb him. Immediately report to the city master's mansion. Quickly send the message talisman to the city master. Captain Chu ordered a city guard beside him, then he turned and flew into the air. But after flying for less than 30 meters, he stopped again. His eyes gazed in the direction Xiao Hua had disappeared, and he forcefully extinguished the thought of pursuing him. He waved his hand and said, "You all continue to patrol. Chu will go and meet the city master." "Yes, I understand." The city guards replied in unison, then flew up again and continued to patrol in the same direction as before. However, their eyes were still looking in the direction where Xiao Hua flew. They really did not know. How did this disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, whose cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, offend the Snow Region Master? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know that when he sent Zhong Haoren and the others back to the Sky Patrol City, in the lofty city master's mansion in the Sky Patrol City, the Snow Region Master, whom he was afraid of 2 hours ago, was sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, his expression was not calm, which showed that he was not meditating. Strange. Why do I feel a little uneasy? The Snow Region Master opened his eyes slightly, and there was a trace of confusion under his eyelids. Could it be that there is a breakthrough in the Qianzhan mysterious technique? After the Snow Region Master circulated his technique, his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly, and the confusion turned into a trace of ecstasy, but it disappeared in a flash. I really did not expect this. The Qianzhan mysterious technique, which I have not made any progress in all this time, is actually making progress here. This progress is not much, but, no matter what, it is the biggest progress in the last 100 years. The Snow Region Master's expression returned to normal and he thought to himself, "Before the Dao Cultivator War, I went into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years and took countless pills, but I didn't see any progress. This Dao Cultivator War has only been going on for 10 years, and I have been so worried about the war that I didn't have time to cultivate. I didn't even do my homework, but my cultivation level has actually improved. It's really like when you plant flowers, the flowers don't bloom, but when you plant a willow, the willow grows." Thinking about this, the Snow Region Master raised his eyebrows and whispered, "Lengbai, you have been waiting outside for 2 days. What can you do for me?" Following the Snow Region Master's words, there was a flash of light and Fang Lengbai's figure appeared outside the door. When Fang Lengbai heard the Snow Region Master speak, he was very surprised. He quickly walked in and bowed. "Disciple has nothing special to do, but I heard that the city master hasn't dealt with any city matters during this time, so Disciple came to tell the city master about the war." What is there to say? The Snow Region Master sneered. "In this Dao Cultivator War, my Dao sect will suffer a great loss. There is no one among this group of Golden Core cultivators that knows how to strategize, so how could they gain an advantage? They can only wait for those old nascent soul cultivators to clean up their mess." Chapter 2567. Fang Lengbai wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh when he heard Sage Xueyu say, "Wipe his ass." However, based on Sage Xueyu's words, Fang Lengbai knew that Sage Xueyu was in an extremely good mood. After a while, Fang Lengbai suppressed his laughter and reported, "In the past few days, the conference hall has sent out orders for disciples from all sects to go on expeditions. We've already found out the power distribution of the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom. Based on this information, the conference hall has sent out another order for the final battle. Now, the golden core cultivators in the conference hall have set out on a large scale, bringing all the cultivators to the Huan Kingdom. Our Sky Patrol City has also sent out more than 80,000 disciples." As he spoke, Fang Lengbai held up a jade pendant above his head. "I've asked the city lord about this matter, but the city lord ignored me, so I can only act on my own." "It's fine." Master Shuiyu grabbed the jade pendant and it flew into his hand. However, he didn't even look at it. He nodded and said, "Everything related to the war in the Sky Patrol City has been handed over to you and Jin Kung. Your decision is my decision. No matter how stupid you are, you don't need me to wipe your ass for you." Ta. Fang Lengbai couldn't help but laugh. He bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple congratulates the city lord on improving your cultivation again." "Ha," Master Shuiyu laughed loudly, "my cultivation is still not enough. You still saw through it." "Hee. Disciple has followed the city lord for over 100 years. The city lord treats Disciple like a nephew. Disciple knows that the city lord is focused on cultivation and doesn't pay much attention to the war. Previously, the city lord was in a bad mood and didn't even see Disciple. Now that the city lord is in a good mood, Disciple naturally knows. It has nothing to do with the city lord's state of mind." Fang Lengbai said honestly. That's right. Master Shuiyu wiped his eyebrows with his finger and said with a smile, "Although I don't pay much attention to the war, I still know the general trend. However, the conference hall sent out the order for the final battle so early, which is beyond my expectations." When Fang Lung heard this, he was just about to take out a jade slip from his sleeve. However, when he saw Shuiyu Jinren's rare interest, he stopped himself and smiled. "What does the city lord think?" According to this old man's original opinion, the conference hall would release some bait to lure out sword cultivators from the country of Xi and country of Lian. Then they would kill them one by one. This way, perhaps they could delay it for 3 to 5 years. But now, how did these core formation brats suddenly have the courage? A decisive battle? This is something this old man didn't expect. Perfected Shui, you seem to be deep in thought. If they had the guts to do so, coupled with Tu Hong's scheme, the battle between Dao cultivators would have been decided long ago instead of being pushed to the outskirts of Sky Patrol City by sword cultivators. Ha! Fang Lengbai smiled and wanted to put his hand into his sleeve, but Master Shui raised his voice again. "Lengbai, yes, Sir City Lord, what instructions do you have?" Fang Lung's hand stopped as he hurriedly asked, "Is there any movement near the sword mound?" "Sword mound?" Fang Lengbai was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "Well, Sir City Lord, this time, many sword cultivators have forced their way into the country of Xi and country of Lian. The sword mound is already behind the sword cultivators' defensive line and is very far away. The city guards of Sky Patrol City can't patrol the sword mound together with the disciples of the various sects during the battle between sword cultivators. Although I have already sent my disciples out, they can only patrol once every 10 days. This time, there is a high possibility that some disciples will die. Therefore, I don't have a detailed grasp of their movements. Of course, according to my recent news as well as the information from the spies in the country of Huan, there are no strange movements in the sword mound. There are only some sword cultivators who are pregnant with swords, some small sects that didn't participate in the battle, and some cultivation families that are active there. Of course, our pawns in the country of Huan have low cultivation levels and are not valued by the sword cultivators. Their knowledge is also limited. Those cultivators must be crazy from poverty. The sword mound is already far away from our cultivators' defensive line and is behind the sword cultivators. They still dare to go there. Perfected Shuiyu sneered. Hee. It's precisely because it's behind the sword cultivators that the sword cultivators are less vigilant. Those low-level cultivators have a chance. Fang Lingbai smiled apologetically. Even if the sword cultivators are less vigilant, it's not something they can covet. Any illusory sword that appears will be enough to wipe out their sex, right? Yes. That's why birds die for food and men die for wealth. Fang Lingbai agreed. What about the conference hall? Perfected Shuiyu suddenly asked. The conference hall? Fang Lingbai was startled, but he immediately understood. A strange expression appeared on his face. Sir City Lord, are you talking about the conference hall's attention to the sword mound? What? Perfected Shuiyu was surprised, and his face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the conference hall? That's right. Fang Lingbai smiled bitterly. The conference hall didn't send any disciples to patrol the sword mound. It seems, from their actions, I didn't see how important the sword mound was to them. They only told me when they were stationed in Sky Patrol City, to inform them if there was news about the sword mound in Sky Patrol City. Perfected Shuiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my God! The sword mound is the last barrier for the sword cultivators to retreat. If they don't know about the situation in the sword mound, and the sword cultivators are forced to retreat, will they chase after them? Maybe they have been suppressed by the sword cultivators, and the battle line has long gone beyond the sword mound. They never thought that there would be a day where they would fight the sword cultivators to the sword mound, right?" Fang Lingbai replied with a smile. It was as if this war was a good show happening beside Sky Patrol City and had nothing to do with them. How can such a kid defeat the sword cultivators? Perfected Shuiyu snorted. Looks like there won't be any Golden Core disciples who can stand out in this war. Of course, which Golden Core cultivator can compare with Junior Brother 2? Fang Lingbai couldn't help but blurt it out. But when he said it, his heart trembled, and he stole a glance at Perfected Shuiyu. Perfected Shuiyu only snorted. I naturally think highly of Tu Hong's talent, but he's too bold. He's unlucky. Yes, but... Fang Lingbai touched his sleeves again. Just as he was about to speak, Perfected Shuiyu asked again, Lingbai, you said that the meeting hall doesn't care about the sword mound. Although Sky Patrol City patrols the sword mound, the swordsmen in the sword mound aren't important. Could it be that the sword cultivators this time are all mediocre? They didn't make an issue out of the sword mound? I'm not sure. Fang Lingbai smiled apologetically. After all, the sword mound is behind the sword cultivators, and the sword mound is thousands of miles wide. We can't completely inspect it, so who knows what's inside? Of course, according to the records of the previous war, the sword cultivators have a 50% chance of resisting stubbornly in the sword mound, blocking our cultivators outside the sword mound. After all, once we break through the sword mound, we'll be in the Huan country's territory. Tisich, so what about the Huan country's territory? That place is even colder than my snow region's highlands. Who would want to go there? Perfected Shuiyu was disdainful, then sighed. Sigh, it's a pity that our Dao Sex transportation array has been lost. If we had a formation master to refine it, this war wouldn't be so difficult. If there was a transportation array, I'm afraid this war would be even more difficult. Fang Lingbai smiled apologetically. That's right, those Golden Core brats in the meeting hall. I'm afraid they would have been beaten into cowards by the sword cultivators. Our Sky Patrol City's spirit stone veins wouldn't have fallen into their hands. Perfected Shuiyu laughed. Yes, Fang Lingbai nodded, then said, that's right, according to the latest war report, the spirit stone veins in the Seven Extremes Mountains have been seized by the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Huanhua Sect. The latest war report is in your sleeve, right? Perfected Shuiyu laughed. Fang Lingbai wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I should have taken it out long ago, but seeing the city lord so happy, I didn't want to disturb you. Show it to me. Perfected Shuiyu stretched out his hand and said, see if there's any other good news. Sir. Fang Lingbai raised the jade slip and said with a smile, besides this, there's another piece of good news. What is it? Perfected Shuiyu took the jade slip and asked casually. Qin Jian, who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, was killed by 3 cultivators from the Dao sect. This can be considered as helping Sky Patrol City vent our anger. Fang Lengbai said with a smile, but then he thought of something and hurriedly said, "Of course, even if the City Lord's judgment is that Qin Jian might not be the one who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu, these 3 disciples from the Dao sect have helped us vent our anger. This Qin Jian was too arrogant, he even killed 3 golden core cultivators before he died." "Oh, which 3 golden core cultivators?" Perfected Shuiyu was surprised to hear that Qin Jian had been killed, so he probed the jade slip with his spiritual force and asked casually. "Not golden core cultivators. 3 foundation establishment stage disciples." Fang Lengbai smiled apologetically. The report in the meeting hall was a little vague, but it should be that Qin Jian was severely injured by the 3 golden core cultivators, and the 3 foundation establishment stage disciples took the opportunity to kill him. "How is that possible?" Perfected Shuiyu said coldly. Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman, and his cultivation level was comparable to an advanced golden core cultivator. How could 3 foundation establishment stage disciples kill him? This credit? I'm afraid it's fake, right? Fang Lengbai's back was drenched in cold sweat when he saw Perfected Shuiyu's gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "The fake credit was done by the disciples of the various sects who participated in the battle. It has nothing to do with Sky Patrol City. Who would dare to fake the credit for something as important as killing Qin Jian?" Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction even brought back Qin Jian's head and sword token, so it can't be fake. Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school, Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect? Perfected Shuiyu frowned and said in confusion, "One is in the advanced foundation establishment stage, one is in the middle foundation establishment stage, and one is at the peak of the initial foundation establishment stage? Isn't this a joke?" Even if Qin Jian was lying there, his flying sword was not something that the 3 of them could block, right? Chapter 2568. City Governor, do you believe me? The cultivators in the meeting hall believe me. I couldn't wait for the city governor's order, so I sent the promised reward to the meeting hall without permission. Fang Lengbai said hesitantly, "I didn't dare to delay this matter that involved junior brother Tu Hong. I didn't want to hurt the disciples of Sky Patrol City. There must be something fishy about this." Shuiyu Perfected Master said coldly, "The swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong wasn't Qin Jian. I was lured by a sword that day, and I left Sky Patrol City on the day Tu Hong was assassinated. I saw Qin Jian hundreds of miles away from Sky Patrol City. If he could assassinate Tu Hong before me, he would be a divine sword cultivator." Ah? Fang Lengbai was shocked. "So, the person who assassinated junior brother Tu in Sky Patrol City wasn't Qin Jian? Then, who is this fake Qin Jian?" According to the cultivators at the scene, this fake Qin Jian was Qin Jian's face, and he was also using flying sword techniques. Especially, the sword formation, it's definitely not my Dao cultivator's flying sword. The flying sword and the sword formation are not surprising. Shuiyu Perfected Master's face darkened. There are 2 key points. First, how did the assassin escape from Sky Patrol City? Second, what's so special about the sword formation that it made Tu Hong, who was always calm, go crazy? Hiss! Fang Lengbai suddenly thought of a possibility. He gasped and said in shock, "Could it be? City Governor, that's right." Shuiyu Perfected Master's tone was terrifying. "I've been thinking about these days, and I think that the assassin might not have left Sky Patrol City at all, so my tricks at the city gate and teleportation formation were ineffective. Besides, if the assassin could impersonate Qin Jian, he could also impersonate someone else. That's how he escaped my detection. Also, in the sword formation, I'm afraid there's some soul cultivator's item that can disturb people's minds." Soul cultivator? Fang Lengbai bit his lips. Could it be that a soul cultivator is here too? That's possible. Shui Yu perfected master narrowed his eyes. Then he raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Golden Pit? Why are you so flustered?" When Fong Lung heard this, he smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Jean is impatient and doesn't have the time to wait outside the hall. He has already been here a few times. Seeing the city lord open the hall today, I'm afraid there's something going on." Disciple Jean King greets the city lord. Jean King walked up to the main hall and bowed. "All right, get up." Shui Yu waved his hand and said, "You rushed into the main hall the moment you entered my residence. Is there something important?" Jean King said as he took out a jade slip from his bosom, handed it forward and said, "Yesterday, I cleaned up the jade slip and found that before Wang Lin left, there was a period of time when the records of the meeting hall were not sent to the mansion, so I went to Wang's mansion and found this jade slip in the closed study room." "Is there anything special about it?" Shui Yu Sage asked patiently. Jean King was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at Shui Yu. Just like Fong Lengbai, he immediately sensed that Shui Yu was in a good mood. He glanced at Fong Lengbai and bowed. "Disciple congratulates City Lord for improving your cultivation." "Ha!" Shui Yu Sage laughed and said, "Tell me, what did you find?" "This." Jean King bit his lips and said hesitantly, "Disciple checked this jade slip and found something strange in it." Tu Hong recorded what happened in the meeting hall during those days, including Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Hua from the Thunder Control sect. "Oh? Is there also Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school?" Fong Lung asked in surprise. "Yes, it's the three people who killed Qin Jian." Jean King obviously knew about this and nodded. However, according to the records in the Jade Slip, Xiao Mao had just been rescued by Xiao Hua from the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. Oh, or rather, he was brought back. Daoist Master Shui's snow-white eyebrows twitched even though there was no wind. He suddenly had a bad feeling. In this Jade Slip, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's series of military exploits are recorded. This disciple found it inconceivable. These two Foundation establishment cultivators did many things that even Golden Core cultivators couldn't accomplish. This disciple won't speak of the specifics. This Jade Slip has all the records. Sir City Lord will know with a single glance. Jean Kang said concisely, "What surprised me the most was that at the end of the Jade Slip, junior brother Tu Hong wrote this sentence." "What sentence?" Fong Leng interrupted curiously. According to disciples' observation, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua must have a secret skill that can greatly improve their cultivation in a short period of time. Moreover, this person is very intelligent and seems to be hiding something. If it's Li Zongbao, then he has a domineering aura behind his arrogance. If it's Xiao Hua, then he has a murderous aura behind his modesty. However, according to disciples' observation of the Golden Core stage cultivators in the meeting hall, they seem to have noticed it too, but they didn't point it out. I think these Dao sect cultivators must be plotting something. Maybe they want to suppress our Sky Patrol city, or maybe they want to show off their power to us. Of course, Li Zongbao is the main reason, because Heng Lu always helps Li Zongbao cover up at the crucial moment. Moreover, disciple feels that some of Xiao Hua's achievements were given to him by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This is nothing. Fong Lung Bi asked curiously, "The three cultivators have a good relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined hands to kill Qin Jian." "Junior brother Fong, don't be anxious." Jean Keng said coldly, "I haven't finished speaking." Junior brother Tu Hong said, "If this person is Xiao Hua, then it's too scary. City Lord, please be careful." Wang, the sound of wind and clouds surging immediately sounded from the main hall, and a hurricane instantly swept through the entire main hall. The hurricane made Fong Lung Bi and Jean Kang's robes flutter, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Obviously, they knew that. Shui Yu Master was angry. After a while, Shui Yu Master retracted his spiritual sense from the Jade Slip and said coldly, "Tu Hong died a good death." "What a good death?" "He actually died in the hands of a Dao sect cultivator." City Lord. Jean Kang's face showed a trace of confusion. Senior brother Jean? Just now, City Lord said that the person who killed junior brother 2 was definitely not Qin Jian. He saw Qin Jian outside the city that day. Fang Lengbi said softly. Seats, could it be the Xiaohua? Jean King naturally knew about the matter between Tu Hong and Dui Qimeng. He immediately pointed out Xiaohua. This is not possible, right? Do you still have the list of people who entered and left Sky Patrol City those few days? Shuiyu Master asked coldly. Yes. Fang Lengbi hurriedly took out a jade slip. This item was very important, so he carried it with him at all times. Shuiyu Master took a closer look and threw it to Fang Lengbi. Take a look yourself. On that day, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua returned to Sky Patrol City. Yes, Fang Lengbi's expression changed after looking at it. Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan, and Dui Qimeng were all from Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. When he returned to Sky Patrol City, he knew that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng were going to duel Cultivate. When he returned to Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, he saw that Cui Hongshan had been deceived or that Qian Mo had put him under house arrest. Thus, he had evil intentions and sneaked into Junior Brother 2's residence. It seems Dui Qimeng and Xiaohua didn't have much of a relationship. Could it be that Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua had a life and death relationship? There was no need to kill Junior Brother 2. Jean Kang was confused. Do you know why Tu Hong didn't dare to send this to you in time? Shuiyu Master snorted. He might not have time, but the biggest reason was that he didn't dare to believe it. Why did the last sentence of the jade slip say that Xiaohua was scary? He felt that the survival of Imperial Thunder Sect's first team could be due to Xiaohua's strength. How is that possible? Fang Lengbi and Jean Kang couldn't believe that the spirit howl array of Mount Quanjin that even nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to touch was broken by Xiaohua, and he was still safe and sound inside. Of course, this was only his suspicion. Tu Hong was afraid that mentioning Mount Quanjin would provoke me, but he didn't dare to not take revenge, so he was hesitant. It was also because of this hesitation that Xiaohua had time to take his life. Shuiyu Master said faintly. His anger had gradually subsided. Of course, if it was like what City Lord said, that Xiaohua's strength was close to the nascent soul stage, then his contributions, his return to Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, and even killing Qin Jian would all be extremely easy. Fang Lengbi asked in confusion. But why didn't Qian Mo know about Xiaohua's cultivation? Then why didn't the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall know? Why didn't they say it out loud? Firstly, they didn't know that the person who assassinated Junior 2 was definitely not Qin Jian. Didn't the City Lord also suspect that it was a soul cultivator? Even he didn't suspect the Dao sect cultivators. How could they have thought of it? Jean Kang retorted. Furthermore, even if they saw something, that Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, what does it have to do with them? Qian Mo, that sanctimonious thing, is blind. I'm afraid he really couldn't see it. Why would those Golden Core cultivators remind him? I still don't agree. This is a 1-in-a-million situation. Of course, this is also the most ideal deduction. Fang Lengbi stubbornly disagreed. What if there wasn't this, how could I cultivate to the nascent soul stage? If there wasn't this, how could you all condense your core? Shuiyu Master laughed sinisterly. I have a feeling that this Xiaohua is the main force that killed Qin Jian. Hearing Shuiyu Master's words, Fang Lengbi didn't dare to say anything else. Where is Xiaohua now? Shuiyu Master asked. Reporting to the City Lord. Fang Lengbi hurriedly said. According to the meeting hall, he didn't even return to Sky Patrol City. He was sent somewhere else by Li Zongbao. What place? This, the meeting hall didn't say. This disciple doesn't know. Chapter 2569. Hee, that's right. Xiaohua must have a guilty conscience. Jean Kang said coldly. If he returns to Sky Patrol City and the City Lord finds out that he killed Qin Jian, he will definitely think of his cultivation. How can he escape from the city lord's search in Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua! Xiaohua! Shui Yudao Master gritted his teeth. Thinking of the place where Qin Jian disappeared, it was not far from Imperial Thunder Sect. How could he not know that he was tricked by Xiaohua? Send out the city lord's secret order. Shui Yudao Master ordered in a low voice. If any disciple on duty discovers Xiaohua's whereabouts, immediately inform the city lord's residence. Yes, disciple understands. Jin Kang hurriedly sent out the order. Fang Lengbi hurriedly said, Xiaohua is in Imperial Thunder Sect's army right now. City lord might as well inform Qian Mo. Idiot. Shui Yudao Master scolded. Xiaohua even killed Qin Jian and Tu Hong without any scruples. How would Qian Mo know his background? No wonder Qian Lei did not come to Sky Patrol City to attend Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony. He has a guilty conscience. Even Dui Qiming's master and Dui Qiming's master took the opportunity to come to Sky Patrol City and did not disembark from the Thunder ship to greet me. It seems they have a guilty conscience. Yes, disciple is stupid. Fang Lengbi saw Shui Yudao Master scolding him, which was rare, and his body trembled and he lowered his head. Yes, disciple understands. Imperial Thunder Sect must not know about this. Jin King sent out the city lord's order and added, Xiaohua should only be killed quietly. Otherwise, with his contributions, the city lord wouldn't be able to easily make a move. Furthermore, at this point, Jin King also shrunk his neck and did not dare to speak anymore. Yes, Shui Yudao Master killed Xiaohua as a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua's strength aside, Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment disciple. In front of Shui Yudao Master, he was just a child. If Shui Yudao Master directly faced Xiaohua, then wouldn't that be a joke? But Xiaohua could even kill Qin Jian and Tu Hong. He and Fang Lengbi might not be his opponent. Shui Yudao Master would not let others do it. However, if Master Shui Yu didn't make a move now, who knew where Xiaohua would run off to after the battle? Even if he returned to the Imperial Lightning Sect, Shui Yu would not be able to force the Imperial Lightning Sect. After all, everything was just speculation. Sky Patrol City did not have any evidence to prove that Xiaohua was the one who killed Tu Hong. Moreover, even if Xiaohua admitted to killing Tu Hong, why would he kill Tu Hong? Quan Jinshan and Dui Qiming were both Xiaohua's reasons. If this layer of responsibility was revealed, how could sect leader Qian Lei not protect his own Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? Leng Biao, go to the Imperial Thunder Sect again and see what the relationship between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan is. Shui Yu spiritual master looked at the ashen-faced Fang Leng and said, the reason why he wanted to assassinate Tu Hong was because of Jin Quan Mountain, but I can't figure out why he would be so anxious. If he were to assassinate Tu Hong while he was out of the city, even with this information, I wouldn't suspect him. Yes, disciple will head over now. Fang Leng hurriedly left. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fang Leng hurriedly returned with a strange expression on his face. Reporting to City Lord. Fang Leng took a deep breath and said, disciple has asked clearly. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are from the Lightning Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. They are true brothers. No wonder. Shui Yu spiritual master and Jin Kang were enlightened. At this moment, a message talisman was sent from outside and landed in Jin Kang's hand. Jin Kang frowned and crushed the message talisman. A disciple's voice was heard, reporting to City Lord Chu Heng, who was patrolling outside Sky Patrol City, saw Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Quick, Jin King hurriedly waved his hand and a message talisman shot out like lightning. However, Shui Yu spiritual master was even faster than the message talisman and rushed out of the main hall. Let's go! When Jin Kang and Fang Leng went out, Shui Yu spiritual master was long gone. Only Chu Heng, who had just returned to Sky Patrol City, was left. When and where did you see Xiaohua? Fang Leng hurriedly asked. Just now. Chu Heng hurriedly said, disciple had just finished interrogating Xiaohua when I received the City Lord's order. Disciple did not stop at all and used the teleportation talisman to return here. Go and receive your reward," Fang Lung ordered. After Chu Heng left, he turned to look at Jin Kang and said thoughtfully, "Once the city lord goes, the truth will definitely come to light." Yes, if the city lord captures Xiaohua, there's no need to say. Jin King nodded. But if the city lord can't capture Xiaohua, there's still no need to say. But Fang Lung was still hesitant and said in a low voice, "There's still something I don't understand." Then, how did Xiaohua use a sword formation? How did he use a flying sword? Isn't he a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Is this important? Jin King did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said coldly, "Indeed." Fang Lung stopped talking and also looked into the distance. The two of them did not dare to leave and only waited at the entrance of the main hall. After several hours, they saw Shui Yu's spiritual master return. After crossing the entire country of Xi and heading to the west of Meng country, there was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was like a creeping dragon that stretched for thousands of miles. At the same time, this mountain range was also full of ups and downs. The mountains were completely different. Some places were swampy and muddy, some places were bright with the fragrance of plum blossoms, some places were shrouded in black fog, and some places were occupied by immortal clouds. In the middle of the mountain range, although the mountains were dangerous and rugged with strange rocks, the rocks were all sparkling and translucent, and the flowers were all shining. It was really a beautiful scene. This mountain range was the foundation of Meng country's famous Su Yan sect, Zhongxiu Mountain Range. In the mountain range, there was a mountain peak that was not very tall but was rather quiet. White feathers spread out and spiritual apes cried. Hidden by green vines, there was an extraordinary Immortal's cave. It was afternoon and the round sun had already moved to the west. The orange-red sunlight passed through the green wood and shone on the door of the Immortal's cave. The colorful mottled light slowly slid on the door, and it was beautiful and really attracted people's attention. Unfortunately, although there were no noisy cicadas, the chirping of birds was also not surprising. There was no one who could easily come to this Immortal's abode. Whoosh, a scarlet light streaked across the sky and suddenly disturbed this quiet mountain peak. It was a communication talisman that fell in front of the Immortal's cave. When the communication talisman touched the door of the Immortal's cave, the door raised a circle of light and then disappeared. The communication talisman also fell down and floated in the air. Not long after, the door of the Immortal's cave was pushed open with a creak. A drooping boy poked his head out and blinked his sparkling eyes a few times. With a wave of his hand, the communication talisman fell into his hand. Then, the door creaked again and slowly closed, and the boy disappeared. Martial ancestor, martial ancestor. The boy entered the Immortal's cave. It was a huge valley, and the spiritual energy in the valley had condensed into mist. It floated in the air and filled the entire valley. There were countless spirit grasses, spirit trees, and even many celestial birds in the mist, making it look even more like an Immortal's cave. The boy shouted as he flew. Only occasionally did he have to land on the ground. Along the way, there were many cultivators of different ages that looked at the boy with smiles on their faces. There were even a few that stopped and made way for the boy. "Thank you, senior martial brother. Thank you, martial uncle." The boy's crisp voice echoed along the way. When he saw a stone wall floating in the air, the boy stopped. He bowed toward the stone wall and respectfully said, "Martial ancestor, there is a communication talisman for you outside the Immortal's cave." As the boy's voice fell, a layer of milky white mist flashed across the stone wall. When the mist dissipated, a regular cave about 10 feet in size appeared on the stone wall. A voice came from the cave, "Bring it up." "Yes," the boy replied and flew to the top of the stone wall. He saw that this was a cave that was not very deep. There was a faint brilliance in the cave, which just happened to illuminate the entire cave. Inside the cave, there was an incomparable coolness that penetrated to the bones. The boy obediently walked inside and handed the communication talisman to a tall cultivator that was sitting cross-legged inside. This cultivator had an imposing appearance and looked amiable. It was Zhu Qinghe that Xiao Hua met at the burial flower manor. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe still had an amiable expression. He took the communication talisman and said with a smile, "Du, your cultivation has improved again. Good, martial ancestor knows. Du has been in seclusion for another 20 days. Now I have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. With a little more effort, I can enter the 4th level of the qi refining realm." The boy heard the praise and replied with some exultation. "And not bad." Zhu Qinghe nodded. "You can endure hardships. I was right about you. However, the way of cultivation is to be steady. Don't be arrogant just because you have just reached the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. The road ahead is long." "Or nose." The boy stuck out his tongue and hurriedly bowed. No. Zhu Qinghe didn't say much. He waved his hand and let the boy leave. Then, he opened the communication talisman and immersed his divine thought into it. When he finished reading, his face unconsciously showed a strange expression. He whispered, "It's actually the sect leader who summoned the troops. He wants me to go to the Sky Patrol City? Could it be that the first stage of the Dao cultivator battle is going to end so soon? Will the cultivators of my Dao sect win? Or will the swordsmen of Huan country win?" Then, Zhu Qinghe looked at the light outside the cave again and said self-deprecatingly, "The sect leader's order of confinement is also removed from today. It seems that the suspicion on me is now gone. The crime of instigating a Dao cultivator battle will not fall on me." As Zhu Qinghe spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Come, take my order and go to the Jade Rain Palace. Bring me a copy of all the battle reports of the battle." "Yes, I understand." A loud voice sounded from outside the cave. Then, a burly intermediate foundation establishment cultivator flew out of the cave and flew into the distance. In less than 2 hours, the disciple flew back and respectfully handed several jade slips to Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe narrowed his eyes and picked up a jade slip. He immersed his divine thought into it and seemed to be carefully reading it. However, after a while, Zhu Qinghe's face showed a trace of mockery. "Humph, the golden core cultivators in this battle are all pigs. Peng Dai is even more useless." The entire battle dispatch is a mess. Then, Zhu Qinghe threw the jade slip and sneered, "There's no need to read it in the future. The Dao sect will lose this battle. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators will be forced to the outskirts of the Sky Patrol City by the sword cultivators. No wonder the sect leader ordered the troops. The Shui Yu spiritual master of the Sky Patrol City may not be able to hold on, right?" Zhu Qinghe looked at the few jade slips scattered on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. However, after a few minutes, Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and another jade slip appeared in his hand. He murmured, "I wonder who the opponent of the sword cultivators is this time?" However, before he could finish speaking, he exclaimed, "Tu Hong? Quan Jinshan killed nearly 30,000 swordsmen? And dozens of illusory sword cultivators? The Sky Patrol City has such a great talent. How can they lose?" Xiaohua? Then, Zhu Qinghe looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was even more shocked than when he saw Tu Hong's battle achievements. He jumped up from the ground and shouted in disbelief, "This guy! Didn't he die in the ink-black forest long ago?" Chapter 2570. That's right. Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhu Qinghe checked again, and the shock on his face did not disappear. The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the first meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, he was sent to the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin by a swordsman? Seeing this, Zhu Qinghe did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Phew, this guy. How did he escape? That year, I saw him being struck by the flying sword of Immortal Ming Jian with my own eyes. Zhu Qinghe suddenly realized, but I only saw him being struck. Although he was definitely dead, but I didn't see him die. Could it be that he had another adventure? But, fortunately, he died in Mount Quanjin or else. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinghe suddenly looked at the other jade slips that were scattered around, but there was a flash of fear in his eyes. He could not wait any longer, and all the jade slips fell into his hands, and he immediately immersed his divine thought into them. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhu Qinghe's face turned ashen, and he shouted in disbelief, "Mount Quanjin's spirit howl array." He and the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect actually came back to life. How is this possible? Then he immersed his divine thought into all the jade slips again and looked through them carefully. He did not see any news about Xiaohua, then he carefully kept the jade slips. Zhu Qinghe stood there quietly, and for a good while he suddenly moved, and his figure flew out of the cave. He did not have time to seal the cave, and his figure flew out of the immortal cave like a meteor, and rushed into a place in the Zhongxiu mountain range, and disappeared. North of the Sky Patrol City, in the sky, dark clouds covered the sky tightly. Although the dark clouds were extremely heavy, there was no lightning, nor was there any snow. But, faintly, there was a sound of thunder coming from afar. The sound of thunder was very ear-piercing, as if it was under the dark clouds. When the sound of thunder approached, another figure flashed across the sky. His speed was even faster than a shooting star as he dashed across the sky and scattered the dark clouds. What was left behind this figure were not only scattered clouds, but also the sound of thunder that reverberated between the clouds. This person was naturally Xiaohua. After Xiaohua left the Sky Patrol City, he immediately flew towards the northeast, and when he was out of the sight of the city guards, he immediately urged the thunder travel and flew straight to the north. Although Shui Yudao Master immediately flew out of Sky Patrol City when he received the report from the city guards, his initial direction was wrong. Moreover, his flying speed was not much faster than Xiaohua's. How could he catch up with Xiaohua? He was destined to return empty-handed. However, the pitiful Xiaohua still didn't know that he had been exposed by the Shuiyu sage of the Sky Patrol City. He was still flying around freely. Activating his magic power, Xiaohua pushed Imperial Lightning Travel to its limits. A feeling of freedom filled Xiaohua's body and mind. Every pore on his body was filled with joy. It was as if cruising between heaven and earth, breaking away from all the shackles, was the life he should have. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and the primordial spirit in the space was carefully comprehending the primordial spirit sword manipulation technique in Qin Jian's memory. This secret technique was used by sword cultivators to transform into swords, so it was naturally difficult to understand, and there were many secrets that were passed down orally by sword cultivators. Although Xiaohua had obtained it for a long time, his progress was still very slow. However, Xiaohua did not panic at all. If he could comprehend it in a short period of time, he would doubt the authenticity of this secret technique. It was precisely because it was difficult to comprehend that he felt at ease. It was fine if he did not make a breakthrough in this secret technique, but once he did, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. After being free for more than 10 days, when dawn came, a ray of sunlight shot out from the ground, and in an instant, the whole world was lit up. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of grand essence entered his mouth, but when he closed his mouth and swallowed, his gaze froze. In front of him, a purple color dyed the heaven and earth. That purple color was so pure and so alluring, like a kind of flashing glass, it instantly attracted Xiaohua's gaze, and directly penetrated into his eyes, and then into his mind. Purple jasmine flower. Xiaohua was practically moaning as he swallowed with difficulty. His throat felt like it was dry land. The purple color in front of him flowed like velvet, gorgeous like splashes of color, and also seemed to be purple flames dancing, emitting a flirtatious charm. Throwing away heaven and earth. Seeing the purple jasmine flower, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was the location of the sword tomb, and he did not lose his direction. When the sun that flashed across the dawn rain continent fell to the left of Xiaohua, the purple jasmine flower blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He saw that this was a kind of spiritual grass that was about 3 feet tall, and on the purple background, there were traces of blood-red roots that stubbornly spat out from the dried-up layer of ice. From the root upwards, the dense blood-red threads gradually rubbed into the purple color, until it was purified into a purple branch. On this 2 feet long pure purple branch, there were purple flower petals that were only the size of a grain of rice. These flower petals were hollow, and there was no stamen. All the flower petals seemed to be wrapped together, as if they had never opened before. What was special was that this purple flower petal was unusually sharp at the top and oval at the bottom, like a purple teardrop falling down. If it was just a stalk of purple jasmine flower, he would not feel that it was very beautiful, and it would not even attract people's attention. But hundreds of thousands, millions of purple jasmine flowers suddenly covered the entire snowy plains, covering Xiaohua's field of vision. What was even more unusual was that when the afterglow of the setting west sprinkled on the flower petals, that stunning purple color mixed with mournful blood red, truly filling the entire heaven and earth with sorrow. Xiaohua's heart suddenly gave birth to a burst of sadness. Looking at the rising and falling waves of purple flower petals under the gentle breeze, he secretly said, "For 10,000 years, for 100,000 years, I don't know how many cultivators and swordsmen have been buried here, and I don't know how much blood has been spilled here. Every stalk of purple jasmine flower is most likely the illusion of a living person, and every tiny petal is most likely a drop of their blood. Even though they have fallen, their souls are unyielding. Even though they have fallen, their hearts and eyes are open." But unfortunately, what they saw was not light. They could only see frost, they could only see blood, they could only, year after year, day after day, they could only watch the battle between swordsmen and cultivators. After lamenting for a moment, Xiaohua calmed his heart and secretly said, "The Sword Tomb is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the country of Xi. Before I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, I had already heard of it. But I didn't expect the scenery here to be so magnificent. However, the magnificence is only on the surface. The endless danger is still on the inside. Just like this battle, even though I am lamenting those who deserve to die, I cannot be lenient in the slightest. Since I am unwilling to become a stalk of purple jasmine flower in this sword tomb, I can only let others do it. Perhaps after a few days, the sword tomb will add another dead soul." Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and it gradually extended into the depths of the sword tomb like a tentacle. Precisely, when his Buddhist sense passed through these purple jasmine flowers, the sword tomb gradually gave birth to a kind of sharp feeling, as if it wanted to cut his Buddhist sense apart. That kind of indescribable piercing pain transmitted over, forcing Xiaohua to have no choice but to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua took a deep breath of the chilly and icy cold air. He knew that this place was still the edge of the sword tomb, and it was precisely the place where the violet jasmine flowers bloomed. If he went further in, he would surely arrive at the battlefield of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators. Not only were there numerous incomplete formations and sword formations from before, there were even numerous spatial rifts that had been created from the battles. These rifts were probably as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and it would be dangerous for anyone to go in. The snowy highlands have always been filled with water, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has always been abundant. But here, faint golden qi seeps out from the air. In the depths of the sword tomb, there are broken flying swords, and those flying swords are mixed with the remnant souls of sword cultivators who died for them. Day and night, these flying swords wailed in grief amidst the broken sword intent, and are also nourished by golden qi. This is the tomb of flying swords. Not to mention the Dao sect cultivators, even the sword cultivators of the Huan country wouldn't dare to rashly enter if they didn't have an extremely clear path. Xiaohua glanced at it, but he didn't have any thoughts of going deeper into the sword tomb. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it to take a look. He smiled and said, "This young master wants to make some contributions to the sword tomb, so I'll plant a purple jasmine flower." After he finished speaking, he very carefully identified the direction and flew along the edge of the purple jasmine flower towards a slightly higher mountain. After flying for an hour, night had already arrived. Xiaohua landed on the ground and looked around. Although this place was slightly higher than the other places, the purple jasmine flowers were still everywhere. Coincidentally, there was a small protrusion in the middle of the purple jasmine flowers, which seemed to be a large boulder. Xiaohua strolled over, and along the way, several purple jasmine flowers brushed past his Daoist robe. "This place is great." Xiaohua floated up and sat on the boulder. He looked around and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The night gradually dispersed, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. The originally purple sword tomb was now emitting bursts of blood red. This blood red replaced the allure of the purple during the day, and everything under the pitch-black night sky was dyed red. "Oh, at night, it becomes the color of blood?" Xiaohua extended his hand into the sea of blood, and was rather puzzled. However, as far as his eyes could see, his surroundings were blood red. Moreover, that blood red was speckled, and it was several times weaker than the brilliance of the fireflies. When Xiaohua's gaze stopped at the purple jasmine flower beside him, he understood. The purple color of the purple jasmine flower during the day was its petals, and these purple petals were wrapped up. Now that it was night, the purple color of the petals could no longer be seen clearly. However, the blood-red color of the petals could still be seen. This blood-red color contained a brilliance, and naturally, during the night, it was the same as the petals. Thus, this part of the world was dyed in the color of blood. Magnificent, sorrowful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion for a moment, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Another hour later, the night was already as dark as ink. The night wind blew over the sword catacomb, and the purple jasmine flowers swayed along with the night wind. The color of blood was even more like a rippling sea of blood. Xiaohua's body flickered with a faint, almost invisible protective golden light. He was like a small boat in the sea of blood, drifting indeterminately. Chapter 2571. There seemed to be a breeze around Xiaohua. This breeze was different from the sound of ordinary wind, and it was also completely different from the night wind. The night wind only blew the purple jasmine flowers and raised the blood waves of the sword mound. It couldn't shake Xiaohua's protective brilliance, and it couldn't even stir Xiaohua's tranquil state of mind. However, this breeze quietly arrived and very strangely blew into the light protecting his body. Xiaohua's heart set off ripples. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a rather desolate feeling came from his skin. This was something Xiaohua normally couldn't sense. Could it be that there's something else in this sword mound? Xiaohua's eyes were like stars. He coldly swept his left side, and then closed them again. Open! Xiaohua gathered his Buddhist consciousness between his eyes. There was a mark of the previous Dharma eye. Generally, soul threads would pass through here. Although the delirium Dharma eye was useful, Xiaohua basically didn't know how to control it, so he always wanted to use it to control the Dharma eye. But this time, Xiaohua was disappointed. The Dharma eye mark didn't open because of his mantra. Instead, there was a piercing pain coming from his glabella. Forget it. I'm afraid that this young master's luck has been used up. Xiaohua shook his head. It seems that this Dharma eye mark isn't easy to control. I'll wait until I have a corresponding secret technique. Thinking, Xiaohua opened his left hand and waited for the delirium Dharma eye to open. Sure enough, threads of blue brilliance mixed with silver brilliance drifted around him. It was very obvious. Furthermore, there were strands of cotton-like green brilliance floating around his body. Xiaohua was already familiar with the blue and silver brilliance. It should be the water and metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But that green brilliance wasn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seemed to be gathering with a purpose. Xiaohua even looked into the distance and saw that there was actually even more green brilliance gathering around him. Seeing this, Xiaohua already understood in his heart. No wonder Guyu said that this place wasn't suitable for cultivators to come. Not only is the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth somewhat troublesome, but the swordsman's vengeful soul also has an impact on cultivators' cultivation. If it wasn't this young master's fault, if it was someone else, their cultivation would be disturbed and their cultivation would also be damaged. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and was about to slap his forehead. Just as he was about to release the Buddha's saraira, his heart moved, and his mind entered the mysterious dark clouds. At this moment, Little White's soul was dancing rhythmically, bringing Xiao Hua's trace of primordial spirit to the top of the sky. "Little White, I'll take you out to eat something," Xiao Hua said in his heart. Then, the soul thread wrapped around Little White. Although Little White heard Xiao Hua's voice, it didn't open its eyes. Even the moment the soul thread touched its body, Little White's soul slightly trembled. However, when the soul thread flickered, the rhythmic soul power sent Little White out of its body. Roar! Little White immediately raised its head and let out a weak dragon roar. Immediately, its entire soul body danced like the sky. This dance was very normal in the sky, but in this night sky, it was completely different. Following the rhythm of the undulations, circles of undulations slowly rippled out with Little White's soul body as the center. An indescribable suction force was born along with the undulations, spreading far away. Obviously, the wandering souls that were attracted by Xiao Hua were immediately frightened when they encountered the undulations. A kind of instinct was born from the wandering souls, just like a drowning person trying their best to escape from the undulations. However, the undulations were like a firm fishing hook. Once it caught a fish or shrimp, no matter how big or small it was, it wouldn't let it go. Those strands of green brilliance of different sizes followed the suction force and entered Little White's soul body. Every time a strand of wandering soul entered, Little White's soul body would emit a faint light. This little white dragon is different from the fire ape's soul. It doesn't need to devour, and can directly use its soul body to devour wandering souls. This seems to be somewhat similar to my immortal body bestowment technique. Seeing that Little White's soul body was becoming brighter and brighter, and was beginning to condense bit by bit, Xiao Hua was relieved. He continued to sit cross-legged and began his own homework, letting Little White Dragon nourish itself here. The night was very long, and the night was also very short. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, the horizon was already slightly bright. Little White Dragon seemed to be a little tired as it sat in the air. After a night of nourishment, there weren't any obvious changes, but the condensation of the soul body could be felt even when Xiao Hua released the soul strands. More than 10 days passed in a row. Xiao Hua rarely had a quiet time to cultivate. Other than releasing Little White Dragon's soul body at night, he had been cultivating quietly. From time to time, he would take out the invisible golden sword and use it according to the sword technique in Qin Jian's memory. Although this invisible sword wasn't as marvelous as Qin Jian's, it had the advantage of being invisible. Xiao Hua had the experience of using the execution dream, so using this invisible sword was very easy. Of course, in Xiao Hua's space, there was a jade slip given to him by the arrogant 10th layer Qi refining disciple Yutong when he sneaked out of the Huanhua sect. Xiao Hua also took it out when he was cultivating. Sure enough, the layer of mysterious restriction gradually disappeared not long after the jade slip was taken out. However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through it, he didn't find anything special. There was only a location, a special symbol, and a simple technique. Hee, is this guy sending this young master to his death? Xiao Hua looked at it, then very carelessly threw it into the space. This was because he noticed an extremely special phenomenon. This was the Ganoderma horse. Before Xiao Hua sent the Ganoderma horse into the space, the Ganoderma horse was somewhat injured. However, it still maintained the appearance of a Ganoderma horse. After Xiao Hua sent it into the space, the Ganoderma horse actually reverted back to the appearance of a 10,000-year-old Lingji. It could no longer transform. Could it be that I should first go to the thunder that Dai encountered? Although the Ganoderma horse didn't encounter any heavenly thunder when it reverted back to its original state, Xiao Hua still had some understanding in his heart. Perhaps this young master space, the rules are still a bit strange. Thinking about the growth of the spiritual grass in his space, Xiaohua could only bitterly smile. He returned his thoughts to cultivation. His current realm was only foundation establishment. The distance from touching the heavenly Tao was really too far. What was the use of thinking too much? Next, Xiaohua was happy again. He finally found the secret technique to use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords at the same time. That mysterious sword cultivation secret technique nearly doubled the speed of the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords. It far exceeded Xiaohua's previous expectations. When Xiaohua was investigating Zhong Haoren that day, because of the critical moment, Xiaohua didn't have any other divine ability to use. He could only use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that he had just comprehended a little. The results were surprisingly good. Not only was the speed astonishing, but the strength also increased. It actually injured Yun Zhaochong's flame dragon body, forcing Yun Zhaochong to not dare to fight and flee in panic. This is just two butterflies fluttering in the air. Xiaohua looked at the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that were like two cheerful butterflies, attached to each other and pulling each other along. They fluttered among the purple flowers. He couldn't help but think, if the 9 sword pills were repaired, then 9 stars would transit the sun. Then, what kind of momentum would that be? Those are the flying swords of Li Xiubai, the so-called sword immortal. I reckon that even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to block one of them. Haha, when he thought of being able to kill a nascent soul cultivator in the future, Xiaohua's mouth couldn't close. Although he really didn't know how long this future was, if there was a path of hope, would he still be afraid of thorns and dangers? Could it be that Marshal Kuen's jade slip is wrong? When Xiaohua calmed down, he frowned and looked into the distance. Right now, the swordsmen and cultivators must be fighting a bloody battle to the death. Li Zongbao and Xiaomao aside, what about Fairy Hongxia? If I can stay by her side and block some wind and rain for her, that's also good. As he thought, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the purple flowers again. Could it be that the feelings of cultivators are like this? Although there is mutual affection, there are also separation and reunion involuntarily. If two people have feelings for each other for a long time, why would they be together every day and night? However, the words were so pleasant to hear. Putting aside the dangers of the Xiaoyu continent, without each other's protection, it was extremely easy to fall. It was inevitable that regret would arise in his heart. Even if there was no danger, a person's heart was fickle. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any changes. Dui Qiming loved Cui Hongshan wholeheartedly, but when others obstructed her, it was inevitable that her heart would be obstructed. If I hadn't killed Tu Hong and pushed both of them into the middle foundation establishment stage, allowing her to see the foundation of my myriad Thunder Valley, I'm afraid that Dui Qiming, who had experienced this unforeseen event, would have some thoughts in her heart. He, of course, these are all my wild guesses. Perhaps Dui Qiming is as loyal as Cui Hongshan, just like Fairy Hongxia in the past. I was only a qi refinement cultivator, but she liked me so much that she didn't hide her preferences in front of everyone in the Feather Immortal Assembly. With such a wife, what else can I ask for in this life? The corners of Xiaohua's mouth secretly revealed a trace of a smile. And Shueshue, the most. At this moment, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and his figure flew up from the big rock. As his figure gradually flew into the sky, his appearance and figure gradually changed, revealing the appearance of a Marshal Kuen. In the northeast direction, 2 faint figures appeared on the horizon. When they got closer, 2 divine senses swept over. As soon as the divine senses swept over Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. After circling around for a while, they withdrew. Xiaohua quietly stood in midair. He didn't release his divine senses, only releasing his Buddhist sense to scan the area around him for fear that the newcomers would have some hidden tricks. However, when the 2 people flew closer, Xiaohua could already see clearly that both of them were tall and thin. However, one was an old man with white hair and a beard, and the other was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes. Xiaohua frowned slightly, but then his brows relaxed. The old man with white hair and a beard was in the early gold core stage. When Xiaohua was being chased by Reverend Jingyu, he had used his Buddhist sense to see him. He was the disciple who delivered the flying boat to Reverend Jingyu. Chapter 2572. That's Hu Guanqing. Xiaohua could see the arrogance on Hu Guanqing's face from afar. He could imagine how Hu Guanqing had treated Zhong Tianyao back in Zhongling Mountain Village. He had forced a golden core cultivator to hand over the materials he used to repair his ancestral artifact. How could an ordinary cultivator be so ruthless? However, although Hu Guanqing's arrogance could not be concealed, he was doing his best to conceal it. There was a trace of respect on his face, and he even flew slightly slower than the Mi Yao cultivator, as if he was letting the latter go first. Strange, where did this Mi Yao cultivator come from? How could he make Hu Guanqing act so modestly? Could he be a nascent soul senior? Xiaohua muttered to himself as he looked at the Mi Yao cultivator. His heart trembled, but this thought only flashed through his mind. Did a nascent soul senior need to wear a Mi Yao cultivator? However, Xiaohua suddenly complained in his heart, "Damn it, Hu Guanqing brought this person here. Even if he's wearing a Mi Yao cultivator, who knows if Marshal Kuan has come in contact with him? It's fine if he doesn't know him, but if he does, how am I supposed to talk to him?" Forget it. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. Who cares who he is? Since he's here, he can't blame me for being ruthless. I can't be bothered to say anything to them. I'll just kill them all. Thus, Xiaohua rushed towards the two. The dream executioner and the mountain splitter were already in his mouth, ready to kill them in one blow. However, just as Xiaohua was about to attack, Hu Guanqing suddenly flew a few feet forward and transmitted his voice. "Marshal Kuan, don't put on a poker face. This is an important person. Hurry up and welcome him. Don't be rude." When Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly put away the two flying swords and replied. The ruthlessness on his face was replaced by a smile, and he stepped forward respectfully. Putting on an act? Xiaohua liked it the most. Being respectful was his specialty. How could he not join in the fun? Seeing how obedient Marshal Kuan was, Hu Guanju was also slightly stunned. However, he was also very happy. With a smile on his face, he said in a clear voice, "Marshal Kuan, why aren't you coming over to greet the Alliance leader's envoy?" Alliance Master? Xiaohua was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even know which Alliance Master or which envoy it was. However, he quickly lowered his head and bowed in midair. Imperial Thunder Sect's Marshal Kuan greets the envoy. All right, forget it. The emissary's face seemed to show a smile like a spring breeze. He sped up and flew in front of Xiaohua. He very gently helped Xiaohua up and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Kuan is too polite. I've heard of fellow Daoist's name long ago, but I never had the chance to meet you. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed a dragon among men. You're exactly the person the Alliance Master values." Who's this? He only said that he was an emissary and didn't even mention his name. He kept calling him Alliance Master. Which Alliance Master is this Alliance Master? Xiaohua cursed inwardly, but he still humbly smiled apologetically and said, "I am just a small gold core cultivator. How could I enter the Alliance Master's eyes? Only a cultivator with an outstanding cultivation like the envoy can be the Alliance Master's right-hand man." Marshal Kuan, oh Marshal Kuan, when I told you about the Alliance Master that day, you didn't believe me. You even laughed and scolded me for being a bluff. Now, you've thrown me aside as soon as you see the envoy. You're actually so intimate with the envoy. This is really beyond my expectations. Hu Guanfu said with a chuckle, as if to express his presence. However, Xiaohua's heart thumped again. He knew that things weren't good. From Marshal Kuan's jade slip, he saw that Marshal Kuan had handed over the refining method of the Thunderboat to Hu Guanfu here. He also learned that Hu Guanfu had the materials to repair the Grand Cosmos shifting token. That was why he came here to meet Hu Guanfu. Moreover, he also had the idea of attacking Hu Guanfu as soon as he saw him. He didn't think much about the relationship between the two of them. However, now that he heard Hu Guanfu's words, it seemed the two of them weren't as simple as he thought. There was actually a so-called alliance master and envoy involved. What exactly was going on? Fellow Daoist who has always been a man of his word. How can I take your words seriously? If I didn't see the envoy with my own eyes, how could I believe you? Marshal Kuan said with a cold snort. Fellow Daoist Kuan, the envoy clapped his hands and took out a triangular token from his storage bag. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the Alliance Master's token. You can check it." "No need, no need," Xiaohua said as he stretched out his hand. He was very curious about who the Alliance Master was. However, just as his hand was about to touch the token, the envoy pulled his hand back and didn't allow him to touch it. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He pondered whether or not he should snatch the item. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Alliance leader. The leader of an alliance. He was probably more powerful than any cultivation sect. He couldn't even afford to offend a sect, so how could he dare to offend the leader of an alliance? He just wanted Hu Guanfu's materials to refine the grand cosmos shifting token. So what if he didn't take Hu Guanfu's life today? This Hu Guanfu is lucky. Xiaohua thought and smiled awkwardly. He swept out his divine sense and immersed it into the token. Buzz. In Xiaohua's divine sense, a mountain-like pressure came from the token. A large fall word flashed and appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Damn it, this is too powerful. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. His face was a little pale. Seeing Xiaohua like this, a smile flashed across the envoy's face. He flipped his hand and put the token into his bag. He said, "Fellow Daoist Kuan, you have seen the token. Do you have any other questions?" "Oh no." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The Alliance Master's methods are indeed powerful. I can't compare. I've really learned something." Hehe, the envoy nodded with a smile and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua glanced at Hu Guanfu, who had a complacent expression on his face, and said with a smile, "Lord Envoy, I wonder why you came all the way here? Do you have any orders for me?" Although Xiaohua didn't seem to care too much about it, he felt as if he wanted to stretch out a small hand in his heart and pull out some secrets about Hu Guanju from this emissary's mouth. Unexpectedly, the envoy still smiled and shook his head. He said, "I don't have anything to do. I just saw that the sword cultivators outside the Sky Patrol City were fighting with our cultivators. I found a job and came to take a look on behalf of the Alliance Master." "What a coincidence. I came to the Sword Tomb because I met you. The fellow Daoist Kuan is good, so I led you here," Hu Guanfu said with a smile. "The key is that I heard fellow Daoist who mentioned fellow Daoist Kuan of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I admire him." The envoy seized the opportunity to flatter Marshal Kuan. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me." Xiaohua saw that the envoy was tight-lipped and knew that it was unlikely to get anything out of him. He said to Hu Guanfu, "Since fellow Daoist who has come to keep the appointment, have you prepared those things?" "Of course." Hu Guanfu didn't seem to suspect anything. He took out a storage bag from his sleeve and handed it to Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "The things you want are inside. Take a look." "All right." Xiaohua took the storage bag and looked inside with his divine consciousness. He saw that there were only sleeve jade slips and a lot of refining materials. There weren't any materials for refining the grand cosmos shifting token. After he took a look at the jade slips, he realized that the jade slips contained some refining secret techniques. One of the jade slips recorded the method to repair the grand cosmos shifting token. "Damn it, I see." Xiaohua cursed. It turned out that Marshal Kuan wanted to use the refining method of the Thunderbolt to exchange for the refining secret techniques and the method to repair the Grand Cosmos shifting token. He didn't want to exchange the materials for the Grand Cosmos shifting token. "What should I do now?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "You have to take a good look at these secret techniques. There are some refining methods for flying Dharma artifacts that Master collected with great difficulty," Hu Guanfu said with a smile. "Did you bring the things that Master wanted?" "Of course." Xiaohua was also helpless. He stretched out his hand, took out a storage pouch that he had prepared a long time ago, and handed it over. Very good. A pleased look appeared on Hu Guanqin's face, but he then asked curiously, didn't you say that you've gathered some other materials? Why didn't you bring them? Xiaohua understood that Hu Guanfu was talking about the materials for repairing the Grand Cosmos shifting token. He thought for a while and said awkwardly, I was going to the Seven Extremes mountain range. However, I remembered my agreement with fellow Hu Guanfu and came here in a hurry. I forgot those things in the Sky Patrol City station. You? How could you be so careless? Hu Guanfu frowned. How could you not bring those things with you? Xiaohua's face turned cold when he saw that Hu Guanfu was blaming him. Forget it. I'll go with you in a while. Hu Guanfu waved his hand. Master is very concerned about these things. You'd better bring them here as soon as possible. Xiaohua was moved when Hu Guanfu mentioned Daoist Jingru. He was about to speak when Hu Guanfu seemed to have thought of something and transmitted his voice. That's right. About the matter I told you last time, let's stop for the time being. That guy hid his strength too well. I didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful. I'm sure you've seen it too. He's made many contributions in the Dao Cultivator War. If you act rashly, you'll disrupt Master's plan. I've always wanted to send you a message talisman about this. However, this is a serious matter. It's better to tell you personally. Fellow Hu Guanfu you're talking about? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He seemed to have sensed something and asked deliberately. Hu Guanfu looked at him strangely. He smiled and transmitted his voice. Of course it's about the foundation establishment disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua. So you've already forgotten about him. That's good too. I don't want to alert the enemy. So it's because of this guy. Xiaohua understood at once. He had thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Today, he actually got the answer he never expected. Chapter 2573. Up until his death, Marshal Kuan did not tell Xiaohua why he was so ruthless toward Xiaohua. Marshal Kuan did not even mention anything about Kuan Fian. However, from Guanju's mouth, Xiaohua had already heard it clearly. It was definitely this fellow who had informed Marshal Kuan and wanted Marshal Kuan to kill him or snatch the incomplete Grand Universe shifting token from his hands. Xiaohua could even feel from Hu Guanju's mouth that it was not necessarily Immortal Jing Ru who had instructed Marshal Kuan to kill him, but Hu Guanju, who always liked to take credit from Immortal Jing Ru, had asked Marshal Kuan to kill him. Xiaohua could even vaguely guess that the person who had intercepted and killed the thunder-controlling sect disciples after the Feather Immortal gathering was probably Hu Guanju. A hint of coldness flashed through the eyes of Xiaohua, who had always been ruthless to his enemies. He forcefully suppressed his desire to kill Hu Guan'ai and then pretended as if nothing had happened. He nodded and said, "This Kuan understands." "Yes, Master has already instructed us not to interfere in this matter. He has his own ways." Hu Guanxin didn't notice anything at all and instructed. "I understand." Xiaohua asked again, "When will your master arrive? Now that we have reached the critical point of the war, I feel that the cultivators of my sect will suffer a great loss. We need the nascent soul masters to come to Sentry City as soon as possible." Hu Guanju raised his eyebrows and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, "My master is ready. He will immediately rush to Sentry City as soon as the sect leader gives the order. At that time, fellow Daoist Kuan will have the chance to meet my master and have him guide you on your refining skills." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Kuan admires your master's artifact refining skills. If this Kuan can obtain some pointers from him, this Kuan will definitely benefit greatly." Well said, well said. Hu Guanju glanced at the emissary and opened his mouth slightly, as if he was transmitting his voice. The emissary nodded, but his face was covered in fog. "Let's go, fellow Kuan." Hu Guanju waved his hand and said, "The The emissary and I will accompany you back to Sentry City. We will wait outside the city. Take out your storage bag. All right. Xiaohua nodded. He flew up and said with a smile, I, Kuan, will lead the way. Fellow Daoist Kuan, please. The emissary smiled and raised his hand. His figure also flew up and landed on Xiaohua's right. Hu Guanju also flew up and landed on Xiaohua's left. Oh, by the way, fellow Daoist Kuan? As Xiaohua flew for a while, Hu Guanma suddenly remembered something. He patted his storage bag and said, Before I left, my master asked me to bring you a magic treasure. It's what you wanted when you went there. It's just that my master hasn't been able to successfully refine it until the beginning of this year. I'll give it to fellow Daoist now. Hee, many thanks to your honorable master. Xiaohua was happy. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain a transcendent treasure before he left, so how could he not be happy? Still, he said, that old man is really, however, before he could finish speaking, he saw Hu Guanxing take out something from his storage bag. It was not a Dharma treasure, but a spirit talisman with extremely powerful dermic powers. Xiaohua was very familiar with the magical power fluctuations of this spiritual talisman. Wasn't it the protective spiritual talisman that Li Qingshu had used that day, the hand of nascent soul? This is bad. How did this guy discover this young master's flaw? Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He saw that Hu Guanju had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the hand of nascent soul took out his storage bag, he immediately activated his dermic powers. A hurricane was born from the spirit talisman, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet rushed into the spirit talisman. The spirit talisman borrowed the force of the wind and suddenly expanded. In an instant it was several feet in size. Moreover, the hand of nascent soul flashed with brilliance, and a powerful restrictive force appeared spontaneously. Looking at the emissary to Xiaohua's right, he waved his hand, and a ray of golden light flew out from his hand. A small palm-sized pagoda flew into the air. The small pagoda's brilliance was unusually dazzling. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged by the hand of nascent soul swept past the small pagoda, half of it was absorbed by the small pagoda. Strands of jade were born from the edges of the small pagoda, and a suction force that was not inferior to the restrictive force of the hand of nascent soul was born from the bottom of the small pagoda. The force rotated and was about to envelop Xiaohua. Hiss! Xiaohua was shocked and immediately moved. His figure suddenly flashed, and almost an afterimage appeared behind him. His figure was as strange as the wind. Hu Guanxing had deliberately distanced himself from him by several feet, but in the blink of an eye, he was already closing in on him. Woo! Seeing that he was getting closer, Xiaohua raised his hand, took out the wishful staff, and swung it at Hu Guanxing's head. Xiaohua's wind escape was too fast. Although Hu Guanxing made the first move, Xiaohua arrived first. Before Hu Guanxing's hand of nascent soul could move, the wishful staff was already in front of Hu Guanxing's eyes. Hu Guanxing had no choice but to activate the talisman with one hand and slap his forehead with the other. A dazzling sword light flew out and met Xiaohua's wishful staff head-on. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was hit by the wishful staff, and a crack appeared on the flying sword. Hiss! Hu Guanxing's face flushed red. His figure quickly retreated. He wanted to escape from Xiaohua's wishful staff. Attack! Xiaohua shouted. Instead of advancing, he retreated and flew toward the emissary who had taken out his magic treasure. What is he doing? Hu Guanxing was slightly taken aback, but his heart still relaxed. He hurriedly activated the hand of nascent soul. However, just as Xiaohua turned to attack the emissary, two green and red flying swords flew out of Xiaohua's mouth. One in front and one behind, they chased each other and pierced toward Hu Guanxing with incomparable speed. Flying swords? Hu Guanxing didn't have time to retrieve his flying swords. When he saw Xiaohua attack with flying swords, he couldn't help but be taken aback. But when he saw the two flying swords piercing toward him at an unimaginable speed, Hu Guanxing was scared out of his wits. Dodge! Hu Guanqing only had this thought in his mind. He didn't even have time to activate the talisman. However, the distance between him and Xiaohua was too close, and the flying speed of the Dream Executioner and the Mountain Splitter was too fast. In addition, the strength of the two flying swords was too great. Just as the thought of dodging arose in Hu Guanqing's mind, the two swords had already pierced his body. With a pu, the Dream Executioner was the first to strike. Hu Guanqing's protective golden light flashed and was pierced through by the Dream Executioner. Woo! With a flash of brilliance, the Dream Executioner was blocked by Hu Guanqing's protective magic treasure. Although the huge impact made Hu Guanqing feel incomparable pain, the Dream Executioner was blocked in the end. Hiss! Immediately after, the second sword light arrived. The power of the Mountain Splitter increased by a lot under the Dream Executioner's cooperation. The flashing protective magic treasure only resisted for a few breaths of time before the light was extinguished and the Mountain Splitter pierced through. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the Mountain Splitter pierced through Hu Guanqing's chest and came out from his back. Hu Guanqing, an early golden core cultivator, was so easily killed by Xiaohua. The swollen nascent soul hand fell along with Hu Guanqing's corpse. Like a deflated bubble, it rapidly shrank and finally turned into a talisman that fell beside the corpse. Xiaohua turned around and attacked the envoy. He didn't even check on Hu Guanqing. Since he attacked, he absolutely couldn't let the envoy escape, even if he was the martial Kuan. Who would have thought that the thing that made Xiaohua's soul fly out of his body would happen? Seeing Xiaohua raise the wishful staff, the enchanting envoy's eyes suddenly widened. A brilliant brilliance flashed through his eyes. Then he cried out in extreme shock. You? Who are you? You actually know the transfiguration technique? As he spoke, the shocked envoy waved his hand. The small pagoda quickly fell, and his figure strangely floated up. Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast, but the envoy's small pagoda had already been raised and blocked in front of the wishful staff. The suction force of the small pagoda was amazing. Xiaohua's body shook continuously, and the brilliance of his protective body flashed. But when the wishful staff hit the suction force, the small pagoda flew out. At this time, the envoy's figure was like smoke and also like a ghost. He only flashed a few times in the air and chased after the small pagoda. He grabbed the small pagoda in his hand, and then without looking back, a trace of green smoke appeared around his body, and his whole figure disappeared. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This was the first time he had seen such a strange flying technique. Moreover, this emissary had actually seen through his disguise technique with a single sentence. How could this not surprise him? How could he let the envoy escape? Xiaohua yelled, his figure flashed, and a stick hit the place where the emissary disappeared. Unfortunately, the stick hit empty air, and not even a hair of the envoy was hit. Xiaohua was anxious. His figure also flashed and disappeared, as if he was chasing after the envoy. However, in a moment, Xiaohua's figure appeared one zhang away, and his face was full of confusion and anxiety. Who is this envoy? He actually has such a powerful flying technique. Xiaohua was really anxious. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed this person first. Or at least not reveal any trace of the wishful staff. However, now that things had come to this, where was there a special medicine for regret? Even if Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker eyes and looked around, he still could not find the whereabouts of the envoy. Xiaohua snorted coldly, and his heart was still unwilling. He felt that his illusion breaker eyes should be able to see where the envoy fled, but he did not know how to check. Even if you know that I am pretending to be Marshal Kuan, so what? You don't know who I am. Xiaohua said coldly. This envoy did not go to the Dao Sword battlefield to help, but ran here. There must be something shameful. This so-called alliance leader was probably something that couldn't be seen in public. I am not even afraid of a nascent soul cultivator, so why would I be afraid of some bullshit alliance leader? Thinking, Xiaohua flew back to the place where he had killed Hu Guanmu. With a wave of his hand, the intact nascent soul hand talisman fell into his hand. Xiaohua looked at it and carefully stored it in his space. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.